Good morning, I'm Claire Saldran. Today is the 4th Monday of July, the 24th, and it's the day that the President of the Philippines delivers the State of the Nation address. This is the second SONA for President Rodrigo Duterte.
I'm Christine Jacobson-Dejas, and on this day, Mr. Duterte will address the Filipino people before a joint session of Congress, and it happens right at 4 in the afternoon, and we will take that live as soon as it happens.
Good morning, I'm Andre Felix. All day, we will have in-depth, extensive, and unbiased coverage right here on CNN Philippines, so stay with us.
This is New Day. Let's get the show started.
All roads leading to Batasang Pambansa. We are hours away from President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address. But not everyone is happy with the administration. Protesters take Duterte to task for what they see as broken promises. And Congress is back in session. On the table, tax reform, federalism, and the Bangsamoro Basic Law, among other legislative priorities.
Security is tight as always on this day when the President is scheduled to deliver the State of the Nation address. Thousands of security personnel will be securing the streets, particularly in and around the Batasang Pambansa. Our Rex Remitio has the details.
Leftist groups believe the game was over before it even began. The administration-backed Congress finally extended martial law in Mindanao until December 31 this year from July 22nd. As lawmakers approved President Duterte's proposal, about 200 of them trooped to the south gate of the Batasan complex to voice their opposition to martial rule. They're also opposing its extension by 5 months. Militants claim human rights abuses worsened during the first 60 days of martial law in Mindanao.
Nakita natin resulta, napakatinding pagkawasak ng ating ekonomiya, pagkalabag sa karapatang pantao. Bakit natin uulitin?
The police force guarding the entry points to the Batasan outnumbered the militants. Even as they assured the demonstrators they would observe maximum tolerance and the rights of protesters. Proof of this, their riot shields, wooden canes, and guns usually brandished during rallies were stored inside security vehicles. Despite the tight security, some militants still got inside the premises. House security arrested 11 youth leaders, including teachers in Lumad communities. They claim of military harassment of indigenous peoples in Mindanao. Authorities will charge them with disturbance of proceedings of Congress.
Itong ginawang paghuli doon sa mga kasama namin sa loob ng House of Representatives, masasabi namin na suppression ito ng democratic rights na naka-enshrine doon sa Philippine Constitution.
The militant groups say while they were unsuccessful in stopping the extension of martial law, they will return in full force during President Duterte's State of the Nation address on Monday, July 24th.
Martial law sa Mindanao!
Rex Remitio, CNN Philippines.
President Duterte made a number of promises in his first State of the Nation address, and he vowed to fight crime, corruption, and end illegal drugs, as well as contractualization. Our Ina Andalong takes a closer look at how much has been done since last year's SONA.
Let's begin with issues which directly affect consumers. In his first SONA, the President promised faster internet speed and free Wi-Fi access in public areas like parks, schools, government hospitals, and airports.
Wi-Fi access shall be provided at no charge in selected public places.
So far, there's free Wi-Fi in airports and MRT stations on EDSA. Internet speed in the country, though, is still among the slowest in Asia. He also promised to ease traffic in Metro Manila through a number of means, like intensifying anti-colorum and out-of-line campaigns against illegal public transport, and using secondary routes with the help of local governments. It's unclear what's become of these. What's clear, roads are still congested as ever. He promised to increase the number of MRT trains from 16 to 20 coaches. This hasn't happened yet as well. The Transportation Department says 48 new cars ordered from China by the previous administration will be unusable for the next 3 years. It's still unclear when the new coaches will arrive.
Siguro before the end of the year, makakapatagpo tayo ng mga 4 pa, di ba?
There are promises that are close to getting fulfilled, like the extension of the validity of driver's licenses from 3 to 5 years. The Land Transportation Office says this may begin in August. Another, the extension of the passport validity from 5 to 10 years. The bill proposing this is now up for deliberation at a bicameral conference committee with senators and congressmen, the last stage before Congress ratifies a common version for the president's signing. President Duterte also vowed to come up with a more equitable tax system. A new tax system which lowers personal income tax while raising taxes on vehicles, fuel, and sweets is in the works. The administration-backed tax reform bill was passed on third and final reading in the House of Representatives. The ball is now in the hands of the Senate. Moving on to the war on drugs and crime, President Duterte vowed to be relentless in his drug war, which so far led to the killing of 3,200 drug offenders. He did come up with an interagency committee on illegal drugs, as he said he would, and used military camps as drug rehab centers. Case in point, Fort Magsaysay and Nueva Ecija, where a mega drug rehab center was put up. In his first SONA, the president also ordered the National Police Commission to fast-track the investigation and adjudication of police officers involved in crimes. NAPOLCOM's 2016 year-end report says it has resolved 260 summary dismissal cases filed against officers. But high-profile cases, like that of Superintendent Marvin Marcos, who was reinstated, has raised doubts among lawmakers on whether or not the president is serious in going after abusive cops. Marcos headed the team that served the search warrant for former Albuera Leyte mayor and drug lord Rolando Espinosa in jail, and ended up killing him.
I will never allow a military man, a government man, a policeman na makukulong for doing his duty and obeying my order.
President Duterte established corruption hotline 8888 and formed the task force on media killings. On peace and security, the president called for a ceasefire with communists, but to this day, government forces continue to fight the NPA.
Can you just stop fighting for a while?
He vowed to pass the Bangsamoro Basic Law. He just got the draft measure last week and vowed to fully support the measure as it goes to lawmakers. He says he wants it passed before the year ends. On foreign relations, the president said he wanted to develop partnerships with other nations. Under his watch, the Philippines made new friends in Russia and China, which both offered assistance in the Marawi siege. The country has also been working closely with neighbors Indonesia and Malaysia, particularly in fighting terrorism and crime at sea. Ina Andolong, CNN Philippines.
Stay with us here on CNN Philippines for today's in-depth and unbiased coverage of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. We will take that speech live as soon as it happens at 4 this afternoon. Find out more about the SONA as we go on a quick break.
This is a special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address right here on CNN Philippines. Expect a different reception to the president's speech this time. Authorities estimate 15,000 protesters will stage throughout the day. Militant groups also staged rallies last year, but these were peaceful and in support of President Duterte. The PNP says it will exercise maximum tolerance for protesters. It is deploying more men to keep the peace for the president's second SONA. They're mobilizing about 6,000 policemen, about 2,000 more than last year. The Metro Manila Police say they're ready for all possible scenarios during President Duterte's second State of the Nation address this afternoon. National Capital Region Police Chief Oscar Albayalde says they have not received any terror threats for today's event.
Sa ngayon, mas marami kami ngayon, no? More than 6,300 uniform personnel lang. It's because una may dadagdagan tayong mga protesters or yung mga supporters actually ng ating Pangulo. Kasi dalawang grupo ngayon nito. Yun yung mga may issue, yung tinatawag natin mga anti at saka yung mga pro. Marami din sila pareho. Yung sa pro, magkakandak din sila ng kanilang programa doon sa tapat mismo ng congressional building, sa tapat ng Civil Service Commission. No? At yung sa antay naman, doon sila malapit doon sa South Gate.
Albayalde adds the police on the front lines will be unarmed in dealing with protesters, but their weapons are ready in case of emergency. The president is scheduled to submit to the House of Representatives today the proposed national budget for next year, amounting to 3.767 trillion budget. Secretary Benjamin Diokno says that they want an early start, also saying the proposed 2018 budget is in line with the president's Build, Build, Build initiative. Diokno says the biggest allocation will go to education as well as infrastructure.
We're now halfway through in the 2017 budget, and so we're actually finalizing the 2018, and so we're factoring in what's going on right now in the 2018 budget. So 6 months from now, we'll have a new budget. We will be more careful in evaluating the viability of small projects. Okay, but other than that, we should look at this as a part of a long-term commitment. So maybe a reduction now, we'll pick it up next year or 2019, 2020. So plus we're not giving up on the tax reform. We still have the Philippine Senate and there's still the Conference Committee. So it ain't over till the fat lady sings. So we're not giving up on that tax reform.
So you're still hopeful that
we're still hopeful.
It is the first time in Philippine history that a president is submitting the proposed national budget on the day of the SONA itself.
What do you want to hear from President Duterte during his second State of the Nation address? While we hear your voices.
Nung una, sabi niya po, sa 3 months daw po, ma-resolve na po yung problema sa war on drugs. Pero hanggang ngayon po, madami pa rin pong cases. Ano po yung ginagawa niyang plano para ma-resolve na po, para maging credible siya sa mga sinasabi niya? Kasi ang dami niya pong sinabi na pinangako na oras tsaka buwan na tatapusin niya daw po. Pero hanggang ngayon, problema pa rin po siya.
I want to hear him tackle more about social issues po. Lalo na po yun, mas na pumaano po yung image niya dahil po sa aside from EJK po, parang mas gusto ko po makita na magkaroon din po siya ng resolution on gender equality po. Lalo na po na mas kilala po siya sa pagka-catcall ng mga reporters, ng mga kababaihan po. Parang gusto ko din po kahit pa paano marinig po mag-apologize sa mga rape jokes niya po. I want him to be more serious about his image po.
Here on New Day, coming up, we talk SONA fashion. What should lawmakers be wearing? We tell you in a bit. This is CNN Philippines' in-depth coverage of President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address. We will be right back. Stay with us.
You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation on President Duterte's State of the Nation address. We are less than 10 hours away from the annual address. From the campaign...
Please state your name.
The Duterte administration enacted only 4 laws during its first year. The postponement of the October 2016 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections, the 2017 national budget, and the renewal of franchises of GMA Network and Smart Communications for another 25 years. None from President Duterte's legislative priorities outlined in his first State of the Nation address. 7 other bills passed by Congress are awaiting the President's signature. The extension of Philippine passport validity from 5 to 10 years, end of the driver's license from 3 to 5 years, free Wi-Fi in public areas, free tuition and other fees in state universities and colleges, amendments to the revised penal code, including casinos under the Anti-Money Laundering Act coverage, and raising penalties on hospitals and clinics requiring cash deposit for emergency patients. The administration has a comfortable majority in both houses of Congress, but some contentious priority bills still did not see the light. The House of Representatives passed the bill reviving the death penalty for drug-related crimes in line with the campaign promise of President Duterte. But it still has to pass committee level in the Senate, where it is facing tough opposition. As for the shift to the federal form of government, Senate President Coco Pimentel says Congress is still waiting for Malacanang to form a constitutional commission that will help lawmakers revise the Constitution. The House finally passed the comprehensive tax reform program, but only towards the end of the first regular session in May. The bill is now at the Senate, where lawmakers vowed to address its so-called anti-poor provisions. Another administration measure, the Freedom of Information Bill, is pending in plenary in both houses. House Minority Leader Danilo Suarez explains, debates on contentious bills ate up the time to act on all administration priority measures.
Nagkaroon kasi tayo ng mga highly debatable issue na naubos yung oras natin, katulad ng death penalty.
Then there's extra time devoted to investigations in aid of legislation. Pimentel points out Congress also monitors the performance of government in its oversight function. Among these high-profile investigations, the House probe on the proliferation of illegal drugs inside the National Bilibid prisons, and the Senate probe on the war on drugs. If President Duterte wants to make sure Congress acts on his legislative agenda, he may need to engage his allies more in both houses during his second year in office. Joyce Ila, CNN Philippines.
The police say security will be extra tight for the SONA this afternoon, but they will exercise maximum tolerance for protesters.
Para mapatunayan natin na talagang serious tayo dito sa sinasabi nating maximum tolerance and respect for human rights, no, kahit dito sa ating mga militanteng grupo. At yun namang mga pulis natin ay talagang tinanggal na natin yung kanilang baril, yung baton nila, yung body shield nila, at saka yung shield nila na doon sa, and of course their helmets, no, nasa isang lugar na lang yan just in case na talagang merong insidente o talagang kinakailangan talagang gamitin. Nangako naman sila that they will conduct their protest in a very peaceful manner, no. At tayo naman, sabi naman natin sa kanila, kung talagang meron talagang sa kanilang manakit o maging violent, no, kailangan talagang arestuhin. Meron naman tayo doon na fire trucks at saka yung mobile jails natin coming from BJMP. So far, with regards to terror threat, wala tayong nakukuha, no. Ang concern lang naman natin ngayon is yung pag-bag down ng peace talks, no. Alam naman natin itong mga militanteng grupo, merong leaning sa kabila. So, ito yung mahigpit nating babantayan talaga.
Albayalde adds the PNP has conducted checkpoints and other measures across Metro Manila to address possible threats.
It's 6:30 in the morning. You are watching CNN Philippines in-depth coverage of President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address. The SONA comes after Congress voted to approve the proposed extension of martial law in Mindanao until the end of 2017. In a special joint session, 261 legislators backed the extension while 18 rejected the proposal. And that decision does not sit well with some displaced Marawi residents. They worry this would only worsen their situation. Our George Cahilas has that story.
10 members of the Makaumbang family stay in this small space at the Sagyaran Evacuation Center day and night for more than 2 months now. Young children with coughs and cold are slumped on the mat above the cold floor, while the older ones are playing chess to kill boredom.
Kain, pagkatapos tulog, yun lang. Naglilinis kami din sa labas. Bakit di ka mainip, wala kami sa lugar namin na tahimik.
Lax, the father, has been jobless for 2 months. The war has destroyed his tricycle, their only source of income before hostilities broke in Marawi. Lax can express his frustration as he cannot provide for his family.
Yung mga anak namin maghihingi ng pera, paano kami magbibigay pin sa kanilang pera, wala kaming pera doon. Kaya wala kaming trabaho rito.
And with the extension of martial law, the Makaumbang's fear that things may get worse. During a dialogue between displaced residents and martial law administrator Delfin Lorenzana in Iligan City on Sunday, more Maranaos expressed their opposition against a martial law extension. They silently unfurl their banner with a daring call.
Bakit ayaw namin ang extension ng martial law? Bakit? Dahil the 2 months period of the 60 days na mayroong martial law, naranasan namin ang hirap ng pamumuhay ng isang bakwet at saka isang naalis sa kanyang bayan.
Ang panawagan namin sa Bauti, umalis na kayo sa Marawi City. Panawagan namin, itigil na po ang martial law. Pangatlo, bilisan po natin yung rebuild.
But Lorenzana assures displaced residents that they will not abuse the extension of martial law.
Kahit po siguro walang martial law, nag-evacuate pa rin kayo. Dahil nagulo talaga sa loob. So let us not blame martial law as the reason for the evacuation. It is the fighting that is happening inside Marawi.
Lorenzana says the government feels the sentiments of residents of the war-torn city. But for now, they cannot allow them to be in danger as a firefight drags on. He even asked residents to defer their protest on Monday to a later date. Marawi residents and some religious leaders plan to walk towards the city to protest a martial law extension.
Pwede ba huwag niyong gawin bukas muna yung inyong pagpunta ron? After na ng SONA. Ha? Okay. Pakiusap ko lang yan. Para hindi yung masasabayan ninyo yung baka matabunan lang yung gagawin nyo dyan eh.
Nothing was finalized yet, but both parties are hopeful their respective interests will prevail, as both look for resolutions to the crisis. From Lanao, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
How are foreign investments in the country under the Duterte administration? Is martial law in Mindanao affecting investments? Joining us here in the studio to talk about these is American Chamber of Commerce Philippines Senior Advisor John Forbes. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Claire. Great to be back again.
Nice to have you back. Now, it's been a year under the Duterte administration. What is your assessment on how foreign investments have been so far in the Philippines?
Well, I think they continue to be strong. As you may recall, they started to ramp up to a level above $6 billion a year in 2014, and they stayed pretty much above that level since. That's great compared historically to what they were in the previous decades. On the other hand, there's a lot more foreign investment coming to the region as a whole. So the countries like Vietnam and Malaysia and Indonesia are getting more than the Philippines is. So the potential remains very high to do much better than the $7.9 billion in 2016.
Well, you mentioned that there are investments coming in from other countries. What kind of investors or what sectors or industries are of much interest to these investors? Considering the president's Build, Build, Build initiative?
Well, of course, you know, the Build, Build, Build is focused on doing it through ODA rather than PPP. So there's been a de-emphasis of PPP. That pipeline that was built up under the Aquino administration is basically stalled. So I don't think we're going to see the kind of investments of insurance funds or others coming into PPP. We'll see when they start to roll out some of these large projects and then want to privatize the O&M. Hopefully some investors will, from various countries of Europe or Japan or the United States, will want to come in and be operators of some of the infrastructure projects.
There
continues to be foreign investment interest in the power sector, and of course BPO sector is slowing down a little bit, partly because some of the president's statements early on had to be clarified, but also it's 20% more expensive here than it is in India, and there's some uncertainty now under the train bill whether or not the incentives that have fueled this industry, in addition to the quality workforce and English-speaking workforce, how they will be affected in Train 1, or then we get to Train 2 later this year, where the fiscal incentives will be addressed directly. It creates a little bit of uncertainty for investors.
Okay, you mentioned some of those conditions that could be hampering some investors to come in and invest, but what about other conditions that could prevent greater interest in or affecting foreign investments here in the Philippines?
Well, I don't, I'd rather look at it positively than negatively, because, of course, the Philippines, with a population approaching 105 million, a growing middle class, strong economic growth, which has been above 6%. It could achieve with over the next several years if the bill takes off. I think the administration's goal of 7 or 8% of GDP growth is achievable. The PDP plan has been released, and it's an optimistic and good plan for the future. There are some restraints on foreign investment. Point number 3 of the social economic agenda wants to reduce them, and will hopefully the president may address his plans to do that either in the context of federalism or supporting the Public Services Act or the Retail Trade Act, opening up in that sector to reduce the foreign investment negative lists. That would be very encouraging and lead to more foreign investment.
Mr. Forbes, considering the what's been happening in the country, widespread news around the world on supposed extrajudicial killings, and now martial law down south, is this affecting foreign investors' sentiments? Or what is that doing to the business climate?
Well, that's not positive. It's not positive news, and of course, we all know that bad news sells newspapers in your profession of media, particularly internationally. So there's a public relations challenge, I think, for the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Tourism, to get the other positives that I was referring to out to investors. But new investors talk to old investors, right? There really are no secrets in the investment community. People do due diligence and they check, and they look at the strong potential of the Philippines, which the last administration, this administration, the next administration, the region, 625 million people, one of the fastest growing in the world. So people want to be in the region and in the Philippines. And the American Chamber of Commerce has been here for 115 years. So we have companies that continue to invest proportionally with economic growth in the country.
Okay, we've seen the Philippine peso depreciate against the US dollar. And is this an incentive for foreign investors to come in and invest?
Well, it does make people that are interested in export business, it makes the economy somewhat more positive for investment. I think, I should mention one of the things that the American Chamber of Commerce have been working on for the last 10 years was the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And we're very disappointed that the new U.S. administration has withdrawn the United States from that. But we're somewhat optimistic that the 11 remaining members will go ahead without the United States, and hopefully the United States will eventually join that in regional free trade. Philippines needs a free trade arrangement with the United States. It doesn't have it. It's been talked about since the early 1970s, and there is a danger that if countries like Vietnam get free trade in the United States, Philippines doesn't have it, they'll be disadvantaged.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Okay. All right.
And that was American Chamber of Commerce Philippines Senior Advisor John Forbes joining us this morning. Big day today as President Rodrigo Duterte delivers his second State of the Nation address. We will have in-depth, extensive, and unbiased coverage right here on CNN Philippines. We will also take the President's SONA live as soon as it happens. President Rodrigo Duterte has made history as a man of many firsts, among them the first president from Mindanao, and one with the longest first State of the Nation address. Let's take a look back at the President's first SONA. Our Bitty Borromeo gives us some of the highlights.
We will strive to have a permanent and lasting peace before my term ends. That is my goal. That is my dream.
It was the longest first State of the Nation address of a president in the country's history. What was expected to be a 30-minute speech of President Rodrigo Duterte on July 25, 2016 lasted for 1 hour and 33 minutes with the president's side comments, ad-libs, and jokes. That was a preview of things to come with a non-traditional commander-in-chief. His campaign slogan, "Change is Coming," signaled a departure from the usual ceremonies. For one thing, Mr. Duterte insisted on keeping the dress code to business attire and avoid the usual fashion show, to reflect his modest lifestyle. With his barong sleeves rolled up, Mr. Duterte entered the House of Representatives, where all former presidents were present, except for one, Joseph Estrada, Fidel Ramos, and Gloria Arroyo, minus Noynoy Aquino. Mr. Duterte surprised everyone when, on his way to the podium, he approached and greeted Senator Laila de Lima, one of his fiercest critics. This was also the first time the televised SONA was directed by an independent film director, Brillante Mendoza. Duterte broke from tradition right at the start of his speech with an ad-lib emphasizing the three Mindanaoans up the stage at the Batasang Pambansa: himself, Senate President Coco Pimentel, and House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. The SONA called for change through critical areas like the war on illegal drugs and criminalities, anti-corruption campaign, pushing federalism, finding solutions to Metro Manila's traffic woes, and more jobs. Number of times the president received applause during his first SONA? 93. There were also a lot of laughs at Mr. Duterte's jokes, as well as his frustration with a teleprompter.
In the area of governance, there's a need to strengthen our efforts along this line. Taas mo na. Mataas yung paragraph na yan. Ito. Select the best answer dito. Ang taas nito. Huh? Mabubuang ka.
There was also quite a bit of mumbling.
Hindi yung, kumari ko man ito. Damat Maria.
Overall, it was a classic, authentic Duterte speech. Tough talk, jovial, full of candor and sincerity, and from the heart.
We are imbued with resiliency that has been tested and proven. We have to help each other, for then and only then can we truly prevail.
Mitzi Borromeo, CNN Philippines.
Another dress-down event. We won't be seeing the usual red carpet affair. The president says high-end designer fashion is out and simple business attire is in.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That there will be no red carpet this time around. President Duterte wants it simple, business attire.
Yeah, I think I like that because they will be having their sessions this morning. And then from there, they're going to be heading on to the State of the Nation address. So I think it's only but appropriate that they're all dressed like for the whole day.
Exactly. So we are definitely looking forward to that. Again, that's later on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So stay tuned and stay with us here on CNN Philippines.
Once again, this is a CNN Philippines special presentation of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. Still to come, how far has the Duterte administration come with its controversial war on drugs? We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Welcome back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation on President Duterte's State of the Nation address. And we are only about 9.5 hours away from the annual address. We have extensive coverage with live reports and in-depth analysis all throughout the day. The National Police stands firm. There will be no let-up in the administration's war on drugs as it enters its second year. In a one-on-one interview with CNN Philippines, PNP Chief Director General Ronald De La Rosa said that they will remain relentless in its war against illegal drugs to reduce the country's crime rate. De La Rosa reported the rate of index crimes such as murder, rape, and theft went down to 27% compared to last year.
Continuous pa rin. Diyan pa rin kami nakatutok sa war on drugs. Kasi pag hindi mo ma-eliminate yung droga, yung krimen nandyan pa rin. So pag na-eliminate yung droga, ma-bring to the minimal level yung krimen. It's going on smoothly. Okay naman. At yung mga agam-agam ng mga taong bayan na maraming mga pinapatay ng pulis, yun naman ay nadi-disprove natin by the number of arrests na nahuli natin, no? Ang dami. Ang dami. Hindi naman pinapatay lahat. Namamatay lang yung lumalaban at nakipagbarilan sa pulis. Pero yung hindi lumalaban, nahuhuli naman, hindi namamatay.
In just a few hours, President Duterte will address the nation live at Batasang Pambansa. Join us for an extensive and in-depth coverage of the President's second State of the Nation address live at 4 p.m. Police is gearing up for protests outside the Batasang Pambansa for the SONA this afternoon. Our Ivy SONA reports from there. Hi Ivy, how are security preparations going?
Claire, police officials say security measures are well in place here at the Batasang complex ahead of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. Policemen spend the night here while military troops arrive as early as 3 in the morning. Over 6,000 policemen will be deployed to secure Batasang Pambansa, all of whom unarmed, meaning no shields or any kind of weapon. But these things are also kept in a specific area where police can easily get these items in case of emergency. A sufficient number of troops from the Army, Navy, and Air Force are also here to augment police units. The number of security forces is a lot bigger now compared from Mr. Duterte's SONA in 2016. But authorities say there's no security threat for this year's SONA. Protesters will be allowed up to the south gate of the Batasan complex. In fact, some groups have set up their own platforms as early as 12 midnight. Around 15,000 protesters from leftist groups like Bayan Muna, Migrante, and the National Union of Students of the Philippines are expected to do a people's SONA. The police warn they will be forced to arrest militants who will go overboard. Claire.
That was Ivy SONA reporting from the Batasang Pambansa complex.
You're already talking about the SONA online, and here are some of your posts. Mr. Y says, sana magkaroon ng online job hiring ang government departments para kahit yung malalayo sa NCR nakaka-apply. Hashtag SONA 2017, hashtag P. Duterte. Jenna wants to hear a very good and reasonable update about Marawi. She also wants to know how she and her family can go back home ASAP. Andrew Kremer says he wants to hear a good and efficient mass transportation plan for Metro Manila. Noel Dolor hopes the president will discuss the benefits of the country's independent foreign policy, particularly in strengthening our ties with Russia and China. And Adsinoho says, I only know what I don't want to hear. No cussing, no rape jokes, and no inciting impunity. Don't miss these stories. Renowned director Brillante Mendoza is back for President Duterte's second SONA. What can we expect as he calls the shots again? We're back in a moment. This is New Day.
This is a special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address right here on CNN Philippines. Expect a different reception to the president's speech this time. Authorities estimate 15,000 protesters will stage throughout the day. Militant groups also staged rallies last year, but these were peaceful and in support of President Duterte. The PNP says it will exercise maximum tolerance for protesters. It is deploying more men to keep the peace for the president's second SONA. They are mobilizing about 6,000 policemen, about 2,000 more than last year.
Change is coming, at least on how the second State of the Nation address of President Duterte will be directed. Our CN Arcangel has more.
Award-winning director Brillante Mendoza will be using a greater variety of shots when he directs President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address next Monday. This after getting Malacanang's approval to place more cameras inside the session hall of Batasang Pambansa. Mendoza says as many as 18 cameras will be placed inside the session hall to capture not only the president as he is speaking, but also the audience's reactions. With his setup, Mendoza says Filipinos will see less of the low-angle shots for which he was criticized last year, though he cannot promise it will be gone.
This time, I think mas makakapture, for instance, no, yung ibang angulo pag nagsasalita ang presidente, especially kapag nakikinig yung mga tao. Ang sabi lang nila, kung pwedeng maiwasan na yung masyadong low angle. Sabi ko, tingnan natin kung hindi na kailangan. Sabi ko, siguro hindi naman siya totally mawawala.
Despite having more cameras and using dramatic lighting, Mendoza says his direction of the SONA will be simple. In between live shots of the speech, the acclaimed director will be showing photos of Duterte's activities for the past year. And while he will get a chance to read the president's SONA around an hour before it is delivered, Mendoza says he is ready in case Duterte veers from his speech or even curses.
Basically, everything is like on the spot, no? On the spot decision. So, sanay naman ako sa ganun, no? Kung ano man yung gagawin niya, I'll capture it. I don't have to hide anything. Kasi siya yun eh.
Mendoza was adjudged Best Director for his film Kinatay at the 62nd Cannes Film Festival. His 2009 film Lola won the award for Best Film at the 6th Dubai International Film Festival. Just like last year, Mendoza will be directing the SONA free of charge. Cian Arcangel, CNN Philippines.
You're watching a special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. Well, still to come, our correspondent gives us the situation outside the Batasang Pambansa. Stay tuned.
You're back with us on CNN Philippines. I'm Claire Saldran.
Good morning again. I'm Andre Felix.
And I'm Christine Jacobs-Sandejas. All day, we will have in-depth, extensive, and unbiased coverage of President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address.
That's right.
That's right. And this is the second. People are really looking forward to it. We've heard already some of your questions and comments and what you would like to hear from the President this time around. So just keep keep sending them to us, and we'll be reading some of your comments later on.
Yes, that's right. And also, once again, we were talking about the attire for this year's SONA, where President Duterte just wants to keep it simple and business attire, and we will have more updates on that.
So those would be the highlights that people are going to be watching, would be the attire, and of course, Mendoza's directing the State of the Nation, and also what the President will actually say. And people are looking forward to saying, I hope he says this and not this, and how he's going to actually insert his ad-libs. And it's going to be an interesting watch later on.
That's right. Well, you're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation on President Duterte's State of the Nation address. Here again are the top stories for today.
All roads leading to Batasang Pambansa. We are hours away from President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address. But not everyone is happy with the administration. Protesters take Duterte to task for what they see as broken promises. And Congress is back in session. On the table, tax reform, federalism, and the Bangsamoro Basic Law, among other legislative priorities.
President Duterte likes to keep his SONA simple. So how did government prepare for his second address? Details from AC Nichols.
Once a year, politicians, businessmen, and other personalities fill the halls of the Batasang Pambansa for the State of the Nation address. It is the country's biggest red carpet event, with glitz and glamour among the guests. But that changed last year when President Duterte set a strictly business attire dress code. And this decorum stays this year. Guests are advised to keep it simple.
Even if it's a formal event na nandiyan ng Presidente, ang sabi nga ni Speaker, this is still a working day. Kaya sila nandito nagtatrabaho to listen to the President. Now, syempre, yung isusuot naman nila, presentable. It could be Filipiniana dress. Kung maiwasan lang yung mga long gown. So, Filipiniana dress or business attire.
President Duterte is scheduled to arrive at the Batasang Pambansa by land or air at around 2:30 in the afternoon or earlier. Guests should be arriving around 1 p.m. Doors to the session hall will open by 2. The event is strictly by invitation. By 3:30 or half an hour before the President delivers his speech, doors to the plenary hall will be closed.
Yung malate, di na makakapasok. No? So those who were late, dadalhin sila sa North Lounge. No, doon sila manonood na lang sa through our visual television.
This year, award-winning director Brillante Mendoza is using 18 cameras for a wide variety of shots during the president's address.
Ang sabi lang nila, kung pwedeng maiwasan na yung masyadong low angle. Sabi ko, tingnan natin kung hindi na kailangan. Sabi ko, siguro hindi naman siya totally mawawala.
Authorities expect SONA Day to go by smoothly, despite the usual protest rallies on the road leading to the Batasan on the same day. Traffic could be a problem though, so rerouting plans will be carried out.
Policy ni President Duterte ever since na ayaw niya na nakaka-disrupt ng traffic just because may activity sila. So, yung paglagay nga ng concrete barriers, so medyo siya hindi pa niya gusto yun, pero we have yung police din naman natin, they have their work cut out for them na kailangan nila yon. Pero yung container bans like before, we don't have that.
In the meantime, Malacanang is keeping silent on topics of the presidential speech and its length.
As far as I know, there will at least be one run-through for him. And basically, it's all making sure that his message is what we all know already what he's done. So it will be basically a summary of what has happened in the past, a clarification of his position, and looking forward.
Whatever the president ends up talking about, presidential spokesman Ernesto Abella says for sure it will come from the heart. AC Nichols, CNN Philippines.
Uniformed personnel who are tasked to secure the SONA attended a mass Sunday. In their prayers, a peaceful SONA. National Police Chief Ronald De La Rosa assures the public the PNP is ready. They'll make sure no violence will flare up.
Okay lang, we are prepared. Kahit na marami sila, basta behave naman sila at wala silang gagawing masama, we don't have to be afraid of them. We are all Filipinos.
The police assures the public the police will have maximum tolerance and respect for human rights for groups holding protests outside the Batasang Pambansa. Leftist groups are starting to assemble in different parts of Manila and Quezon City before they march the Batasang Pambansa. Some of them have been camping out at the Quezon Memorial Circle since Sunday night. Our Rex Remitio is there reporting live. Rex, what is the situation there so far?
Authorities are expecting about 15,000 protesters will go to areas near the Batasan complex. They're protesting what they call President Duterte's bloody yet failed war on drugs and his first year in office. And they're also saying that this is totally different from last year's peaceful protests by militant groups supporting the president. But this time, things have turned the other way around with the collapse of the peace talks between the government and the communists. Here at the Quezon Memorial Circle, militants are making final touches on their placards and programs. They are coming from different sectoral groups such as Bayan, Anak Pawis, and Kadamay, among others. Protesters are pointing out the failure of the president to end contractualization and alleviate poverty among farmers, among others. The leftist groups are also opposing the extension of martial law in Mindanao until end of year. They claim this will lead to abuses and encourage the military to violate human rights of civilians. They're also calling on the president to resume the peace talks between the government and the communists. In a few hours, militants from here will converge from other groups coming from Menjola and march towards the Batasan. And they're hoping the police will respect their human rights and freedom to assembly. Back to you.
That was Rex Remitio reporting from Quezon City. Armed Forces Western Mindanao Commander Lieutenant General Carlito Galvez says that there are plans of suicide bombings inside and outside Marawi City.
Po silang mga attempt na ginagawa nila, tumatakbo sila sundalo, nagkano ng granada. Kaya doon namatay kami ng malaki kahapon.
During a dialogue with the displaced residents of Marawi City on Sunday, Galvez says some remaining Maute fighters inside the battle zone are not just ordinary ISIS members, but full-fledged ISIS members. Galvez earlier said that about 10 foreign fighters are still inside Marawi City. And among them could be veterans from Mosul, Iraq. The military says battle in Marawi gets more intense as they inch towards the remaining Maute layers.
The president is scheduled to submit to the House of Representatives today the proposed national budget for next year, amounting to 3.767 trillion budget. Budget Secretary Benjamin Diokno says they want an early start, also saying the proposed 2018 budget is in line with the president's Build, Build, Build initiative. Diokno says the biggest allocation will go to education as well as infrastructure.
Yeah, we're now halfway through in the 2017 budget, and so we're actually finalizing the 2018, and so we're factoring in what's going on right now in the 2018 budget. So 6 months from now, we'll have a new budget. We will be more careful in evaluating the viability of small projects. Okay, but other than that, we should look at this as a part of a long-term commitment. So maybe a reduction now, we'll pick it up next year or 2019, 2020. So plus we're not giving up on the tax reform. We still have the Philippine Senate and there's still the Conference Committee. So it ain't over till the fat lady sings. So we're not giving up on that tax
So you're still
reform.
hopeful that
We're
the
still hopeful
original
that-
version of the
yes,
tax reform may still be passed?
May still be passed.
It's the first time in Philippine history that a president is submitting the proposed national budget on the day of the SONA itself. Ahead of the SONA this afternoon, the House of Representatives is also set to open its second regular session this morning. Joyce Ilas is at the House of Representatives. So Joyce, what do you expect to happen this morning?
After a 2-month break, the House of Representatives is expected to go back to legislative work this morning. At 10 a.m. today, the lower chamber is expected to open the second regular session or the second year of the 17th Congress. House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez is expected to deliver his opening remarks to welcome the House members back to work today. He is also expected to enumerate the accomplishments of the chamber during the first regular session or their first year in office and state the legislative priorities for this Congress's second regular session. Another highlight of today's morning session is the oath-taking of 2 new members of the House of Representatives. Coalition of Associations of Senior Citizens Party List Representatives Francisco Datol Jr. and Milagros Aquino Magsaysay. This oath-taking was a year late due to an internal issue within the party list group, which submitted 2 sets of nominees to the Commission on Elections. Lastly, the House of Representatives is expected to adopt a resolution to notify the President that it is now ready to hear his second State of the Nation address. This session will then be adjourned, but only until 4 in the afternoon to hear the President's second SONA. Christine?
Well, Joyce, it looks like it's a busy morning at the House of Representatives. So how are the preparations there for the big event, the second SONA of the President this afternoon?
We're still about 9 hours away from the second SONA of the President, but as early as now, security here is already very tight. We see more security personnel from the gate of the Batasan complex and even here inside the main building of the House of Representatives. Now, the morning session is open to the public, but House officials say that as soon as the morning session ends, they would require everyone to leave the plenary hall because the Presidential Security Group will inspect the plenary hall in preparation for the SONA of the President this afternoon. Christine?
That was Joyce Ilas reporting from the House of Representatives. You're watching CNN Philippines special presentation on President Duterte's State of the Nation address. We are less than 9 hours away from the annual address. So all day today, we have extensive coverage with live reports and in-depth analysis. Still to come, a first in Philippine history, Congress votes to extend martial law. Be right back. Stay tuned to New Day.
This is a special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address right here on CNN Philippines. Expect a different reception to the president's speech this time. Authorities estimate 15,000 protesters will stage throughout the day. Militant groups also staged rallies last year, but these were peaceful and in support of President Duterte. The PNP says it will exercise maximum tolerance for protesters. It is deploying more men to keep the peace for the president's second SONA. They are mobilizing about 6,000 policemen, about 2,000 more than last year. The Armed Forces says there are plans of suicide bombings inside and outside Marawi City. To give us an update, we talked to Armed Forces Western Mindanao Commander Lieutenant General Carlito Galvez. Good morning, sir. Thanks for taking our call.
Thank you. Good morning, Paul.
Sir, give us an update on reports that terrorists in the south are planning a suicide bombing inside and outside Marawi City.
Specifically, walang sinabi na suicide bombing. Ang lang natin is there's a possibility considering that our enemy now is now moving in a very close confined area, and they wanted to make some distractions by having some sort of bomb attacks. This suicide bombing is very possible with the indications that there are some ISIS member present in the area.
Mm-hmm. How did we learn about this possible bombing?
I believe we have some received information that some of the leaders of the multi group have indicated that they will conduct bombings inside the main battle area.
Kailan daw?
We cannot say because I believe we are now preparing on our major assaults, and we believe that considering that the enemy is now confined to 700 area, they are planning a desperate move to ram our soldiers with some suicidal terrorists.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of preparations, how is the military planning to deal with these supposed so-called suicide bombings?
We alerted our forces inside the main battle area and also at the cleared area, and also my 6 joint task forces. I already contacted our commanders to stay vigilant because it is very possible that these terrorists will also have a spillover of terrorist attack in these areas.
Mm-hmm. A spillover meaning where? Outside, inside Marawi City, and where possibly outside of Marawi? Which areas are you looking into na posibleng magkaroon ng bombings?
Possibility pa rin talaga yung Samperan area and also yung Iligan. Yan target po nila. Originally, they targeted Iligan. That's why we have a very constricted checkpoint operations on those areas, and also we made some measures to really thwart any possible attacks.
Mm-hmm. Sir, how many more Maute fighters are inside Marawi?
I believe they are now reduced to less than 100.
Okay. How about foreign fighters?
Foreign fighters, I believe less or more 10 fighters present in the battle area.
Mm-hmm. Can you give us an update, sir, on where is the military in terms of the fight against the Maute group? Kamusta na yung laban dyan?
We are now in the second phase wherein we are now preparing already for the recovery of the unexploded ammunitions, and also we are preparing for the possible return in the immediate future of the evacuees.
Okay, maraming salamat ho.
Maraming salamat din po.
That was Armed Forces Western Mindanao Commander Lieutenant General Carlito Galvez. A first in Philippine history, Congress votes to approve the proposed extension of martial law in Mindanao until the end of 2017.
The motion to extend the proclamation of martial law and the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus is hereby approved by the Congress.
In a special joint session, 261 legislators backed the extension, while 18 rejected the proposal. On the part of the Senate, 16 were in favor of the extension, 4 were against. These are Senators Bam Aquino, Frank Drilon, Risa Ontiveros, and Kiko Pangilinan. Meanwhile, 245 representatives voted in favor, while 14 others opposed the extension. Members of the Senate and House of Representatives met for 7 hours at the Batasang Pambansa. Top security officials explained they want martial law for Mindanao to combat not only the terrorists in Marawi, but also the estimated 1,200 extremists in the country who pledged allegiance to ISIS. Over 500 Abu Sayyaf members in Sulu and Basilan, and about 400 members of the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters in Maguindanao. Lawmakers argued some actions can be done even without declaring martial law in Mindanao. But in the end, majority backed President Duterte's request. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation of the President's second State of the Nation address. We'll be back after a quick break. You're watching a special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address right here on CNN Philippines. That speech is happening amid a crisis in Marawi City and martial law in Mindanao. But amid the fighting come stories of hope. Our George Cahilas tells us more.
I feel very sorry for you and I sad for what you're going to.
From a child to a fellow child, these young evacuees read letters from students in Metro Manila expressing their innocent concerns for people affected by the ongoing crisis in Marawi City.
Sana po ay kayo'y nakakapagpahinga po. Sana po matapos ang labanan ito ng payapa. Hindi po kami bitaw. Huwag po kayong mag-alala. Mahal po namin kayo.
For 6th grader Rahima Naim, the message in the letter she received from someone she doesn't know means a lot to her. It somehow eases the pain in her young heart, experiencing the horrors of war.
Masaya dahil naramdaman ko na mahal nila yung mahal nila kami.
That's the same reason why teacher Rina Araneta brought these letters from Metro Manila all the way to this evacuation site in Sagyaran town. Araneta says children are highly vulnerable to this kind of situation and they need to feel the love and care from others.
To make kids happy, and if the kids are happy, then we're ensured that 10 years from now they'll be better citizens, rather than if they're traumatized, they'll be destructive.
Araneta says what's important in times like this is that people show their concern to those who are in need, no matter how far they are from each other. From Lanao del Sur, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
The second regular session of the 17th Congress will formally open today. Cecil Ardizabal is at the Senate. Cecil, what are we expecting when Congress opens later at 10 a.m.?
Good morning, Claire. If you can recall that during the first regular session of the 17th Congress, there were 24 complete senators. During that session, we've seen a lot of action. We've seen a lot of drama over the course of time. But now, with the opening of the second regular session of the 17th Congress, there are 23 senators remaining. Take note that Senator Laila de Lima is detained, and another senator, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, has been designated as a Foreign Affairs Secretary by the President. So we're going to be seeing only 22 senators on the floor. Now, as far as priority legislation is concerned, there are some priority bills which are expected to be passed into law within the year, and that includes the National ID System, the end of contractualization, or ENDO. There is also the National Transport Act, which aims to solve the problem of traffic and transport in the country. Another priority bill is the Anti-Cybercrime Act and the Ease of Doing Business, which aims to make it easier for businessmen to do business here in the country. Of course, there's also the tax reform bill, which we know has been submitted on third and final reading at the House of Representatives, but is going through a rocky road here at the Senate. The President also requested legislators to pass priority measures such as as the 50 billion peso trust fund for the families of the soldiers who perished in the battle, and also the amendment or amendments to the National Procurement Act, which aims to make it easier for the armed forces to procure whenever they find it necessary. So those are just some of the priority bills that we are expecting to be tackled here at the upper chamber. Claire.
Cecil, there were some controversial hearings that were concluded in the first regular session that, according to reports, will be reopened. Could you tell us more about this?
Senator Panfilo Lacson had said that he might conduct an investigation into the reinstatement of Superintendent Marvin Marcos. If you can recall, Marcos and his men were implicated in the death of former Albuera Leyte Mayor Rolando Espinosa. It was the committee of Senator Panfilo Lacson that concluded that there was premeditated killing of Espinosa by Marcos and his men. And another controversial issue is the Mama Sapano massacre. There were a lot of questions raised to Senator Dick Gordon, as the chairman of the Justice Committee here, if he's going to conduct another investigation on that. But of course, you can recall that it was the committee of Senator Grace Poe that concluded that the former president, Noynoy Aquino, had a big culpability on that matter, and now he is facing charges because of that. And so those are just two of some of the controversial issues that we're going to be waiting if they will be tackled here at the Senate. So just let's wait for these developments to unfold here. Claire.
That was Cecil Lardizabal reporting from the Senate.
Breaking news on CNN Philippines. President Duterte will hold a press conference in Congress right after his SONA. This is another first for the president.
Yeah, so then again, for some of you who just tuned in a few minutes ago, we are going to be covering the President's second State of the Nation address the entire day today, so please stay tuned. But the actual SONA will be happening at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
That's right.
Okay, well, that's it for us this Monday, July 24th. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Christine Jacobs-Sendejas.
New Day's back tomorrow at 6 on the dot. I'm Andre Felix.
And I'm Clara Saldran. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. We have extensive coverage of President Duterte's second SONA with live reports and in-depth analysis all throughout the day. Have a great day. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. I'm Claire Saldran. All roads lead to the Batasang Pambansa today for President Duterte's speech, and all protests are headed that way too. CNN Philippines is at the heart of the story. Our Rex Remitio is monitoring protesters marching from the Quezon Memorial Circle, and our Ivy Saunar is at Commonwealth Avenue. Let's go first to our Rex Remitio. Rex, what's happening there now?
More and more protesters are gathering at Quezon Memorial Circle ahead of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. Different sectoral groups coming from Central and Southern Luzon have just arrived, and they're coming mostly in batches, and they're now standing on the two outermost lanes of Elliptical Road, inviting motorists to join their protest. And they're holding banners, mostly calling out the armed forces for its so-called militarization of the countryside. And this is also causing moderate to heavy traffic a while ago on the portion of Agrarian Reform Department along Elliptical Road. Militants are making final touches on their placards and programs. In a few hours, protesters here will converge militant groups coming from Menjola and march towards Batasan. They're hoping the police will respect their human rights and their freedom to assemble. Authorities are expecting about 15,000 protesters will go to areas near the Batasan complex. This is totally different from last year's peaceful protest of militant groups supporting the president. But this time, things have turned the other way around with the collapse of peace talks between the government and communists. protesters are also pointing out the failure of the president to end contractualization and alleviate poverty among farmers, among others. The leftist groups are also opposing the extension of martial law in Mindanao until end of year. They say that this will just worsen human rights abuses, especially on civilians. And they're also calling on President Duterte to resume the peace talks between the government and communists. Claire.
Rex, how's the traffic situation there so far?
Well, as of now, it went back to light to moderate, but a while ago, the picket line of the protesters caused moderate to heavy traffic, and authorities have also allowed 3 lanes on the northbound lane of the Commonwealth Avenue for protesters, but they're only allowed to march until the 200-meter buffer zone from the gates of Batasang Pambansa. Claire.
That was Rex Ramitio reporting from Quezon City. Let's go now to our Ivy Saunar. Ivy, what can you tell us?
Clear security is heightened at the Batasan complex ahead of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. Policemen who spent the night here are now on standby, along with military troops who arrive as early as 3 in the morning today. Over 6,000 policemen were deployed to secure Batasang Pambansa, all of them unarmed, meaning no shields or any kind of weapon. But these things are also kept in a specific area where police can easily get these in case of emergency. A sufficient number of troops from the Army, Navy, and Air Force are also here to augment police units. The number of security forces is a lot bigger now compared from Mr. Duterte's SONA in 2016, but authorities say there's no security threat for this year's SONA. Protesters will be allowed up to the south gate of the Batasan complex. In fact, some groups have set up their own platforms as early as 12 midnight, and some groups have actually started to arrive here. Around 15,000 protesters from leftist groups like Bayan Muna, Migrante, and the National Union of Students of the Philippines are expected to do a people's SONA. The police warn they will be forced to arrest militants who will go overboard. Meanwhile, motorists may experience heavy traffic along Commonwealth Avenue later in the day. So, motorists are advised to take alternate routes instead. If you're coming from Commonwealth Avenue, turn right at Fair Lane, right at Dahlia Avenue, then left at Chestnut, then straight to Sauya Road to Mindanao Avenue to destination. Next, if you're coming from SM Fairview or Robinsons, you should take Quirino Highway, head straight to Mindanao Avenue to destination. And finally, if you're coming from Fairview or Mindanao Avenue, turn right at Jordan Plains, straight to Quirino Highway to Mindanao Avenue to your point of destination. Clear?
That was Ivy Saunar reporting from Quezon City. Uniformed personnel who are tasked to secure the SONA attended a mass Sunday, and there they prayed that the president's speech will be peaceful. National Police Chief Ronald De La Rosa assures the public the PNP is ready. They'll make sure no violence will flare up.
Okay lang, we are prepared. Kahit na marami sila, basta behave naman sila at wala silang gagawing masama. We don't have to be afraid of them. We are all Filipinos.
The police assures the public they will have maximum tolerance and respect for human rights for groups holding protests outside the Batasang Pambansa. A first in Philippine history, Congress votes to approve the proposed extension of martial law in Mindanao until the end of 2017.
The motion to extend the proclamation of martial law and the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus is hereby approved by the Congress.
In a special joint session, 261 legislators backed the extension while 18 rejected the proposal. On the part of the Senate, 16 were in favor of the extension, 4 were against. These are Senators Bam Aquino, Frank Drilon, Risa Ontiveros, and Kiko Pangilinan. Meanwhile, 245 representatives voted in favor, while 14 others opposed the extension. Members of the Senate and House of Representatives met for 7 hours at the Batasang Pambansa. Top security officials explained they want martial law for Mindanao to combat not only the terrorists in Marawi, but also the estimated 1,200 extremists in the country who pledged allegiance to ISIS. Over 500 Abu Sayyaf members in Sulu and Basilan and about 400 members of the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters in Maguindanao. Lawmakers argued some actions can be done even without declaring martial law in Mindanao. But in the end, majority backed President Duterte's request. President Duterte made a number of promises in his first State of the Nation address. He vowed to fight crime, corruption, and end illegal drugs, as well as contractualization. Our Ina Andalong takes a closer look at how much has been done since last year's SONA.
Let's begin with issues which directly affect consumers. In his first SONA, the president promised faster internet speed and free Wi-Fi access in public areas like parks, schools, government hospitals, and airports.
Wi-Fi access shall be provided at no charge in selected public places.
So far, there's free Wi-Fi in airports and MRT stations on EDSA. Internet speed in the country, though, is still among the slowest in Asia. He also promised to ease traffic in Metro Manila through a number of means, like intensifying anti-colorum and out-of-line campaigns against illegal public transport, and using secondary routes with the help of local governments. It's unclear what's become of these. What's clear, roads are still congested as ever. He promised to increase the number of MRT trains from 16 to 20 coaches. This hasn't happened yet as well. The Transportation Department says 48 new cars ordered from China by the previous administration will be unusable for the next 3 years. It's still unclear when the new coaches will arrive.
Siguro before the end of the year, makakapatagpo tayo ng mga 4 pa, di ba?
There are promises that are close to getting fulfilled, like the extension of the validity of driver's licenses from 3 to 5 years. The Land Transportation Office says this may begin in August. Another, the extension of the passport validity from 5 to 10 years. The bill proposing this is now up for deliberation at a bicameral conference committee with senators and congressmen, the last stage before Congress ratifies a common version for the president's signing. President Duterte also vowed to come up with a more equitable tax system. A new tax system which lowers personal income tax while raising taxes on vehicles, fuel, and sweets is in the works. The administration-backed tax reform bill was passed on third and final reading in the House of Representatives. The ball is now in the hands of the Senate. Moving on to the war on drugs and crime, President Duterte vowed to be relentless in his drug war, which so far led to the killing of 3,200 drug offenders. He did come up with an interagency committee on illegal drugs, as he said he would, and used military camps as drug rehab centers. Case in point, Fort Magsaysay and Nueva Ecija, where a mega drug rehab center was put up. In his first SONA, the president also ordered the National Police Commission to fast-track the investigation and adjudication of police officers involved in crimes. NAPOLCOM's 2016 year-end report says it has resolved 260 summary dismissal cases filed against officers. But high-profile cases, like that of Superintendent Marvin Marcos, who was reinstated, has raised doubts among lawmakers on whether or not the president is serious in going after abusive cops. Marcos headed the team that served the search warrant for former Albuera Leyte mayor and drug lord Rolando Espinosa in jail, and ended up killing him.
I will never allow a military man, a government man, a policeman na makukulong for doing his duty and obeying my order.
President Duterte established corruption hotline 8888 and formed the task force on media killings. On peace and security, the president called for a ceasefire with communists. But to this day, government forces continue to fight the NPA.
Can you just stop fighting for a while?
He vowed to pass the Bangsamoro Basic Law. He just got the draft measure last week and vowed to fully support the measure as it goes to lawmakers. He says he wants it passed before the year ends. On foreign relations, the president said he wanted to develop partnerships with other nations. Under his watch, the Philippines made new friends in Russia and China, which both offered assistance in the Marawi siege. The country has also been working closely with neighbors Indonesia and Malaysia, particularly in fighting terrorism and crime at sea. Ina Andalong, CNN Philippines.
Stay with us here on CNN Philippines for today's in-depth and unbiased coverage of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. Coming up, how did President Duterte fare in terms of his foreign policy? We're having an expert over to give us an idea. Back after a quick break, stay with us. This is a special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address right here on CNN Philippines. That speech is happening amid crisis in Mindanao. Armed Forces Western Mindanao Commander Lieutenant General Carlito Galvez says that there are plans of suicide bombings inside and outside Marawi City.
Po silang mga attempt na ginagawa nila, tumatakbo sila sundalo, nagkano ng granada. Kaya doon namatayan kami ng malaki kahapon.
During a dialogue with displaced residents of Marawi City on Sunday, Galvez says some remaining Maute fighters inside the battle zone are not just ordinary ISIS members, but full-fledged ISIS members. Galvez earlier said that about 10 foreign fighters are still inside Marawi City, and among them could be veterans from Mosul, Iraq. The military says battle in Marawi gets more intense as they inch towards the remaining Maute liars. I earlier spoke to Galvez for an update on the situation, and he says less than 100 Maute members and about 10 foreign fighters are still inside Marawi City.
Walang sinabi na suicide bombing. Ang lang natin is there's a possibility considering that our enemy now is now moving in a very close confined area, and they wanted to make some distractions by having some sort of bomb attacks. This suicide bombing is very possible with the indications that there are some ISIS member present in the area. We have some received information that some of the leaders of the Maute group have indicated that they will conduct bombings inside the main battle area. We cannot say because I believe we are now preparing on our major assaults, and we believe that considering that the enemy is now confined to 700 to 700 area, they are planning a desperate move to ram our soldiers with some suicidal terrorists. We alerted our forces inside the main battle area and also at the cleared area, and also my 6 joint task forces. I already contacted our commanders to stay vigilant because it is very possible that these terrorists will also have a spillover of terrorist attack in these areas.
Galvez assures the public the military is beefing up security and checkpoints, especially in Iligan City, to thwart possible attacks. In other news, one of President Duterte's promises is the end of contractualization, or the so-called ENDO. In March, the Labor Department laid down stricter rules against ENDO. Within a year of the Duterte administration, DOLE says it has seen 49,000 workers regularized. Despite this, labor group Kilusang Mayo Uno says the government has failed to end all forms of contractualization.
Ipinagpapatuloy nito ang contractualizations at pag-hire ng mga manggagawa sa ahensya, sa agency.
Yeah, yung third party
yung
or
third party provider. So hindi po natapos. Ang demands po ng mga manggagawa, dapat regular kami sa principal na kumpanya para ma-exercise namin
direkta
yung aming
dun sa employer.
Opo. Direkta sa employer. Walang agency, walang third party kasi pagka sa third party, hindi ho namin maisasagawa yung mga democratic rights namin. Halimbawa, hindi kami makakapag-union sa agency, hindi kami makakipag-CBA, lalong hindi makakapag-strike.
ENDO is the practice by employers giving 5-month contracts to employees so that they can avoid giving benefits once the workers are regularized. And how did President Duterte fare in terms of his foreign policy? Here with us in the studio is attorney Jemay Gatdula. He is an international law lecturer from the University of Asia and the Pacific. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Now, at the start of his term, the president had said that he will have an independent foreign policy. So this means less of the United States and probably more stronger, better relations with other countries like we've seen China and Russia. So how would you assess this policy and how it played out within the last year?
On paper, it would have been a good idea. It is one of those things that are actually that's something that President Duterte did not create. It's something already written in the Constitution. Unfortunately, independent foreign policy was interpreted as some sort of a separation from the United States, which it should not have been really. Perhaps something as more of a detachment from other countries, the ability to be able to chart our own course. But, well, it has taken that kind of a meaning, at least as far as this administration is concerned. overall, I would say it's probably mixed. The policy of having better relations with China and Russia had been a long time coming, and it's good for the president to have done that. On the other hand, the execution left a lot of things to be desired. There had been a lot of words that perhaps he should not have said, and some actuations that he could have better left off not doing. Still, bottom line, as I said, it's a bit mixed. We're in the first year of that policy, and usually foreign policy is something that runs through several years in the making, and so we'll probably have to wait and see whether or not this reaps the benefits that the president himself has envisioned for the country.
So his approach in forming stronger and better relations with countries like China and Russia, what is your assessment on that? How did he do?
Well, it was actually, he probably struck the right notes as far as China and Russia is concerned. The problem is that in doing so, he had to say or do certain things that were not so friendly to our traditional ally, which is the United States. That could have been avoided. And we know it could have been avoided because of the fact that, President Marcos was able to do that in the 70s, when he was able to do a juggling act between the Americans, then the Chinese, and also with regard to the Russians. And essentially what President Duterte is doing is reviving that foreign policy. It's the seeming antagonism and the hostility that he has expressed towards the Westerners, the EU and the US, which I would have to reiterate is quite unnecessary. On the other hand, in terms of our security needs, as far as our economic needs, definitely to have a relationship with China and Russia, especially with Russia, is something to our benefit. On the other hand,
have you seen it benefit us so far?
It would, because of the fact that you have to consider that a lot of the things that he's doing right now is a bit of a corrective from the things that happened during the Aquino administration. We could have achieved some more of the benefits quite faster or earlier if these things had been done quite earlier as well. Right now, what he's trying to do is trying to at least slow down or decelerate whatever negative effects that have happened, particularly in the hostilities that have happened between the Aquino administration and China. And so the fact that he has been able to slow down those hostilities is already an achievement. Now, whether or not he can take advantage of it is something that we have to see in the next 5 years. But in the end, he started off with a shock and awe type of diplomacy. But eventually he has to go down to the brass tacks. If you're talking of specific actual benefits that the country has achieved right now, a lot of it is perception. That's still important. There are a lot of economic agreements or promises that were made vis-a-vis the Philippines, but again, these are just promises. Now, whether or not we reap them is something that we'll see in the next 5 years.
Speaking of economic agreements, he did travel to 21, he had 21 foreign trips within the last year. And can you give us an assessment of how he did in these trips?
That's the thing. I mean, he makes these trips. He does a lot of foreign policy activities or what have you. But I think more or less, and this is something that I think we probably have to understand, his audience is really not the foreigners. His audience is really more on the Filipinos. So every time that, for example, he utters words that are seemingly hostile to the Americans, and I think the Americans understand this, he's playing really more to the Filipino crowd to instill in them a sense of a knowledge that you can actually stand for yourself. But as I've said, this kind of show, if it's going to be a one-tune thing, it's going to be very tiresome after 1 year. And hopefully he manages to take advantage of the shock and awe strategy and then move on to a more a sedate and more sophisticated way of executing, which I feel is a good policy anyway.
Now, the Philippines is the chairman of the ASEAN 2017 and coinciding with the 50th anniversary of the ASEAN. So what have we gained from this chairmanship?
Well, on paper, it would be the economic promises and investments that have been made to the Philippines. But when you really think about it, there's really nothing much you can do for the chairmanship within a year. Singapore and perhaps Malaysia may have their own domestic elections coming up. Thailand has their own domestic issues, Cambodia and Laos. So a lot of the focus really is on the internal domestic affairs. And the Philippines is certainly no different from that, and quite obviously so. So as far as any advantage that we may have, by nature, ASEAN itself is really fractured. In terms, particularly with regard to its relationship vis-a-vis China. You have Cambodia and Laos, strong relationship, with China, and then you have Singapore and the others who will probably are veering more towards the United States. It's a bit of an unwieldy group right now, and that's why ASEAN is ASEAN as it is. So I think that the best thing that, and I've written about this before, the best thing that President Duterte could probably do, as far as the chairmanship of the ASEAN is concerned, is a peaceful transition of that chairmanship back to Singapore when our chairmanship ends in 2018.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Okay.
And that was University of Asia and the Pacific International Law lecturer, Jemmy Gatdula. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. Still to come, the president is a man of firsts. We look back at the highlights of his first address. As we go on break, here are some things you need to know about today's event. Stay with us.
This is a special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address right here on CNN Philippines. The SONA is already trending online with about 8 hours left before the actual address. And here are some of your posts. Let's read this. From Mr. Wise, he says, sana magkaroon ng online job hiring ang government departments para kahit yung malalayo sa NCR nakaka-apply. Hashtag SONA 2017, hashtag P. Duterte. Jenai wants to hear a very good and reasonable update about Marawi. She also wants to know how she and her family can go back home ASAP. Andrew Kremer says he wants to hear a good and efficient mass transportation plan for Metro Manila. And Noel Dolor hopes the president will discuss the benefits of the country's independent foreign policy, particularly in strengthening our ties with Russia and China. And Adsinoho says, I only know what I don't want to hear. No cussing, no rape jokes, and no inciting impunity. We want to hear from you. Tag our social media accounts at CNN Philippines and use the hashtag SONA 2017. Claire?
Thanks, Andre. This is a special presentation on President Duterte's second State of the Nation address right here on CNN Philippines. Expect a different reception to the president's speech this time. Authorities estimate 15,000 protesters will stage throughout the day. Militant groups also staged rallies last year, but these were peaceful and in support of President Duterte. The PNP says it will exercise maximum tolerance for protesters. It's deploying more men to keep the peace for the president's second SONA. They are mobilizing about 6,000 policemen, about 2,000 more than last year. Our special coverage will continue throughout the day, so stay tuned. I'm Claire Sodran. Have a great morning.
Bomba at bala. Ito na ang nagsisilbing hudyat ng bawat umaga.
Sana may balik sa amin yung mahanap buhay namin, yung mga nawala sa amin.
Walang patid pa rin ang sagupaan. Lahat nagtatanong, matutuldukan pa kaya ang tila ba walang katapusang bakbakan?
Ayon sa militar ay hindi pa nila masasabi kung kailan matatapos ang laban na ito. At ang pangamba ng marami ay kung ano ba ang madaratnan nila pagbalik nila kung sakaling matapos na nga ang labanan.
Sa gitna pa rin ng bakbakan, sumisibol naman ang iba't ibang kwento ng kabayanihan. Iba't ibang mukha ng gyera. Iba't ibang kwento ng pag-asa.
Itong Lanao Lake ay talagang binabantayan ng mga otoridad ngayon dahil ito yung ginagawang gateway ng mga kalaban para makatakas doon sa battleground.
Paano nga ba sisimula ng pag-ahon? Paano haharapin ang mga hamon ng pagbangon? Ito ang CNN Philippines presents Inside Marawi. Tatlong linggo na ang labanan nang ipadala ako sa Marawi para alamin ang kalagayan ng mga kababayan natin doon. Akala ko noon, pumupa na ang bakbakan. Akala ko rin, may pagkakataon nang makabalik ang mga residente sa kani-kanilang tahanan. Pero malayo ito sa aking nadatnan. Bawat umaga, tunog ng mga bomba ang gumigising sa buong lungsod. Magkahalong pangamba at kaba sa dibdib ang bumalot sa akin habang pinapanood ang mga eroplano sa himpapawid. At habang unti-unti kaming lumalapit sa mga lugar kung saan matindi ang sagupaan, ramdam kong mailap pa rin ang kapayapaan. Sabi ng militar, lumiliit na ang lugar na ginagalawan ng mga kalaban. Pero mayroong alingas-ngas na may mga nagtatangka ng tumakas. Pero kung bantay sarado na ang syudad, saan? Ang tanong na yan ang nagdala sa amin dito sa Bangon, isang barangay sa tabi ng lawa ng Lanao. Naabutan pa namin ang mga sundalong itong pasakay ng bangka para magpatrolya sa lawa. Pero di pa man sila nakakalarga, nagpaputok ang mga kalaban.
Noong mga nakaraang araw, na-monitor nila na ang Maute Group ay ginagamit yung lawa para pumasok at lumabas ng Marawi City. Yung iba, ginagamit yung para tumakas. Yung iba naman ay ginagamit yung lawa para magbigay ng supplies sa mga natitira nilang fighters sa loob ng battlefield.
Bumigat ang pag-atake kaya pinalipat kami sa mas ligtas na lugar. Sabi ng mga sundalo, nasa kabilang pampang lang nakapwesto ang Maute. Maya-maya pa, gumanti na ng putok ang tropa. Nasinamahan pa ng mortar na target pulbusin ang pwesto ng mga terorista.
Nagka-camouflaging yung ating mga kalaban eh. Nag-iisip rin sila kung paano makaisa sa gobyerno.
Indikasyon daw ito na humihina na ang kalaban. Kaya para iligtas sa mga biktimang naipit sa giyera, kailangang suungin ng mga sundalo ang panganib upang ilabas sila sa lugar ng bakbakan. Alisto at pursigido ang mga sundalo na iligtas ang mga natitira pang bihag ng mga terorista. Sinamahan namin ang 1st Infantry Battalion sa isang misyon papunta rito sa Bubong Marawi. Simula pa lang, binalaan na kami ng militar na delikado ang naturang lugar. Kontrolado pa ng Maute ang ilang gusali. Nagmamadali kaming tumawid sa tulay na ito. Matuli ng takbo, nakayuko, para hindi mahagip ng mga sniper ng kalaban na nakapwesto at naghihintay na makatsyempo.
Yan na yung bungad ng Ground Zero. Pag pinasok pa yan, mahahagip na tayo ng mga sniper fire.
Walang patid ang pagpapaulan ng bala sa amin ng kalaban. Tumulak papasok ang unang grupo, habang ang iba nakaantabay sa posisyon. Batid ang peligrong nakaamba, sabay-sabay kami naghintay, nakasubaybay kung matagumpay na maililigtas ang mga bihag. Matapos ang kalahating oras, natanaw namin ang mga sundalo akay-akay ang 2 sibilyan. Mga trabahador daw sila ng bake shop na dinakip ng Maute. Pasalamat na lang daw sila at nakapuslit sa kamay ng mga terorista matapos ang matinding opensiba ng militar. Nasugatan pa ang 16 anyos na si Elvin habang tumatakas. Aniya, 6 na kapwa niyang bihag ang pinaslang ng Maute sa harap mismo ng kanyang mga mata.
Pinapaload nila yung mga at saka binaril nila. Kapag hindi kami susunod sa utos nila, puputayin nila kami.
Higit 100 ang mga bihag ng Maute. Ang mga babae raw sa pilitang ikinakasal sa mga bandido.
Ginalaw nila yung mga babae, yung iba sinasaktan.
Ito ang dahilan kung bakit hindi iniwan ni Norodin ang mga kapitbahay niyang kababaihan.
Nalulungkot lang ako dahil iniisip ko lang yung mga tao kung ano pang babalikan nila.
Natakot po kami sa mga ISIS.
Halos 1 buwan silang nagtago hanggang sa magkaroon ng pagkakataong tumakas.
Naglakad po sila ng mahigit 1 kilometro at sinusundan po nila yung announcement ng Armed Forces of the Philippines sa kanyang Philippine Army.
Kasama sa mga nailigtas sa mga batang ito at ang 7 buwang sanggol na si Queenie, walang kamuwang-muwang na sa murang edad ay nakatakas na siya sa tiyak na kapahamakan. Umusbong ang kahalagahan ng mga kababaihan sa gitna ng kaguluhan sa Marawi. Mula sa pagiging matatag na asawa, ina at matibay na sandigan ng mga musmos na naiipit sa krisis. Hanggang sa mismong pagtugis at harap-harapang pagpuksa sa mga kalaban. Matikas at walang bakas ng takot. Sila ang mga babaeng sundalong nakilala ko sa Marawi. Mula sa pagpaputok ng baril, hanggang sa pagpapasabog ng mga mortar. Handa silang makipagbakbakan.
May sinumpaan kami na anytime na pag alam namin na yung pinasukan namin ay sasabak talaga kami.
Lalaki ang karamihan sa mga sundalo. Pero ayon sa mga otoridad, hindi nagpapadaig ang mga kababaihan oras na isinabak sa aksyon. Walang atrasan, nakikipagsabayan.
Kinakabahan po, pero pag nakikita mo po yung mga tropa mo na kasama mo na nakikipaglaban, mas lalo pong lumalakas yung loob namin.
Mga babaeng sundalo rin ang nangunguna sa medical at rescue operations ng militar. Mayroon din daw mahuhusay na babaeng snipers na nakapagpatumba na ng mga terorista.
Nabibigyan sila ng role sa combat. Ito ay isang manifestation na bibigay tayo ng equal opportunity.
Isa sa aking napatunayan, pagdating sa giyera, hindi mahalaga ang kasarian. Pwedeng maglingkod, basta't may puso, tapang at paninindig ang lumaban. Bumalik ako sa lawa ng Lanao sa bahagi naman ngayon ng bayan ng Marantao. Sa pagkakataong ito, nakasama kami sa pagpapatrolya ng mga sundalo sa lawa na pinaghahatian ng 13 bayan at ng Marawi City. Kung gaano kakalmado ang tubig dito, gano'n naman katindi ang sagupaan sa di kalayuan. Habang ako'y nag-uulat, ginulat kami ng sniper fire mula sa kalaban. Mabilis kaming ibinalik sa dalampasigan ng mga sundalo. Hindi ko na mabilang kung ilang beses nalagay sa alanganin ang buhay ko sa ilang linggo kong pamamalagi sa Marawi, na ang hangad lang ay magsalaysay ng mga makabuluhan at makatotohanang kwento. Naantig ako sa bugso ng suporta ng sambayanan sa mga sundalong nagbubuwis ng buhay sa gitna ng krisis na ito.
Patuloy kayong lumalaban para sa kapayapaan.
Bumuhos ang luha ni Corporal Victoriana Chongco matapos basahin ang liham ng pasasalamat at pagsaludo sa mga sundalong gaya niya.
Na-touch lang ako sa letter na binigay niyo. Ang sarap basahin. Maka-inspire sa amin.
Isinilid sa mga care package na ito ang mga love letter para sa mga sundalo. Sa kahit na munting paraan, tila ba nabuhayan ng loob ang magigiting na sundalo.
Alam niyo po, yung mga sundalo natin, mababa lang yung kanilang luha, mababa lang yung kanilang satisfaction. Sa mga maliliit na bagay na to, malaking tulong na ito sa amin.
Walang nakakaalam kung kailan matatapos ang karimari-marim na krisis sa Marawi. Malaki pa rin ang katanungan kung kailan sila uuwi sa kanilang tahanan o kung mayroon pa ba silang babalikan. Sa ngayon, ito ang Marawi. Lumalaban, umaasa, bumabangon.
For the first time in many weeks since the crisis started, this is the first time that our morning was silent and peaceful.
Ang awit ng Muezzin ang sumalubong sa akin sa Marawi. Ito ang araw ng Eid al-Fitr o ang pagtatapos ng sagradong buwan ng Ramadan. Ito sana ang pinakamasayang bahagi ng taon para sa mga Muslim. Pero paano nga ba sila magdiriwang gayong nababalot ng pagdadalamhati ang kanilang bayan? Sa araw na ito,
luha at panaghoy lamang ang maiaalay nila kay Allah.
Pinapaubay na lang namin ito sa pong may kapal kay Allah na sana mapalitan itong hinapis namin ng mas maganda para sa amin.
Hindi naging sapat ang mga salita para pagaanin ang loob ng mga sumamba. Ang alim o pari na si Ansari Abdul Malik, niyakap na lamang ng mahigpit ang mga tumatangis niyang kababayan.
Masakit sa aming kalooban ang nangyayari ito. Lalo-lalo na ang dahilan sa pangyayari ay kapwa namin Muslim.
Ang libo-libong residente ng Marawi ngayon nagtitiis bilang mga evacuee o bakwit. Kalahating oras na biyahe mula sa Marawi ang bayan ng Baloy. Sa isang silid-aralan dito nakatira si Omaira Candidato at ang 3 niyang anak. Palyado ang kanyang mga kidney at dati ay linggo-linggo siyang nagpapadialysis. Pero mula nang magbakwit, hindi na siya nakapagpagamot. Ngayon, bakas ang pamamanas sa kanyang pangangatawan.
Noong May pa po, kailangan daw po ako masalinan ng 2 bag na dugo. So hindi ako na-transfuse kasi wala kaming panggastos. Nakakain ako ng maliit lang kasi yung tiyan ko malaki.
Hinihingal siya habang kinakausap kami. Pero pinilit niyang ikwento sa amin ang kalagayan nila, pati na rin ang tumatakbo sa kanyang isip bilang ina.
Kung tuloy-tuloy na itong martial law na patapalagi na kami dito sa evacuation center, na paano na yung mga kalusugan namin, yung mga bata, hindi makapag-aral. Pwede man sila mag-aral dito, pero natatakot kami na baka magbakwit ulit kami na mayawalan namin yung mga anak namin.
Sa pagbisita ni Vice Presidente Leni Robredo, nangako siyang tutulungan si Omaira. Pero paano kaya yung mga bakwit na hindi pinalad na madalaw ng kahit na sinong opisyal ng pamahalaan? Marami na sa kanila ang nagkakasakit.
Kasi dito siguro nagkahawa-hawa ang mga kuwan kasi iba-ibang nakatira dito, iba-ibang maamoy ng mga bata, gaya nito, kapapanganak lang.
Hindi ka makakatulog ng maayos, hindi ka makakainom ng maayos, hindi ka makakaligo ng maayos. Makikita mo lang yung kasama mo, kaibigan mo na parang masisirang ulo niya sa pag-isip niya ng naguhan sa Marawi. Mahirap talaga. Mabuti pa na patayin lang kung itong buhay.
Ibang peligro rin naman ang kinakaharap ng mga residenteng piniling manatili sa Marawi. Kahit umaalingaw-ngaw ang putukan sa sentro ng lungsod, tila ba manhid na ang mga taga rito, kahit ang mga bata. Heto si Laika Guro at ang kanyang kuya na si Sulaiman. Palakad-lakad sa kanilang bakuran, di alintana ang mga tunog ng bakbakan sa di kalayuan. Sinong makapagsasabing isang mapait na leksyon ang kanilang matututunan sa hapon ding iyon?
Nakaupo si Sulaiman dito kaninang hapon. Nanonood siya ng TV, may TV dyan kanina. Nang bigla na lang may lumusot na bala kahit may bubong itong lugar na to at dumaplis sa kanyang likuran. Mapalad pa rin si Sulaiman dahil hindi ito pumasok sa kanyang katawan, pero dito ay malalaman natin kung gaano kadelikado para sa kahit kanino na tumira pa rin sa Marawi sa ganitong panahon.
Nagtataka na lang ako, may narinig ako na bala sa atip, tapos maya-maya umiyak siya. Tapos yun, lumabas ako na dukot-dukot niya yung gilid niya na may dugo na, yung pala na tamaan na siya. Sabi ko nga po, buti na lang hindi siya napuruhan eh. Matagal na kami gusto umariya kaso wala kaming masakyan.
Walang magawa kundi ang tumangis at umasang magwawakas din ang digmaan. Naging pagkakataon ng pagdiriwang ni Eid al-Fitr para panandaliang itigil ng pamahalaan ang airstrikes laban sa mga terorista. Ito ang tinaguriang humanitarian pause. 8 ulama o mga pantas ng Islam ang pumasok sa war zone bilang mga emisaryo ng pamahalaan. Nakaharap nila mismong si Abdullah Maute, leader ng mga terorista. Sinubukan nila itong kumbinsihin na magpakawala ng mga bihag.
Yun na nga, sinabi namin na yung pakikipaglaban nyo, wala na kaming question dyan kasi yun ang paniniwala nyo. Pero tingnan nyo yung paligid nyo ngayon. Ang dami ng sibilyan na namatay, ari-arian ng mga sibilyan, ang daming nasira, plus hindi lang yung nasira, nandyan pa, tingnan nyo natin, 380,000 na yung nag-evacuate. So, paano sila? Nahihirapan na sila.
13 sibilyang naipit sa bakbakan ang nailigtas ng mga ulama noong araw na iyon. Sa kanilang pag-uusap, nagpahiwatig daw si Maute na bukas siyang makipag-areglo sa pamahalaan kung mamamagitan ang Moro Islamic Liberation Front o MILF. Hindi ito kinagat ng pamahalaan at daw naman ng MILF na maunsyame ang peace process kung kikilos sila ng walang basbas ni Pangulong Duterte. Pero panawagan ng mga ulama, sana raw ay bigyang pagkakataon na maisalba pa kung ano man ang natitira sa lungsod.
Kung kaya ng pamahalaan natin na puksain sila, ipuksain na. Pero ang problema, mapupuksa ba yan? Sigurado nila ba na mapapatay nila si Hapilon, mapapatay nila ang Mauti Brothers? Siguro kung mamagitan ng MILF, kausapin namin yung Mauti groups na sabi, sa bundok na lang kayo mag-away. Huwag lang dito sa siyudad. Mas maganda yung walang nadadamay.
Kinukwestiyon ng ilang pinunong Maranao ang taktika ng pamahalaan. Tanging puwersa nga lang ba ang tutuldok sa krisis sa Marawi?
You don't kill a multi-group through armed operations alone. Let's not cover up that we were back-channeling 4 foreign hostages. So what's our strategy? Our strategy is to let the Maranaos confront the Maranaos and find the maximum solution.
Dahil ginagalang sila ng lahat ng Maranao, maging ng mga terorista, dapat daw ay bigyang basbas ng pamahalaan ang mga ulama na subukang hanapan ng resolusyon ang krisis. Ang lokal na pamahalaan naman may nakikitang mas malagim na banta. Ang pagkalat ng ideolohiya ng mga terorista, hindi lamang sa Marawi kundi sa buong bansa.
Try to make the people understand that winning the fight in Marawi City does not end our fight against violent extremism. We have to move forward, have a sustainable plan to engage with the population, engage with all the leaders of every sectors in our society in order to counter the threat of violent extremism.
Mungkahi nila, suportahan ng gobyerno ang mga madrasa o paaralan ng Islam at ang mga guro nito. Ito raw ay para matutukan nila ang pagtuturo ng tamang interpretasyon ng Islam at masigurong hindi ang ideolohiya ng ISIS at iba pang grupong radikal. Para kay Bin Laden Sharif, higit pa sa tamang pag-aaral ng Islam ang lulutas sa banta ng terorismo. Panahon na raw para tuparin ng pamahalaan ang pangako nitong otonomiya sa mga Moro. Yan ay para hindi na makahikayat pa ang mga terorista na magtayo ng caliphate o sariling teritoryo sa Mindanao.
So yun na nga, kung pagbigyan kami ng gobyerno na nandyan yung Bangsamoro Bicol, magkaroon kami ng sarili naming gobyerno, kung may mga terorista man dyan or may gumagawa ng kalokohan, kami na yung magiging pulis.
Hindi pa man tapos ang labanan, itinatayo na ang isang pansamantalang komunidad na maaring tirhan ng hanggang 5,000 pamilyang bakwit. Ito'y sa tahimik na bahagi ng Marawi, isang bundok ang pagitan sa mismong lugar ng bakbakan. Dito, pansamanta nilang maipagpapatuloy ang mga naudlot nilang buhay. Matapos man ang gyera, maaaring taon pa ang bilangin bago sila makauwi sa bugbog sarado nilang bayan.
Sana mabalik kami sa aming mga pamilya, buo yung pamilya namin. May balik sa amin yung mga hanap buhay namin, yung mga nawala sa amin sa Marawi. Sana tanggapin niya lang yung panalangin namin.
Sa panahong itinakda ni Allah, babangon muli ang Marawi.
Ito ang bakas na iniwan ng umaatikabong bakbakan, mga tahanang binuo ng pagsisikap na wala sa isang iglap, mga pamilyang nagkawatak-watak, mga paaralang minsang naging simbolo ng pangarap, ngayon ay naging piping saksi na sa laban tungo sa ganap na kapayapaan.
Hindi ko alam kung ano pang matamaan ka o mabuhay. Pero sa awan ng Allah, binigyan po kami niya na mabuhay pa.
Sana ay matapos ng kaguluhan dito sa Marawi.
Sa kabila ng sugat na iniwan ng gyera, marami pa rin ang mga residenteng tila ba hindi nawawala ng pag-asa.
Natulog kami ng mahimbi kasi wala kaming naririnig na bomba. Hanggang ngayon wala pa rin. Di masaya. Parang tapos na ang gira.
Matapos ang ilang linggong pananatili ko sa Marawi, uuwi ako sa aking pamilya, bitbit ang iba't ibang imahe ng trahedya at pag-asa. Mga kwento ng katatagan sa gitna ng bakbakan. Sabi ng mga t-shirt na ngayon ay suot ng mga residente, "We are Marawi." Tayo mismo, sa bawat isa, nakakahanap ng lakas at pag-asa. Sa sama-sama nating dasal at pagtutulungan, kayang-kaya nating harapin ang mga hamon ng pagbangon. Ako si Camille Abadisio.
Pagbangon. Ito ang dasal ng mga residenteng magpahanggang ngayon ay naiipit sa hidwaan. Bangon Marawi.
Paglubog ng araw, ako'y nabigla.
Ito ang awit na nilikha ng sundalong si Sergeant Ronnie Halasan. Sa pagkakataong ito, hindi baril o bala ang kanyang sandata, kundi tinig at gitara na walang ibang nais kundi ang magbigay ng pag-asa.
Marawi, bumangon ka. Tama na ang maling pakikibaka.
Nababasa ko yung mga I grieve but I have to be there. Malaman ninyo, isa lang tayo. Your life is not less important than mine.
O bangon Marawi, simulan na natin ngayon.
Wala pa rin kasagutan kung tuluyan na bang magwawakas ang digmaan. Wala pa rin makapagsasabi kung darating na ang araw na sila'y uuwing muli sa kani-kanilang mga tahanan.
Itong nangyayari sa atin, itong nararamdaman natin is just the tip of the iceberg. And once the fighting is over, the real crisis of the Maranao people will commence.
Hindi ko malilimutan ang kwento ng batang si Sulaiman. Sa araw-araw na pagbisita ko sa kanilang tahanan upang masaksihan ang nagaganap na bakbakan sa pagitan ng gobyerno at ng mga terorista, walang kamalay-malay ang bata na siya'y nasa gitna ng isang gyera. At nang siya na mismo ang nakaranas ng lupit ng digmaan, wala akong ibang dasal, kundi ang sana, kasabay ng paghilom ng kanyang sugat, ay muling maranasan ni Sulaiman ang maging isang bata sa isang bayang mapayapa. Ako si JC Gotinga at ito ang mga kwento sa loob ng Marawi.
Magandang umaga, ako si Ruth Cabal. Kayo'y nanonood ng special presentation ng CNN Philippines para sa ikalawang State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Alas 4 ng hapon, nakatakdang magtalumpati ang Pangulo sa Batasang Pambansa sa Quezon City. Mahigpit ang seguridad sa loob at labas ng Batasang Pambansa. Gaya ng nakaugalian, kanselado ang lahat ng pasok sa lungsod. Matapos ang kanyang talumpati, magkakaroon naman ng press conference ang Pangulo. Ngayong umaga naman, muling nagbukas ang ikalawang regular session ng ika-17 Kongreso. Inaasahan nating magtalumpati anumang oras ngayon ang pinuno ng Kamara at Senado. Tumutok lang po kayo rito sa CNN Philippines dahil ihahatid namin yan sa inyo. Ngayong umaga rin, kasama ang iba't ibang eksperto, tatalakayin natin at susuriin ang mga issue na kinakaharap ng mga Pilipino sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte at kung anong mga pagbabago na ang nangyari at inaasahan pa. Nakatutok ang ating mga correspondent para ihatid ang mga makasaysayang pangyayari ngayong araw. Nakaantabay sa Batasang Pambansa para sa SONA ng Pangulo ang ating chief correspondent na si Pia Ontiveros, senior correspondent Ina Andolong, ang ating Joyce Ilas, JC Gotinga at Claire Yao. Nakabantay naman sa Commonwealth Avenue para sa mga magrarally na Duterte supporters at protesters ang ating senior correspondent na si David Santos, si Rex Remitio at Makoy Popioco at Ivy Saunar. Nakatutok naman sa Senado ang ating Cecil Lardizabal at sa Marawi City naroon si George Cahiles at Camille Abadisio. Susundan naman ng ating correspondent na si AC Nichols si Pangulong Duterte mula bahay pagbabago sa Malacanang papunta ng Batasang Pambansa. Sasalubungin ng protesta ang ikalawang SONA ng Pangulo. Nagmamarcha na ngayon ang mga militanteng grupo patungong Batasang Pambansa. Nasa Commonwealth Avenue sa Quezon City, ang ating correspondent na si Rex Remitio. Rex, nasa na ba sila banda dyan sa Commonwealth at kamusta ang sitwasyon dyan?
Ayun, kung makikita mo nga ay kasalukuyang nagmamarcha itong mga militanteng grupo dito sa may harap ng Central Temple ng Iglesia ni Cristo. At nagdaos lamang sila ng kaunting programa kanina at namahinga, ngunit ngayon ay patuloy na yung kanilang pagpunta sa may Batasang Pambansa. Mas palaban ngayon ang tema ng mga militanteng grupo kung ikukumpara noong nakaraang taon. Noong unang SONA kasi ni Pangulong Duterte ay suportado pa nila ito at mapayapa pa yung kanilang mga protesta. Ngunit ngayon kung makikita mo yung laman ng kanilang mga streamer ay mas palaban, no? At mas batikos doon sa kay Pangulong Duterte at may mga nakita nga tayo kanina ng mga pader na inisprayan nila ng Duterte, Hitler, Diktadora at Tuta. At binabatikos rin nila ang Pangulo tungkol doon sa hindi nito successful na pag-end doon sa contractualization at yung pag-angat sa mga mahihirap mula sa laylayan. At meron din silang isang effigy ng octopus na kung saan nakabalot yung bandila ng Amerika doon sa octopus at nakatalukbong ito doon sa may tangke na sinusumbolo daw ng military junta na pinamumunuan ni Pangulong Duterte. Hihilingin rin nila sa Pangulo na sana ay muli nang ibalik yung usapang pangkapayapaan sa pagitan ng pamahalaan at ng mga komunista. Ruth.
Rex, nakita ko dyan sa video mo, no, may ilang kalsada na yung sinara kasi 'di ba naglabas naman ng mga rerouting plans itong ating MMDA, no? Pero kamusta na yung lagay ng trapiko dyan sa kung nasaan ka sa may Commonwealth Avenue?
Kung ang tatalakayin natin ay yung dalawang lane ng Commonwealth Avenue, maluwag pa naman ito. At least yung doon sa may southbound lane, yung papuntang Philcoa, at yung 5 lane na papunta naman ng Fairview. Ngunit itong kinatatayuan ko ngayon, yung tatlong outermost lane ng Commonwealth, okupado siya ng mga militante. At kung nasa elliptical road ka naman, makakaranas ka rin ng kaunting pagsikip ng daloy ng trapiko dahil doon nga nagmi-meeting, no, yung mga militanteng grupo bago sila pumuntang Batasang Pambansa. Ruth.
Rex Remitio nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Higit 15,000 militante ang inaasahang magprotesta sa labas ng Batasang Pambansa. Kamustahin naman natin ang sitwasyon doon. Naroon ang ating senior correspondent na si David Santos. David, anong nagaganap dyan ngayon?
Well, Ruth, sarado na itong bahagi ng eastbound lane ng IBP Road. Ito yung kalyeng patungo ng Batasang Complex kung galing ka ng Commonwealth Avenue, no? Nakapwesto na dito ang makeshift stage na itinayo ng mga militanteng grupo kung saan gaganapin nga ang kanilang sariling SONA na ipantatapat nila sa magiging talumpati mamaya ng Pangulo. Sa ilalim nitong footbridge na kinatatayuan natin, ito'y sa pagitan ng Quezon City Polytechnic University at Corazon Aquino Elementary School, isasagawa ang malawakang rally ng mga militanteng grupo. Madaling araw pa lamang nakakalat na ang mga tauhan ng PNP, hindi lang para magbantay sa palibot ng Batasan Complex, kundi pati na rin sa mga magrarally mamaya. Naabutan natin kanina si QCPD Director Guillermo Eliazar, kausap ang ilang organizer ng rally dito. Pinaplansya nila yung ilang detalye bilang paghahanda sa mga kaganapan ngayong araw. At dahil medyo maaga-aga pa, Ruth, no? Medyo malamig pa rin ang ulo ng mga tao dito. Nakalatag pa rin yung tinatawag na confidence building measure ng dalawang panig. Sa hanay ng mga otoridad, hindi na sila gumagamit ng mga container van at concertina wire bilang pangharang sa mga rallyista. Yung mga miyembro ng mga PNP Civil Disturbance Management Teams, pwera na sa hindi sila armado, pansamantala ring isinantabi ang kanilang mga shield at transyon. Nagtayo na rin sila ng mga portalet at first aid station na magsisilbi sa mga rallyista. Ayon kay Eliazar, ito'y upang ipakita na sincero ang pamahalaan na mapasiguro na magiging maayos at matiwasay ang SONA ngayong araw. Sa ngayon, bukas pa naman ang westbound lane ng IBP Road na ginawa na two-way ngayon. No? Mula dito sa kinatatayuan namin, ito'y may layo na lamang ng mga 20 hanggang 50 metro mula sa Batasan Complex. Nakaposisyon naman dyan ang PNP Command Center at sa kabilang dulo ng IBP Road sa tapat mismo ng Civil Service Commission Office, inaasahan naman na magsasagawa ng rally ang mga taga-suporta naman ni Pangulong Duterte. Ruth.
David, yung sitwasyon dyan kumpara dun sa naging sitwasyon nung nakaraang taon, no? Kasi 'di ba parang sinasabi naman ng pamahalaan, welcome naman yung mga protesta, pero ang sabi nitong ilang militanteng grupo kung kumpara daw noong isang taon, kung medyo hopeful daw yung kanilang tono ng kanilang mga demonstrations, ngayon daw ay show of defiance o mas parang protesta daw ito. So nagbago ba din yung nilatag na security?
Alam mo Ruth, gaya nga na nabanggit natin kasamahan si Rex Simitio, no, nagbago rin yung tono ng kanilang tema ng rally ngayong araw dahil ngayong taon kasi nga nakafocus na ito ngayon sa dalawang pinakamalaking issue na hindi pa kinaharap noon, which is yung ngayon yung hinihiling nila yung pagtanggal ng martial law sa Mindanao, gayon din yung pagpapatuloy ng peace talks. Ayon naman sa nakausap nating mga opisyal dito, no, particular si Chief Superintendent Eliazar, maaga pa, ilang araw pa bago ang SONA ay patuloy ang kanilang coordination sa mga leader ng mga militanteng grupo na gaya isinagawa nila noong nakaraang taon. Kaya umaasa naman sila natutupad ang mga leaders ng militanteng grupo sa kanilang naging usapan, sa kanilang magiging arrangement na para masiguro na magiging maayos ang pagsasagawa ng kanilang tinatawag na People's SONA. Na just in case may ilang mga grupo na mananabotahe o sisingit na hindi naging parte ng arrangement na yon, ayon naman sa PNP, nakahanda silang harapin ang mga ito at may mga contingency measures sila para harapin itong mga grupong ito. Ruth.
David Santos, nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Bahagi po kayo ng talakayan. Ano ang gusto nyong marinig sa SONA ni Pangulong Duterte? Ipadala ang inyong mga komento sa aming Facebook Live sa CNN Philippines at babasahin namin ito sa kabuuan ng programa. Sa ating pagbabalik, ano ba ang mga pangako ni Pangulong Duterte sa una niyang SONA na natupad? Tatalakayin natin. At 5 buwang extension ng martial law sa Mindanao, sapat na solusyon ba para mapuksa ang terorismo sa bansa? Kayo'y nanonood ng special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Manatili pong nakasubaybay sa CNN Philippines.
The motion to extend the proclamation of martial law and the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus is hereby approved by the Congress.
Inaprubahan nga po ng Kongreso ang hiling ni Pangulong Duterte na palawigin hanggang sa katapusan ng taon ang martial law sa Mindanao. Sa special joint session noong Sabado, 261 mambabatas ang bumoto pabor sa extension, 18 naman ang tumutol. 20 senador ang nakilahok sa botohan, 16 sa kanila aprobado ang pagpapalawig ng batas militar, habang 4 naman ang hindi pumayag. Kabilang dito sina Senator Bam Aquino, Frank Drilon, Risa Ontiveros at Kiko Pangilinan. 245 kongresista ang pabor sa extension habang 14 ang tutol. Sa gitna nito, ayon sa Armed Forces, may nabalitaan silang plano na magsasagawa umano ng suicide bombings sa loob at labas ng Marawi City. Yan ay ayon kay Western Mindanao Commander, Lieutenant General Carlito Galvez.
Po silang mga attempt na ginagawa nila, tumatakbo sila sundalo, nagkano ng granada. Kaya doon namatayan kami ng malaki kahapon.
Ayon kay Galvez, hindi mga ordinaryong miyembro ng MAUTE ang nasa war zone ng Marawi, kundi mga full-fledged na mga miyembro ng ISIS. Nauna nang sinabi ni Galvez na nasa 10 dayuhang terorista pa ang nasa loob ng lungsod at ilan sa kanila mga veterano sa labanan sa Mosul sa Iraq. Mas matindi raw ang bakbakan ngayon habang papalapit na ang mga sundalo sa mga kuta ng terorista. Para sa makabuluhang diskusyon ukol sa estado ng seguridad sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte, makakausap natin ngayon ang political analyst na si Dindo Manhit, economist na si Dr. Ronald Mendoza at dating National Security Advisor at Parañaque 2nd District Representative Roy Logoles. Magandang umaga po sa inyo.
Magandang umaga sa inyo.
First up muna yung ating extension ng martial law. Nakita po natin yung mechanics dito, defense officials, Congress, Malacanang. Parang dito rin natin nakita yung leadership ni Pangulong Duterte. Ano pong masasabi niyo dun sa nangyaring tinakbo ng special session ng Saturday? Let's start with former Secretary Goles.
Well, as a former congressman, siyempre kabisado natin yung pamamalakad sa mga sesyon na ganyan. Although hindi ako nakaranas ng joint session na voting jointly, no? Nakita natin yung poder ng super majority. Ibig sabihin na malakas ang political strength ng ating presidente, both in the Senate and in the House, at malakas ang kanyang political backing. Ako naman, sa mula't-mula, pabor ako doon sa martial law. Sabi ko lang sana wag habaan. Kasi pag hinabaan, sa pananaw ng buong daigdig, baka sabihin nila, mukhang malaki ang problema, mukhang matagal bago mabigyan ng solusyon. At ito nga, na-extend ang martial law. So the world, yung buong mundo, minamatyagan ito, may epekto ito sa kanilang pananaw sa ating seguridad, may epekto sa pananaw kung magandang investment area ang Mindanao at ang buong Pilipinas. So all of this will have a bearing. But of course, kailangan din ng ganitong klase suporta ang ating armed forces. Sa aking sentimento, we have to support the armed forces of the Philippines. I come from a military family. Yes. Galing ako sa Navy. Yung kapatid ko naging hepe ng Philippine Navy. I give full support to the military and whatever will make it easier for them. Full support ako dyan.
Pero, Dindo, as a political analyst, yung pinakita dito ng legislatura, nakita natin to dito sa martial law. Diba? Parang dapat daw sinasabi, dapat nag-check ang Congress, yun ang trabaho ng Congress, checking the powers of the President with a supermajority. Effective pa ba to?
Ito yung nature ng ating representative democracy and a weak political party system that our political alliances are based on the leadership, the charisma, or the popularity of the President. At dahil dito, nabanggit nga na former Secretary Goles na yan ang supermajority. Ipinakita ang poder ng Pangulo. No? Ang katanungan lamang ay, this is a democracy, it's a deliberative process yung nangyari nung Sabado, but is this really genuine democracy? Kung walang checks and balance. Kung papayagan natin yung tinatawag nilang tyranny of the majority. Pero maganda naman ang rason, kailangan ipagpatuloy at bantayan at i-address yung issue ng internal security challenges sa Marawi. No? Yung pagtagal nga lang, yan ang sanang makakita man lang tayo ng solusyon sa problemang ito. At kung totoong gagamitin nila itong panahong ito to address terrorism in other places of Mindanao, baka naman magkaroon ng lasting peace after December. Pero magpakita sana ng tunay na success ang ating, binigyan sila ng poder, binigyan ng suporta ng legislatura. Ang inintay natin in the next few months is yung actual victory and success of this martial law and the operation of our military.
Kay Dr. Mendoza, nabanggit na nga din kanina ni former Secretary Goles na it brings into question yung Mindanao as a potential investment area. Although the Department of Trade is saying na so far, itong implementation ng martial law ay hindi pa naman daw naka-apekto sa overall business outlook. Ano pong sa tingin nyo?
Well, mahalagang i-monitor yung economy ng Mindanao kasi ultimately, if you think about how to end conflict in Mindanao more permanently, kailangan talaga mag-develop yung Mindanao. Kailangan magkaroon ng trabaho yung mga kabataan sa Mindanao. Kailangan mawalan ng capability na mag-recruit yung mga terrorists at mga rebels dyan. At mangyayari lang yan pagka merong alternative future for the young people and the communities. So, in my view, martial law is a double-edged sword. And I share the hope of my colleagues na sana maiksi lang to. Na-extend na nga, sana hindi na magtatagal pa dyan. Dahil habang pinapahaba pa natin yan, habang ginagamit natin yung tool na yan, actually nadadagdagan natin ng potential challenge yung lugar. Lalo na kung akala ng mga ibang terorista natutulak nila tayo towards the wall. Na kailangan nating mag-take ng more grave measures to combat them. And the fact that we are assuming that our present institutions, our present security apparatus cannot handle it without martial law.
So, yun nga, Secretary Guards, do you think kakayanin naman masugpo yung terorismo with the martial law until the end of the year, or parang it's a good first step?
Sa akin, kaya ng AFP, kung tanongin mo, kaya ng AFP yan without martial law. But of course, merong mga nuances na kailangan yung aparatus ng martial law. Halimbawa, yung warrantless arrest. Kung merong mga remnants na makikita sa labas ng Marawi, na hindi agad ma-arresto, you cannot arrest them under normal, ordinary circumstances without martial law, without suspending the writ of habeas corpus. Doon makakatulong. Kasi ako, pumabor ako sa proclamation ng martial law noon in the whole of Mindanao, kahit na Marawi lamang ang problema. Kasi na-realize ko na itong grupong ito, very mobile. Pwedeng nasa Marawi sila, pwedeng nasa Butig, pwedeng sa iba-ibang lugar. Nakita natin yan in the history of Mindanao, yung ganyang klaseng armadong grupo, pwedeng lumundag kung saan-saan.
And with the arrests also, even of the parents sa ibang probinsya.
Pero yung pag-aresto, normal arrest procedures, hindi pwede na walang martial law, walang suspension ng writ of habeas corpus. Doon makakatulong. At maganda naman yung assurance ng military, lalo na sa Department of National Defense, na walang abuso dito. So far, so good. Nakikita ko. Yung kasi ang maaring weakness ng martial law, baka may mag-abuso sa panig ng militar.
Okay. Babalikan po natin itong ating discussion at kayo po ay nanonood ng special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Sa ating pagbabalik, pagsugpo sa krimen, iligal na droga at kontraktualisasyon, ilan lamang yan sa mga pinangako ni Pangulong Duterte. Ilan ba ang mga natupad na at ano pa ang kailangang tugunan? Tatalakayin natin, manatiling nakatutok sa CNN Philippines. Ito ang special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Habang hinihintay po natin mangyari yung SONA mamayang alas 4 ng hapon, ay nakatutok naman din po tayo sa mga kaganapan sa Kongreso, sa Kamara po yan at sa Senado, kung saan nangyayari ngayon yung opening ng second regular session ng 17th Congress. Nandyan po, kanina lang ay nagkaroon ng talumpati si Senate President Coco Pimentel. Ganon din po ay nangyayari yung opening ng session sa Kamara. Nandun po ang mga bababata sa pangunguna ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. Ngayon po ay muling binuksan yung ikalawang sesyon ng 17th Congress. Nagpapatuloy po ang ating monitoring. Ganon din po, ongoing tayo sa Facebook Live. Pwede kayong maglagay dyan ng inyong comments. Marami pong nagsasabi tungkol doon sa mga nakita nila na naging accomplishment ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang unang taon, at mayroon din mga nagko-comment dito yung mga gusto naman nilang mga issue na dapat pang tutukan ni Pangulong Duterte. Nasa Batasang Pambansa po ang aming correspondent na si Joyce Ilas. Joyce, kamusta na ang sitwasyon dyan at ano nang napag-usapan dyan sa pagbubukas ng sesyon ng Kongreso?
Ruth, nagsimula na ang pagbubukas ng second regular session o ang ikalawang taon ng 17th Congress dito sa mababang kapulungan. Katatapos lang magbigay ng opening remarks ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez para i-welcome ang mga miyembro ng House of Representatives. Inisa-isa rin ni Alvarez ang mga nagawa ng Kamara noong first regular session o noong unang taon nila sa Kongreso, kabilang na nga dito ang pagpapasa ng 210 bills sa third and final reading. Maghahalo itong national at local bills. Ibinida rin niya ang pagpapasa raw ng Kamara ng revisal ng death penalty bill para sa drug-related crimes at ang comprehensive tax reform bill. Inilahad rin niya ang mga inaasahang legislative priorities ng mababang kulungan para sa ikalawang taon ng 17th Congress. Kabilang na rito ang pagpapasa ng bills para sa pamilya, kagaya ng bill na mag-aalaw ng dissolution ng kasal at ang anti-discrimination bill na poprotekta sa ating mga kababayan. Plano rin nila magpasa ng batas na magre-require sa lahat ng casino, public transportation at mga mining companies na kumuha ng legislative branches ng sa Kongreso para sa kanilang operasyon. Prioridad rin daw ng Kongreso ang pagpapasa ng Bangsamoro Basic Law at ang charter change para sa federalismo. Pangulo dahil makakatulong raw ito para masiguro ang kapayapaan sa bansa. Amendment, kasama na rin dito ang amendment sa or ang right sizing ng national government Unified Identification System Act at ang amendment sa Government Procurement Reform Act. Isa pa sa mga highlights ng sesyon ngayong umaga na inaasahan natin mangyari ay ang oath-taking ng dalawang bagong miyembro ng Kamara. Sila ang mga representatives ng Coalition of Associations of Senior Citizens Party List na sina Francisco Gatol Jr. at Milagros Aquino Magsaysay. Inaasahang manunumpas na sa harap ni Speaker Alvarez anumang oras ngayon. Nahuli ng isang taon ng oath-taking nila dahil nga sa internal issue ng kanilang party list group na nagsumite ng dalawang listahan ng mga nominees sa Commission on Elections noong nakaraang taon. Ngayon, bago matapos ang sesyon ay mag-a-aproba ng isang resolution ng Kamara para i-notify si Pangulong Duterte na handa na ang Kamara na din ang kanyang ikalawang State of the Nation address. Mag-a-adjourn ang sesyon mamaya-maya lamang. Inaasahan na tatagal lang ito ng isang oras ang sesyon ngayon. Pero babalik muli ang mga kongresista kasama na ang mga senador para sa joint session mamayang alas 4 ng hapon para sa SONA ng Pangulo.
Joyce Ilas nag-uulat mula sa Batasang Pambansa. At dumako naman tayo sa Senado. Naroon ang ating correspondent na si Cecil Lardizabal. Cecil?
Ruth, katatapos lamang ng opening statement ni Senate President Coco Pimentel at katatapos nga lang itong pagbubukas ng formal opening ng second regular session dito sa Senado. At ngayon ay ongoing ang photo opportunity. Narito rin ang ibang mga cabinet secretaries. At kanina ay nabanggit ni Senate President Coco Pimentel ang ilan sa mga priority measures nila. Sa kanyang opening statement ay nabanggit niya na binanggit niya yung mga accomplishments ng Senado at yung ilang mga priority measures. Kaya abangan natin yan sa session na ito. Dahil sa Miyerkules, kabilang dyan yung tax reform bill, yung National ID System, Universal Healthcare Act, pati yung Bangsamoro Basic Law, pati yung shift to federalism. Kasama rin dyan yung inaasahan pala na sa Miyerkules ay magpupulong ang mga leader ng parehong kapulungan ng Kongreso kasama mga minority leaders para pag-usapan yung mga guidelines bago mag-convene doon sa isang Constitutional Assembly o CONAS ng Enero o Pebrero ng susunod na taon. So kasama pa rin doon sa mga priority legislation yung end of contractualization or ENDO. Kasama na dyan yung National Transport Act para daw masolusyonan ang problema sa trapiko at kawalan ng masasakyan. Kasama pa rin doon sa mga priority bills yung Anti-Cybercrime Act at ang Ease of Doing Business Act para hindi na raw maging hassle ang pagnenegosyo sa bansa dahil sa katakot-takot na mga proseso. Yung tax reform bill, alam naman natin ay naipasa na sa third and final reading sa mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso pero mukhang mahihirapan ito at dadaan sa butas ng karayom dito sa Senado. Nakiusap din ng Pangulo na sa mga mababatas na i-prioritize ang pondong 50 billion pesos para sa mga pamilya ng mga natayong sundalo sa bakbakan. At sa second regular session na ito ay 23 lamang ang senador kumpara doon sa kumpletong 24 noong first regular session dahil alam natin na si Senator Alan Peter Cayetano ay naging Foreign Affairs Secretary na at hanggang sa ngayon ay nakadetine pa rin si Senator Laila de Lima kaya inaasahan natin na magbabakbakan lamang o magdidiskusyon sa plenaryo 22 senador. Kasama na dyan siyempre yung mga nasa mayorya at mas dumami ngayon ang mga nasa minorya kaya inaasahan natin na patuloy pa rin yung oposisyon kapag nagkaroon na nga ng mga diskusyon sa plenaryo. Ruth.
Okay, Cecil Lardizabal nag-uulat mula sa Senado. Patuloy po nating tututukan ang nangyayari sa Senado at sa Kamara. Ito ang special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Sa ating pagbabalik, tatalakayin natin kung naging matagumpay ba ang kampanya laban sa kontraktualisasyon ng mga manggagawa at ang mga nagawa ng gobyerno sa kampanya laban sa iligal na droga. Manatili po kayong nakasubaybay dito sa CNN Philippines. Kayo nanonood pa rin sa special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte. Mahigit 5 oras na lamang at ihahatid na ng Pangulo ang kanyang SONA. Manatiling nakatutok dito sa CNN Philippines para sa isang makabuluhang coverage ng SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Patuloy rin po ang pagtutok natin sa mga kaganapan dyan sa Kamara at sa Senado kung saan kabubukas nga lang po ng second regular session ng 17th Congress. Isa sa mga pinangako noon ni Pangulong Duterte ay ang matuldukan ng sistema ng ENDO o End of Contract. Ang ENDO o 555 ay ang pagbibigay ng kontrata sa mga manggagawa ng 5 buwan lang para maiwasang maging regular at di sila mabigyan ng mga benepisyo. Noong Marso, inilabas ng Labor Department ang Department Order 174 na naglalatag ng mas striktong panuntunan laban sa ENDO. Sa loob ng 1 taon, pinagmalaki ng DOLE na mahigit 49,000 na manggagawa na ang naging regular. Pero sa kabila nito, sinabi ng Labor Group na kilusang Mayo 1, bigo pa rin ang Administrasyong Duterte na tapusin ang lahat ng uri ng kontraktualisasyon.
Ipinagpapatuloy nito ang contractualizations at pag-hire ng mga manggagawa sa ahensya, sa agency.
Yeah, yung third party
yung
or
third party provider.
contractor.
So hindi po natapos. Ang demands po ng mga manggagawa, dapat regular kami sa principal na kumpanya para ma-exercise namin
Direkta dun sa employer.
Opo. Direkta sa employer. Walang agency, walang third party. Kasi pagka sa third party, hindi ho namin maisasagawa yung mga democratic rights namin. Halimbawa, hindi kami makakapag-union sa agency, hindi kami makakipag-CBA, lalong hindi makakapag-strike.
Balikan natin ang ating mga panauhin, Dindo Manhit, Roy Logoles at Ronald Mendoza. Dr. Mendoza, so nakita niyo yung comment ng KMU. Sinabi ni Pangulong Duterte, even during the campaign, na talagang titigilan niya itong ENDO. They came out with a department order, pero ang sinasabi, hindi pa rin daw matatapos yung ENDO. Ano sa tingin niyo yung naging accomplishment dito?
Well, yung ENDO, sa totoo lang, walang quick fix yan. Kasi ang nangyayari dyan, yung mga businesses natin, kailangan rin nila ng flexibility to sort workers. At yun namang mga workers natin ay palipat-lipat rin naman ng mga trabaho nila dahil nag-iisip sila kung saan talaga sila nababagay. So matching challenge yan. Sa economics, pinag-aaralan po namin yan. Yung workers at yung business na nagtutugma yung skills at yung pangangailangan ng business. Ang challenge po sa ating bansa ngayon, napakarami po nating kabataan na mismatched po yung skills nila sa mga kinakailangang trabaho. So, partly, hindi po talaga natin matitigil talaga yung kontraktualisasyon kaagad dahil yung pong matching na yan kailangan ng flexibility. Ngayon, on the other hand naman, yung mga nag-match na talaga na maganda yung worker at yung business, mahirap naman nagagamitin nila yung ENDO bilang paraan para abusuhin yung mga workers. So, kung karapat-dapat lang nabigyan na sila nung tenure, yung appropriate benefits, dapat naman magki-kick in yan. Pagka nakita mo na high productivity yung worker, na angkop siya dun sa business, dapat talaga ibigay na yan. So, the challenge is really the implementation, but also, kailangan i-address natin yung matching challenge.
Pero yung taktika under the department order na i-regularize sila ng agencies or yung mga, di ba, yung recruitment agencies, pwede bang mangyari yon?
Well, it will be a challenge to approach it through the recruitment agencies. Kasi nga, the recruitment agencies are part of what seemed to have been the solution because of these imperfections. Nag-emerge yung mga recruitment agency na yan kasi nga yung mga manpower agencies na yan kasi nga yung mga businesses nahihirapan din silang mag-sort dun sa mga workers. Ang structural solution talaga dyan is including reforms like K-12, reforms like TechVoc, TESDA, reforms that bridge businesses and schools para alam ng mga kabataan kung ano talaga yung skills na hinahanap ng mga business.
So, kumbaga parang pagandahin talaga yung kalidad mismo ng Filipino worker.
Right,
parang ganun po.
on average. Therefore, there will be less stress on the search. And therefore, yung businesses, mas madali rin nila makukuha yung naangkop na workers.
Okay, isa pang issue naman sa economy natin, yung sinusulong ng administrasyon na tax reform package. They're saying 133 billion pesos yung maipapasok nito starting 2018. Pero, Dindo, nakita natin yung dynamics sa Congress, sa Senate, and then sa House. Nakalusot na itong tax reform package sa House because of the supermajority there. Pero katulad nung ni-report ni Cecil Lardizabal kanina from the Senate, dadaan daw sa butas ng karayom itong tax reform package sa Senado. Anong pag-asa na makapasa ito?
Inaasahang mahirapan kahit papaano sa diskusyon, sa deliberasyon itong tax reform dahil sa katotohanan, when you analyze it deeper, it's actually new tax revenue measures. That means bagong buwis. Hindi ito lamang yung nababanggit sa pahayagan na simpleng mga buwis na magbababa, isang batas na magbababa ng buwis sa ordinaryong Pilipino. Yun ang overarching argument.
Kasi dito po, kasama dito na binababa yung, balikan lang natin yung income tax, personal income tax.
That is a very popular initiative. Ngunit within the tax reform initiative, nandyan din yung pagkukuhanan ng pondo na gagastos sa infrastructure program, nandiyan din yung mga social investment natin. No? Doon magkakaroon ng maraming diskusyon dahil saan kukunin ito.
Yeah.
Iba't ibang sektor ang maaring tamaan ng initiative nito at intindihin natin sino ang constituency ng Senado. They are what you call the national constituency as compared to the House of Representatives. At times, hindi sila nasisisi sa isang national taxation program kasi meron silang hold in their congressional districts. But our senators, some of them, I think I count at least 6 or 7 re-electionist senators,
Right.
they will be challenged, especially if some sectors or businesses will feel that they were targeted for these new tax revenue measures. Pero kailangan natin ng isang tax reform bill, kailangan ito ng pamahalang Duterte, ang kailangan lang is magkasundo, saan ba pagkukuhanan at paano ba mayaangat talaga ang kabuhayan ng mga kababayan natin from the so-called tax reform initiatives at paano rin naman mapupondohan yung mga priority initiatives ng gobyerno. But at the end of the day, I always say that this is a political process at minsan ang dikta ng politika o yung re-election will dictate also the direction and the success of this initiative.
Secretary Goles, former congressman, ito, yung politika sa ganitong pagpasa ng mga ganitong klase ng batas, ano po talaga yung sinasabi ni Dindo dito, nakaka-apekto kasi may mga re-electionist.
Tama ang sabi ni Dindo, no? Pagdating sa Kongreso, sa House of Representatives, at tinitingnan nila yung distrito, ano bang epekto nito? And normally, if you look at the demography of the entire Philippines, karamihan ng mga congressional districts, hindi talaga naapektuhan ng tax reform kasi pag sinabing pababain yung income tax rate, ay karamihan dyan, mga small taxpayers, pabor sa kanila. Pero there will be winners and losers. I remember si Secretary Dominguez appeared in our Rotary Club of Manila, no? Isa sa mga naging unang speaker namin, at doon dinitalye niya yung tax reform program, yung ma-degenerate nilang additional income, papababain yung mga tax rates, and it looked very popular. Pero yung mga kasama ko, puro mga negosyante yan eh. At bangko, mining company, manufacturing company, lahat sila pinag-aaralan. Kung ano epekto, siyempre, ang bottom line, ano ba epekto sa kumpanya ko? So, kung meron hindi magandang epekto, ipararating nila sa kanilang senador. Kaya ang mga senador ang mahirapan dito because of the national constituency plus yung mga donors nila, no? Mga political contributors sila. But pero nakikita ko yung lakas ng hindi lang super majority in the House but apparently pati sa Senate merong super majority. Inaasahan kong madugong debate dito sa Marcelo, doon sa joint session, hindi nangyari. Napakaagang natapos yung debate. So palagay ko pwedeng...
marami pang political maneuverings dyan.
Mukhang maisusulong ito. At the end of the day, maisusulong ito.
Babalikan po natin ang ating discussion. At ngayon po ay pinag-uusapan din pala sa social media ang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Alamin natin ang sinasabi ng netizens tungkol sa SONA mula kay Andre Felix. Andre?
Tama ka dun, Ruth. Pinag-uusapan din nga sa social media ang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. At unahin na muna natin ngayon ang isa sa mga nag-tweet. Sabi ni at I am Besaira, I've never been interested in watching SONA before but today is a different story using the hashtag SONA 2017. Tweet naman ni Chaika, dapat talaga walang pasok. Dapat mapanood ng buong sambayan ng Pilipino ang SONA. Uulitin po namin, mga estudyante lang po sa Quezon City ang walang pasok ngayon. Sabi naman ni Cha, magbaon ng isang yellow pad at isang sakong vocabulary para sa paparating na essays tungkol sa SONA. Nakaka-excite naman. Si Jennifer naman ay gusto niyang marinig kay Pangulong Duterte ang kanyang plano para sa darating na taon. Sabi niya, di nauubra kung puro tapang. Kailangan ng plano with sensible and logical explanations. At sa Facebook naman, sabi ni Carlo Diggs, gusto niyang banggitin ni Pangulong Duterte ang mga naging improvements ng iba't ibang sektor ng ating bansa. Dagdag pa niya, positibo ang naging impact ng leadership ni Pangulong Duterte. Pwede po kayo makisali sa aming usapan. Itag nyo lamang ang CNN Philippines at gamitin ang hashtag na SONA 2017 para po mabasa namin lahat ng inyong mga sinasabi sa Twitter at sa Facebook. Ruth, balik muna sa'yo.
Thank you, Andre. At sa amin pong pagbabalik, patuloy ang gera kontra droga ng Administrasyong Duterte. Ano na ang nangyari sa kampanyang ito? Susunod yan dito sa special presentation ng CNN Philippines para sa pangalawang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Manatiling nakasubaybay.
Master Plan, legal pursue inter-island linkage in Davao Transit System, Cebu Transit System, North and South.
Nakatutok pa rin kayo sa special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Mayroon din po tayong mga correspondent sa Marawi City at ang inyong nakikita ay ang live na kuha po dahil may sariling bersyon daw po ang mga taga Marawi City ng kanilang State of the Nation address. Mamaya ay pupuntahan po natin ang storyang yan. Isa ang gera kontra droga sa pinaka-kontrobersyal na kampanya ng Administrasyong Duterte. Bagamat marami ang hayagang tumututol dito, marami rin ang nagsasabing dahil dito, ramdam nilang mas ligtas ang lipunan. Sa pagpasok ng ikalawang taon ng kanyang termino, ano ba ang inaasahan nating pagbabago? Narito ang report ng ating senior correspondent na si David Santos.
Redirect the traffic of drugs.
Halos 100 minuto ang talumpati sa kanyang unang State of the Nation address. Malaking bahagi nito ginugol sa kanyang panawagan, puksain ang droga sa anumang paraan. 1 taon ang nakalipas at sa kabila ng mga batikos ayon sa gobyerno, umuusad naman ang kampanya. Sa datos ng Philippine National Police, mahigit 8 milyong bahay ang binisita ng mga pulis sa ilalim ng programang Oplan Tokhang. Sinuyod ang mga bahay at pinakiusapan ang mga drug user na sumailalim sa rehabilitasyon. Mahigit 1 milyon ang sumuko. Para igit ang kanyang kampanya kontra droga, laging pinagdidiinan ni Pangulong Duterte itong talaan, 3 milyong adik. Ang pinanggalingan ng datos, ang dating hepe ng PDEA, Dionisio Santiago.
Times 2 yan. So yung 1.8, 3 million nga lang yun sa akin eh. Baka kung times 2 yan, di 3.6, di ba?
Tinalaga siya kamakailan bilang chairman ng Dangerous Drugs Board. Kinuwestiyon ng ilang grupo ang estimate ni Santiago pati na rin ang resulta ng kampanya kontra droga. Ayon sa PNP, mula Hulyo 2016 hanggang Hunyo nitong taon, halos 60,000 anti-drug operation ang naisagawa sa buong bansa. Halos 82,000 ang naaresto. Pero ang nangingibabaw, ang mahigit 3,000 tao na napatay dahil nanlaban umano habang isinasagawa ang mga operasyon. Pero sa talaan ng ilang media at human rights group, di bababa sa 7,000 ang napatay dahil sa kampanya kontra droga. Malimit, mga mahihirap o di kaya'y small-time na drug pusher at user. Pero meron ring mga inosenteng sibilyan at mga bata na nadamay. Paratang ng ilang grupo, extrajudicial killing ang mga pamamaslang, bagay na mariing itinatanggi ng pamalaan. Aminado man na tumataas ang mga kaso ng pagpatay, kinontra ng mga opisyal na may kinalaman dito ang Pangulo. Bilang depensa sa madugong kampanya, giit ng Pangulo na siya man din ay namamatayan ng mga tauhan na nasa frontline. Sabay giit din ng PNP na hindi nila kinukonsinti ang mga tiwaling pulis sa kanilang hanay. Sa ulat ng PNP, mahigit 150 pulis na ang nasisibak sa serbisyo sa nakaraang 6 na buwan. 50 naman ang na-demote, suspendido o di kaya na-reprimand. Pero dahil sa isang skandalong yumanig sa PNP, napilitan ang Pangulo na pansamantalang suspendihin ang kanyang kampanya kontra droga ng 1 buwan. Gamit ang Oplan Tokhang, pilit na kinuha ng ilang pulis ang isang Koreano sa Pampanga kapalit ng ransom. Sa kalaunan, pinatay ang dayuhan sa loob pa mismo ng PNP National Headquarters sa Quezon City. Dahil naman sa pag-aresto at pagpatay sa isang alkalde sa Leyte noong nakaraang Nobyembre, lalong nadiin ang issue ng narcopolitics na isinisisi ng Pangulo kung bakit lumalala ang problema ng droga sa bansa. Si Senador Leila de Lima nakulong dahil kasabwat umano ng mga sindikato ng droga. Pero ayon sa mga kritiko na gaya ni de Lima, paraan lamang ito ng Pangulo para patahimikin ang mga tumututol sa kanyang mga polisiya. Pero umani rin ng kritisismo sa international community ang Pangulo. Tinawag nila ang kanyang drug war bilang isang matinding human rights calamity. Gaya ng inaasahan, ikinapikon ng Pangulo ang mga kritisismo. Gwineltahan niya ang mga kritiko. Pinagmumura sila sa publiko at nagbantang ibasura ang mga alyansa. Pero tila minamaliit naman ng mga Pilipino ang mga batikos laban sa Pangulo. Lumalabas sa mga survey na mataas pa rin ang kanyang approval at satisfaction rating.
Police,
Kaya naman determinado ang Pangulo na ituloy ang kampanya kontra droga hanggang matapos ang kanyang termino. Di pa rin nadadakip ang mga big-time na operator ng mga sindikato. Inaasahan na sa pagpasok ni Santiago sa Administrasyong Duterte, may ilang pagbabago sa kampanya kontra droga. Kailangan mapabilis din ang paglilitis sa mga nakakasuhan dahil sa droga. Ayon kay Santiago, kailangan makipagtulungan ang mga testigo sa mga kaso. Sa pagpasok ng 2nd taon ng kanyang termino, tila wala pa ring malaking pagbabago kung papaano gusto ng Pangulo matapos ang gyera laban sa droga. Ito'y makita ang mga nasa likod ng kalakalan nito na nananahimik, panghabang buhay.
David Santos, CNN Philippines.
Balikan po natin ngayon ang ating mga resource persons. Nakita po natin yung iba't ibang issue kaugnay ng war on drugs ni Pangulong Duterte. Secretary Goretz, tingin niyo po ba ay naging matagumpay po ito?
Alam mo itong war on drugs, ang laki ng repercussions ito. No? Hindi lamang domestic, international, pati foreign policy natin affected, yung internal peace and order affected. Kasi siyempre, ang ating PNP nakapokus sa war on drugs. Marami namang ibang krimen dyan. So pag ganyan, if you are focusing the resources of the PNP on a particular big problem, admittedly a big problem, kahit na nung ako'y first-time congressman, malaking problema na ito. Noong panahon na yon, binibilang namin mga 1 million ng mga drug users. No? That was more than 20 years ago. Pag nakapokus, nadadivert sila sa mga ibang krimen like yung mga armed robbery, mga ibang sindikato, war on illegal, yung mga illegal, yung gambling. Masasabi natin, in a way, tagumpay ito, no? Tagumpay sa dami ng mga napatay, either yung napatay ng PNP in a legitimate operation, although naging controversial because of the issue of EJK, human rights. At the same time, ang nakikita ko, medyo kulang pagdating sa war on the top level. Kasi wala ako masyadong nakikita na talagang malalaking tao. Kasi nung panahon ko, we identified about, in fact, I stood up in Congress and identified more than 100 top-level illegal drug personnel. Nung inihayag ko yan, mga iba doon, mga 10 namatay. Kasi siguro, na-compromise sila, pinatay ng mga kasama. Pero sa ngayon, wala ako nakikita ganyan. The other repercussion na naapektuhan tayo, yung foreign policy natin. Naging hindi maganda ang relasyon natin sa Amerika because of the issue on human rights. Yung EU na mahusay na partner natin, economic partner, pati sila ay nababatiko. So sa akin, siguro ang payo ko na lang, no? As as an advice, wag na lang natin pakinggan yung mga puna sa iba. Importante, we maintain our foreign policy. We need America for our economic policy. We need EU, $11 trillion ang kanilang economy. Nandiyan nagtatrabaho maraming Pilipino, yung mga FDI nila dito. Kung mumurahin natin yan, apektado ang ating economy. You know, we have to have a balance. Nagkikriticize sila, wag na natin masyado pakinggan yan. Siyempre, they have their own advocacies and as long as they do not directly interfere in our internal policy, hayaan na lang natin yung mga puna nila.
In connection with this, briefly lang, tanungin ko rin si Dindo. Some critics are also saying yung war on drugs resulted into what they're calling a human rights calamity because of alleged extrajudicial killings.
Alam naman nating, sa umpisa pa lang, sabi nga ng Pangulo, he wants to restore public order, re-establish law and order in our country. No? Kaya napakapabor ang ating sambayanan sa kanyang ginawa. No? Na I think 7 to 8 out of 10 Filipinos support this war on drugs. Ngunit, the same numbers will tell us also that they prefer that these people should be alive or these suspects should be kept alive to respect the human rights of these people. No? Tama nang nabanggit ng ating Secretary Goles na nasa na mga big-time leaders ng drug issue ito at sana naman wag ito maka-apekto sa relasyon natin. Lalo-lalo na, these are countries, allies that have shared values sa atin. We are a democratic country. We value basic human rights and our war on drugs should remember that and wag namang kalimutan yung hinihingi rin ng taong bayan because our president serves the people na wag namang patayin ang mga biktima itong war on drugs na ito.
Okay, magbabalik po ang ating special presentation tungkol dito sa pangalawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Nakikita nyo rin po sa inyong screen ang mga kaganapan sa Kamara, pati na po yung ongoing na press conference ng mga evacuees mula sa Marawi City. Alamin natin ang storya dyan mamaya. Sa ating pagbabalik, ano ba ang mga pangako ni Pangulong Duterte sa una niyang SONA na natupad? Tatalakayin natin. Manatiling nakatutok sa CNN Philippines. Kayo'y nanonood ng special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Alas 4 ng hapon, nakatakdang magtalumpati ang Pangulo sa Batasang Pambansa sa Quezon City at magkakaroon din po ng press conference ang Pangulo matapos ang kanyang SONA. Pagsugpo sa krimen at katiwalian, pagpuksa sa iligal na droga at pagpigil sa kontraktualisasyon. Ilan lamang yan sa mga pinangako ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang unang State of the Nation address. Alin sa mga pangako ng Pangulo ang nabigyang katuparan? Narito ang ulat ni Ina Andolong.
Marami sa mga pangako direktang nakakaapekto sa mga consumer. Sa kanyang unang SONA, pinangako ng Pangulo na bibilis ang internet speed sa bansa at makakaroon rin ng libreng wifi sa mga pampublikong lugar tulad ng mga parke, eskwelahan at ospital.
Wi-Fi access shall be provided at no charge in selected public places.
Sa ngayon, natupad naman ang libreng wifi sa mga airport at mga MRT station sa EDSA. Pero ang internet speed sa bansa, isa pa rin sa pinakamabagal sa Asia. Pinangako rin ng Pangulo na mababawasan ang traffic sa Metro Manila. Kabilang sa mga solusyon niya, paigtingin ang anti-colorum at out-of-line campaign at ang paggamit raw ng tinatawag na secondary routes sa tulong ng mga LGU. Tila halos wala namang nagawa ang mga ito. Masikip pa rin ang mga kalsada sa Kamaynilaan. Sabi rin ng Pangulo, dadagdagan ng mga bagon ng MRT mula 16 magiging 20. Pero hanggang ngayon, wala pa ang mga ito. Ayon sa DOTC, may 48 MRT trains ang binili ng nakaraang administrasyon, pero hindi naman raw maaring gamitin.
Siguro before the end of the year, makakapatagpo tayo ng mga 4 pa, di ba?
Mayroong mga pangakong halos tupad na, tulad ng pag-i-extend ng validity ng mga driver's license mula 3 magiging 5 taon. Sabi ng LTO, mag-uumpisa na raw ito sa Agosto. Malapit na rin i-extend ang validity ng mga passport mula 5 magiging 10 taon na. Didinggin na lang kasi sa Bicameral Conference Committee na dadaluhan ng mga kongresista at senador ang bill na nagtutulak nito. Yun ang huling hakbang bago ito pirmahan ng Pangulo para maisabatas. Nangako rin ng Pangulo ng mas patas na tax system. Ang tax reform package na ipinanukala ng Department of Finance, pasado na sa Kamara de Representante at didinggin pa ng Senado. Sa panukalang batas, tataas ang personal income tax habang dadagdagan naman ng buwis sa mga sasakyan, pati na rin sa langis. Sa war on drugs naman, sabi ni Pangulong Duterte, hindi niya tatantanan ang mga durugista. 3,200 na ang napapatay sa anti-drug operations as of June 20. Tulad ng kanyang pinangako, bumuo na ang Pangulo ng Interagency Committee on Illegal Drugs. Nag-umpisa na rin gumamit ng mga kampo ng militar bilang rehab center. Tulad na lang ng Fort Magsaysay sa Nueva Ecija, kung saan tinayo ang tinatawag na Mega Drug Rehab Center. Sa kanyang unang SONA, inutusan rin ng Pangulo ang National Police Commission na bilisan ang pagresolba ng mga investigasyon na may kinalaman sa mga tiwaling pulis. Ayon sa 2016 year-end report ng NAPOLCOM, 260 summary dismissal cases laban sa mga pulis ang natapos nilang dinggin. Pero may ilang mga kaso na tila nagdulot ng pagdududa sa mga mambabatas sa sinseridad ng Pangulo sa pagtugis ng mga abusadong pulis, tulad na lang ng nangyari kay Superintendent Marvin Marcos na ibinalik sa serbisyo. Si Marcos ang nanguna sa grupo na naghain ng search warrant kay dating Albuera Leyte Mayor at drug lord Rolando Espinosa sa Bilibid. Napatay doon si Espinosa.
I will never allow a military man, a government man, a policeman na makukulong for doing his duty and obeying my order.
Mula nung huling SONA, natatag na ang corruption hotline 8888 at mayroon na ring task force on media killings. Sa larangan naman ng peace at security, umasa ang Pangulo na magkakaroon ng tigil putukan sa pagitan ng gobyerno at mga komunista. Pero hanggang ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang labanan ng dalawang kampo.
Can you just stop fighting for a while?
Pinangako ng Pangulo ang pagpasa ng Bangsamoro Basic Law. Nung nakaraang linggo lang, naibigay na sa kanya ang draft BBL. Sabi niya full support raw siya sa panukala na tatalakayin na ng mga mambabatas. Sa larangan naman ng foreign relations, sabi ni Pangulong Duterte noong nakaraang SONA, maghahanap raw ng mga bagong kaibigan ang Pilipinas. Kita na ito ngayon sa tila bumubuting pagkakaibigan ng bansa sa Russia at China na pareho pang nag-alok ng tulong sa Marawi. Pinaigting na rin ang kooperasyon ng Pilipinas sa Indonesia at Malaysia, lalo pagdating sa laban sa terorismo at krimen sa dagat na nag-uugnay sa tatlong bansa. Ina Andolong, CNN Philippines.
Sa puntong ito ay dumako naman po tayo sa Marawi City. Ano kaya ang nais marinig ng mga taga Marawi mula sa Pangulo sa kanyang SONA? Alamin natin mula kay Camille Abadisio. Camille, anong mga usap-usapan ng mga residente dyan?
Bumuhos ang emosyon ng mga bakwit na nandito ngayon sa kasalukuyang nagaganap na State of the Bakwit Address dito sa Maahad Al-Noor Al-Islami, isang evacuation community dito sa Iligan City. Pinangunahan ito ng Dansalan Ko Kalilintad Movement na binubuo ng ilang grupo ng mga ulama, kabataan, kababaihan, mga Kristiyano at iba pang religious groups mula sa Iligan, Cagayan de Oro at syempre sa Marawi City. Sa pangunguna ni Samira Ali Gutok ng Rescue Ranao, nag-alay ng 1 minutong katahimikan kanina para sa mga nasawing sundalo sa krisis sa Marawi, ang mga nakibahagi sa pagtitipon. Ayon kay Gutok, nasa kalahating milyon na ang mga bakwit na nakakalat ngayon sa buong bansa. At sinabi rin niya na inulit niya yung mga inilahad niya sa Kongreso kahapon, gaya ng may mga kababayan na raw tayong Maranao na nanglilimos na sa nilipatan nilang mga lugar, kabilang na dyan yung Maynila, Cebu at Davao. Meron na raw mga nasisiraan ng bait sa evacuation centers, may mga namatay na, at meron pang mga namatay na mga kapatid tayong Muslim na hindi pa rin naililibing hanggang sa ngayon. Marami rin daw silang natatanggap na ulat ng mga magulang na hindi pa rin nahahanap yung kanilang mga anak. At sinabi rin niya, meron daw siya mga hindi nasabi kahapon sa session dahil pinutol daw yung kanyang oras, pero sinabi niya kabilang sana sasabihin niya yung panawagan niya sa gobyerno na i-review yung arrest order dahil meron daw mga nasamang pangalan dito na mukhang hindi raw nakuhaan ng background ng ganong kaigi na hindi naman dapat daw sila kasama doon sa arrest order. Yung ginagawa raw nila ngayong State of the Bakwit Address ay upang bigyan ng plataforma yung mga boses ng mga bakwit na hindi karaniwang nakakaabot sa gobyerno natin daan sa Maynila. Panawagan ng mga naririnig natin ngayon sa background, nagsasalita yung iba't ibang kinatawan ng mga women's groups, youth groups, at ang panawagan nila ay kung kaya pa raw bawiin ng presidente yung extension ng martial law ay sana raw gawin niya ito dahil nahihirapan daw sila sa sitwasyon sa mga evacuation centers. Pati na rin yung mga home-based evacuees ay hirap na
na hirap na rin sila. Gusto rin daw nilang makita yung kanilang mga tahanan, lalo na yung mga nasira, at meron din naman daw kasing hindi naman natunog o naapektuhan ng mga pambobomba, pero may naririnig daw sila mga balita na nawalan daw sila ng mga gamit, kaya yan daw yung dahilan, kaya sana man lang ay payagan silang makapasok sa Marawi. Nakakaranas din daw sila ng diskriminasyon, yung mga Maranao daw na gustong lumipat sa ibang mga lugar, hindi kapag nalaman daw na galing sa Marawi, kahit meron silang pambayad ay ayaw silang patuloyin. May mga estudyante rin daw na hindi nabibigyan ng akmang atensyon sa mga paaralan na kanilang pinapasukan. At ngayon tuloy-tuloy pa nga rin itong pagbabahagi nila ng kanilang mga saloobin hinggil dito sa krisis sa Marawi. At isa lang masasabi ko, Ruth, talagang bumubuhos yung kanilang emosyon, talagang mabigat yung kanilang loob, lalo na dito daw sa extension ng martial law. Mamaya-maya lang ay ibabahagi ko sa inyo. Marami pang mga magsasalita dito sa State of Bakwit Address, at sana raw ay marinig ito ni Pangulong Duterte at makarinig sila ng kahit man lang acknowledgement o response mamaya sa kanyang SONA. Ruth?
Camille Abadisio nag-uulat mula sa Marawi City. Patuloy po nating tututukan ang mga kaganapan sa loob at labas ng batasang pambansa bago ang alas 4 State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte. Ito po ang special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Sa kabila ng matapang na imahe ng Pangulo, nakita rin natin ang kanyang lighter side sa unang taon ng kanyang panunungkulan. Panoorin natin ito. Ito ang special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Patuloy ang pagbuhos ng comments at tweets ng netizens ukol sa ikalawang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Kanina po ay tinanong namin kayo kung anong gusto nyong marinig sa SONA ng Pangulo. Sabi ng Twitter user na ito, asahan na raw na muling magpapaulan ng maaanghang na salita ang Pangulo. Comment naman ni Antonio Arvin, gusto niyang sabihin ni Pangulong Duterte ang tungkol sa kalagayan ng kalusugan niya. Maraming salamat po sa inyong komento at patuloy lamang po sa pagpapadala sa aming social media accounts. So balikan po natin ang ating mga resource persons as we expect na mamaya po ang ikalawang SONA ng Pangulong Duterte. Marami pong mga controversial policies, martial law, we have the war on drugs, we have the foreign policy, but still let's point out na according to Pulse Asia, trust rating ng Pangulo is a record high 91%. So ano po yung overall assessment nyo sa unang naging taon ni Pangulong Duterte, Secretary Goles?
Well, we have to concede na very popular ang presidente natin. Lalo na he knows how to connect with the broad masses of the people by the way he speaks, yung speaking style niya. Talagang magaling ang dating sa mga tao. No? Ang hiningi ko lang, sana i-balancehin yung policy on security, on the economy, and on foreign policy. On security, alam natin, kailangan natin economic support from China, pero tingnan pa rin natin yung kalagayan ng ating West Philippine Sea, ang ating exclusive economic zone. Kasi habang humihingi tayo ng utang na loob sa China, paano naman yung inaagawan tayo ng teritoryo sa exclusive economic zone? How can we conflict, how can we confront a country na nagbibigay ng maraming tulong sa atin. No? Isa pa, yung foreign policy naman, siyempre, andyan ang America, an old ally, andyan ang EU, napakaraming bansa, makapangyarihan. Hindi natin pwede isang tabi yan. We have to balance because of the economic and political connections also.
Dr. Mendoza.
Yeah, ang gusto kong i-focus yung economic promises niya. At dyan merong mga nagawa silang reforma na napakahalaga. Katulad nung sa rice policy, yung food security natin, alam ko may mga reforma nangyayari dyan, hindi na government to government yung focus ng mga kontrata, pwede nang pumasok ang private sector. At in fact, nire-reforma na rin natin yung ating import constraints on the basically the import quotas on rice. So pagka nagmura ang presyo ng bigas, nagmura ang presyo ng pagkain, malaking impact yan sa ating mga kababayan. Nandyan din yung tax reform na mukhang sinuportahan ng partido ng Pangulo at sana naman ay patuloy siyang masusuportahan din ng Senado to the extent na maganda yung design at ma-improve pa siya. Sana mangyari din yan. At yung infrastructure emphasis ng Duterte administration, napakahalaga yan kasi paulit-ulit na yan naman talaga ang isa sa mga constraint ng Pilipinas in terms of competitiveness, in terms of attracting foreign investments that will then generate more jobs, that will help fix many other problems including endo.
Okay.
Kaya lang ang nakikita natin dyan, and I agree with former Secretary Goles, mixed bag yung iba niyang mga focus, katulad ng security, katulad ng foreign policy, sana ma-improve pa yan.
Okay, Dindo.
Ang SONA ay, ang hinahanap ko dyan yung strategic roadmap. No? Kalawang taon, tapos na yung tatawag nating first year of learning curve para sa Pangulo. Madaming nabanggit na ilistang priorities. So ang kailangan natin are what we call constructive actions, both by the legislature and the executive, as they follow the leadership of their president and their ally, President Duterte. Sana lagyan ng laman at umusong ang lahat ng programang pangreforma, programa na magpapaunlad ng ating ekonomiya through the SONA directions of the President.
Okay, marami pong salamat sa ating panauhin, Roy Logoles, Ronald Mendoza at Dindo Manhit. Patuloy pong tumutok at patuloy rin kami mag-aantabay sa mangyayaring SONA ng Pangulo mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Ito ang special presentation ng CNN Philippines. Alas 4 ng hapon, nakatakdang magtalumpati ang Pangulo. Ihahatid po namin yan sa inyo ng live. Manatiling nakatutok dito sa CNN Philippines para sa isang makabuluhang coverage. Ako po si Ruth Cabal. Magandang umaga. Magandang tanghali, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Kayo'y nanonood ng special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa ikalawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ako si Ruth Cabal. Kasado na ang seguridad sa paligid ng batasang pambansa, nakahanda na rin ang pulisya para bantayan ang nagaganap na iba't ibang kilos protesta. Nakatutok sa Commonwealth Quezon City ang aming senior correspondent na si David Santo. Samantalang nakatutok din ang mga residente ng Marawi sa gaganaping SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Nakaalerto rin ang militar sa anumang banta ng seguridad sa lugar. Nasa Marawi City si Camille Abadisio at George Cahiles. Alamin din natin ang pinakahuling kaganapan sa batasang pambansa. Nakatutok si Joyce Ilas at nasa Senado naman si Cecil Lardizabal. Kasabay din ng SONA ng Pangulo ang pagbubukas ng Kongreso. Dumako tayo ngayon sa Senado. Nandun ang aming correspondent na si Cecil Lardizabal. Cecil?
Ruth, hindi inabot ng isang oras ang seremonya kanina sa pagbubukas ng sesyon dito sa Senado at 20 senador lamang ang nakadalo kanina sa opening of the session. Wala si Senador Kiko Pangilinan dahil siya daw ay may sakit, naka-out of town or out of the country. Then itong si Senador Sonny Trillanes, alam naman natin na si Senador Alan Peter Cayetano ay nasa Department of Foreign Affairs na at syempre si Senador Laila de Lima ay nakadetine pa rin. Sa kanyang opening statement, kanina ay binanggit ni Senate President Coco Pimentel ang mga priority legislation, kabilang na dyan ang National ID System, ang Tax Reform Package, kasama ang Universal Health Care Act, pati ang pag-amyenda sa Constitution na Charter Change, unay para sa shift para sa isang federal form of government, pati na rin yung economic provisions ng batas. Dumalo ang ilang mga cabinet secretaries sa pagbubukas ng sesyon kanina. Nakita natin tabi sa upuan sina DFA Secretary Alan Peter Cayetano, Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre, Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Ernesto Pernia, Agrarian Reform Secretary Rafael Mariano at Defense Secretary Delphine Lorenzana. Samantala, sinabi ni Senate President na hindi priority ang death penalty bill pero tatalakay naman daw ito sa Senado kahit papano. Ngayon ay inaasahan natin ang mas malakas at agresibo na oposisyon. Kung dati ay 3 sila nung nagbukas noong first regular session, ngayon ay mas marami na sila at 6 na sila at inaasahan ng mga bakbakan pa rin sa plenaryo pagdating sa mga importanteng panukalang batas. Sinabi ni Senate President Coco Pimentel, bibigyan naman sila ng boses o bibigyan nila ng boses ang minorya sa Senado. Samantala, sa mga oras na ito ay nagkakainan na rin o kumakain na ng kanilang mga pananghalian ang ating mga senador at mamaya ay sabay-sabay sila mga 1:00 o 2:00 ay inaasahan nating tutungo na sila sa batasang pambansa kung saan didinggin nila ang pangalawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Ruth.
Cecil Ardizabal nag-uulat. Mahigpit ang seguridad na pinaiiral ngayon sa batasang pambansa, iba't ibang grupo ang inaasahang magsasagawa ng kilos protesta. Samantalang ang iba naman ay magpapahayag ng suporta sa Pangulo. Nasa Commonwealth Quezon City ngayon ang aming senior correspondent na si David Santos. David?
Alam mo, Ruth, itong overpass na ito sa pagitan ng Quezon City Polytechnic University at gayon din ng Corazon Aquino Elementary School nagsisilbing bilang boundary o hangganan para sa mga magsasagawa ng rally ngayong araw dito sa IBP Road. Now, sa aking kaliwa, makikita natin itong eastbound lane ng IBP Road. Dito nakaset up ang isasagawang rally ng mga militanteng grupo na tatawagin nga nilang People's SONA. Pangungunahan ito ng mga militanteng grupo gaya ng Bayan, KMU at Anak Pawis. Sa sentro ang kanilang issue, mga talumpati sa issue ng martial law at peace talks. Na kumpara nung nakaraang taon, makapansin-pansin, mas elaborate o mas pinaghandaan itong People's SONA na ito. Maliban sa kanilang makeshift stage, mayroon pang mga lights and sound equipment at mga LED screen. At sa ngayon nga nakikita natin parang naghahanda o nagre-rehearse na itong grupo itong banda na magpe-perform mamaya sa rally. Mananatiling bukas naman itong westbound lane ng IBP Road. Hinati na ang 5 lanes nito para maging two-way street. Samantala, nakapalibot pa rin ang mga tauhan ng PNP Civil Disturbance Management Unit para masiguro na mananatili ang kaayusan sa lugar na ito. Sa makikita ninyo, ilan sa kanila ay binibigyan ng mga final instructions o nag-undergo sa final briefing. Samantala, sa kabilang bahagi naman, Ruth, nitong overpass, makikita naman natin nandito nakapwesto ang mga ibang puwersa, dagdag puwersa ng PNP. Nariyan din ang mga emergency response teams gaya ng mga ambulansya at mga fire trucks na naka-standby para sa anumang emerhensya. Sa may unahan nito, nariyan ang PNP Command Center na nasa tapat mismo ng South Gate ng Batasan Complex. Sa may dikap kalayuan pa, diyan naman magrarally ang mga taga-suporta ni Pangulong Duterte. Bali itong hilera na ito na binanggit, Ruth, ay magsisilbing bilang buffer zone sa pagitan noong mga nagrarally na may tinatawag silang People SONA at gayon din yung mga magrarally na magpapahiwatig ng kanilang suporta kay Pangulong Duterte. Ruth.
David Santos, nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Kasama rin sa inaabangan ng mga kasuotan ng mga dadalo sa ikalawang SONA ng Pangulo. Isa sa mga nagdisenyo ng barong ni Pangulong Duterte para sa kanyang SONA, si Bonnie Adaza mula sa Davao City. Gumawa siya ng barong na yari sa Pinya Husi. Tribute daw ito sa mga sundalo sa Marawi. Ginamit kasi ni Adaza ang okir technique. Ang okir ay ang paggamit ng mga makukulay na geometric at bulaklaking disenyo na popular sa kulturang Maranao. Hiling niya na ito ang mapili ng Pangulo. Si Aris Escarilla naman ang nagdisenyo para sa longtime partner ng presidente na si Hanilet Avancenia. Redesign ito mula sa kanyang berdeng gown mula sa ASEAN Summit. Makulay din ang isusuot na barong ng presidential son at Davao City Vice Mayor Paulo Duterte. Plano nitong kunin ang barong na gawa ni Gary Sicam, ang disenyo, waling-waling at durian. Ilang mga mambabatas na rin ang nagbigay pasilip sa kanilang SONA 2017 outfits, kabilang narito si Bayan Muna Party List Representative Carlos Zarate. Ito ang barong na disenyo ni Volts Guray. Makikita rito ang marcha ng mga rallyista, dala-dala ang isang banner na nagsasabing no to all-out war. Literal na isusot din ni Gabriela Party List Representative Arlene Brosas ang kanyang protesta. Sumisigaw sa kanyang itim na palda ang pagtatapat ng mga sundalo at rallyista bilang pagtutol sa martial law. Regular na trabaho naman ang hinaing ni Gabriela Party List Representative Emmy De Jesus. Ito ang pasilip sa disenyo ng kanyang damit mamaya para sa SONA ng Pangulo. Ito ang CNN Philippines special coverage ng ikalawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte sa aming pagbabalik. Seguridad sa Marawi at Iligan City pinaigting sa kabila ng mga banta ng di umano'y suicide bombings. Yan at iba pang balita mamaya. Tutok lang dito sa CNN Philippines. Tuloy-tuloy ang ating pagtutok sa mga pinakahuling pangyayari bago ihatid ni Pangulong Duterte ang kanyang ikalawang State of the Nation address. Ito ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines. Kasabay ng ikalawang SONA ng Pangulo ay ang pagbubukas sesyon ng Kongreso. Kamustahin natin ngayon ang batasang pambansa. Naroon ang aming correspondent na si Joyce Ilas. Joyce, kamusta ang pagbubukas ng sesyon dyan?
Ruth, magiging talagang busy ang second regular session o ang ikalawang taon ng 17th Congress. Kanina nga ay inisa-isa ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez ang mga priority measures ng mababang kapulungan ngayong taon na ito. Unang-una na dito ang panukala na ng dissolution of marriage o pagsasawalang bisa ng kasal sa mas madaling paraan. Sa ilalim ng panukala, kailangan lang parehong sumang-ayon ang mag-asawa na maghiwalay. Magpakita ng framework para sa pag-aalaga at pagsuporta sa mga bata at aprubahan ito ng korte para mapasawalang bisa na ang kanilang kasal. Kung parehong sang-ayon raw ang mag-asawa na maghiwalay, isang hearing lang at ilang araw lang ang bibilangin para mapasawalang bisa na ang kanilang kasal. Maghahain rin daw si Alvarez ng panukala para legal na kilalanin at protektahan ang civil partnerships, kabilang na ang mga same-sex couples. Bibigyan raw sila ng mga karapatan tulad ng right to properties, right to support each other at right to adopt. Plano raw ng Kamara ipasa itong mga ito ngayong taon. Panghuli, para masigurado ang pangmatagalang kapayapaan sa bansa, prioridad ng Kamara na maipasa ang Bangsamoro Basic Law at ang charter change para sa federalismo. Ani Alvarez, plano ni Pangulong Duterte na i-certify as urgent ang Bangsamoro Basic Law. Kung mangyayari ito, posible raw na ngayong taon ay maipasa na ng Kamara o ng Kongreso ang Bangsamoro Basic Law. Ruth?
Joyce Ilas, nag-uulat. Nagsagawa ngayong umaga ang mga residente ng Marawi ng State of the Bakwit Address. Naroon live ang ating correspondent na si Camille Abadisio. Camille?
Nangibabaw ang hinanakit ng mga bakwit sa naganap na State of Bakwit Address dito sa isang evacuation center sa Iligan City. Pinangunahan ito ng Dansalan Ko Kalilintad Movement na binubuo ng mga grupo ng mga ulama, kabataan, kababaihan, mga Kristiyano at iba pang mga religious groups mula sa Cagayan de Oro, Iligan at Marawi City. Layunin daw ng State of Bakwit Address na bigyan ng boses at plataforma ang mga pangkaraniwang bakwit na naiipit sa kaguluhan sa Marawi. Sa pangunguna ni Samira Gutok ng Rescue Ranao, nag-aalay ng 1 minutong katahimikan para sa mga nasawing sundalo sa krisis sa Marawi ang mga nakibahagi sa pagtitipon. Ayon kay Gutok, nasa kalahating milyon na ang mga bakwit na nakakalat sa buong bansa ngayon. Ilan daw sa mga ito ay nanlilimos na lang para makakain. Binalikan ni Gutok ang ilang isyong inilahad niya sa joint session ng Kongreso noong Sabado tungkol sa mga bakwit gaya ng ilang report ng mga nasisiraan ng bait, mga namatay na evacuees, mga nasawing sibilyan na hindi pa rin naililibing at mga magulang na hindi pa rin nahanap ang kanilang mga anak. Nanawagan din siyang muling pag-aralan ng gobyerno ang 2 arrest order dahil may mga pangalan daw ditong hindi naman dapat na isama. Hiniling din ang ilang kinatawan ng grupo rito na bawiin ni Pangulong Duterte ang extension ng martial law hanggang katapusan ng taon na naaprubahan sa Kongreso noong Sabado. Nais na raw makabalik sa kanilang tirahan ng mga bakwit, lalo't marami raw sa kanila ang nakararanas ng diskriminasyon, gutom at iba pang mga suliranin sa araw-araw nilang pamumuhay. Umaasa ang mga bakwit dito ngayon na sagutin ni Pangulong Duterte ang mga hinaing nila sa kanyang State of the Nation address mamaya at aksyonan ang mga paghihirap nila dahil naiipit nga sila dito sa krisis sa Marawi. Ruth?
Camila Badisha nagulat live mula sa Marawi City. Nakaalerto naman ngayon ang sandatahang lakas kaugnay sa posibilidad ng pambobomba sa loob at labas ng Marawi. Ayon po yan sa panayam ng CNN Philippines kanina kay Armed Forces Western Mindanao Commander Lieutenant General Carlito Galvez Jr. Para sa karagdagang detalye, kausapin natin ngayon mula sa Marawi City si George Cahiles. George, kamusta ang sitwasyon dyan?
Naghahanda na ang mga tropa ng gobyerno sa posibleng spillover itong bakbakan sa Marawi sa ibang lugar dito sa Mindanao. Ayon nga kay General Galvez ng Western Mindanao Command, may mga impormasyon silang natanggap na maaaring magsagawa ng mga suicide bombing ang mga lokal na terorista sa loob at labas ng Marawi, gaya ng Iligan City at Zamboanga Peninsula. Naalerto na daw ni Galvez ang lahat ng kanilang mga unit para maging mapagmatsyag sa mga posibleng diversionary tactics ng mga terorista habang papalapit na sila sa mga natitirang stronghold ng multi-group dito sa Marawi. Maging sa loob daw ng battle zone, ni Galvez nagsasagawa na rin ng desperate actions ang mga kalaban na upang maudlot o magdulot ng matinding pinsala sa tropa ng gobyerno. Gaya halimbawa nung Sabado, marami daw sundalong namatay matapos lumapit ang isang kalaban sa kanila at nagpasabog ng granada sa pwesto ng mga sundalo. Tansya ng mga sundalo, wala nang 100 ng kalaban nila, kasama na yung 10 foreign fighters. Ngayon, napakarami ring checkpoints sa route dito mula Iligan City papuntang Marawi City. Sa bilang namin, mahigit 10 checkpoints yan. Naghahanda sila sa posibleng isasagawang protesta ng ilang mga grupo ng bakwit na kasalukuyang nandyan sa area. Tapos maalala nyo nga na talaga may plano sila magprotesta ngayong araw. Kaya lang kahapon, nakiusap si Secretary Delfin Lorenzana na isagawa na lang niya sa ibang araw. So ngayon, kahit na may ganong dialogo ay pinaghahandaan nila. Baka sakali nga daw at ituloy pa rin nila yung plano nilang protesta dito sa Marawi. Ruth.
George Cahiles nag-uulat mula sa Marawi City. Susunod, ating balikan ang mga pangakong natupad ng administrasyon sa unang taon mula sa libreng public wifi, mas mahabang validity ng driver's license at passport at ang pagsugpo sa krimen, katiwalian at iligal na droga. Kayo'y nanonood ng special presentation para sa State of the Nation Address ng Pangulo, live mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Manatiling nakatutok dito sa CNN Philippines. Ito ang special presentation ng ikalawang State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte dito sa CNN Philippines. Silipin naman natin ang lagay ng panahon ngayong araw ng SONA sa taya ng Pag-asa bahagyang maulap hanggang maulap na papawirin ang iiral sa Kamaynilaan, ngunit posible ring magkaroon ng panakanakang pag-ulan na may kasamang pagkulog, pagkidlat, pagdating ng hapon o gabi. Sa ibang bahagi naman ng bansa, binabantayan rin ng isang low pressure area sa silangan ng Giwan Eastern Samar. Maaari itong magdala ng pag-ulan at pagkulog, pagkidlat sa silangang Visayas at Caraga Region. Muling haharap sa bayan si Pangulong Duterte para sa kanyang SONA live sa Batasang Pambansa. Manatiling nakatutok sa malawakang coverage ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang State of the Nation Address ng Pangulo, live mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Ako po si Ruth Cabal, magandang hapon. Magandang hapon, ito ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa ikalawang State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ako si Ruth Cabal. Nagbukas na ang ikalawang regular session ng 17th Congress kaninang umaga. Binanggit ni na Senate President Coco Pimentel at House Speaker Bebot Alvarez ang priority measures ng Kongreso. Kasabay nito tungkulin naman ng Pangulo ng Bansa ang magsagawa ng State of the Nation Address alinsunod sa konstitusyon. Mamayang alas 4 ng hapon, ihahatid ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang kanyang ikalawang SONA sa Batasang Pambansa. Inaasahang ilalahad ng Pangulo ang kanilang naipatupad na mga programa sa nakaraang taon at ang mga plano para sa susunod na 5 taon bilang presidente. Nakatutok ang ating mga correspondent para ihatid ang mga makasaysayang pangyayari ngayong araw. Nakaantabay sa Batasang Pambansa, Para sa SONA ng Pangulo ang ating Chief Correspondent na si Pia Ontiveros. Senior Correspondent Ina Andulong. Ang ating correspondents na sina Joyce Ilas, JC Gotinga at Claire Yao. Nakabantay naman sa Commonwealth Avenue para sa mga nagrarally ang ating senior correspondent na si David Santos at Rex Remitio, Makoy Popioco at Ivy Saunar. Nakatutok naman sa Senado si Cecil Ardizabal at sa Marawi City naroon si George Cahiles at Camille Abadisio. Susundan naman ng ating correspondent na si AC Nichols si Pangulong Duterte mula sa bahay pagbabago sa Malacanang papunta ng Batasang Pambansa. Makakasama din po natin live dito sa studio ang isang dating senador at human rights activist, si Ginoong Jeherson Alvarez. Pero bago po yan, puntahan muna natin ang ating senior correspondent na si David Santos. Siya ay nasa labas ng Batasang Pambansa. David, kamusta ang pagbisita dyan ni PNP Chief Ronald De La Rosa? Kanina lang yata yan, ano?
Yes, Ruth, bago yan, nakapwesto na nga yung mga tauhan ng Philippine National Police o mga pulis na magbabantay sa rally site dito sa IBP Road. Tatabi lang muna tayo para may pakita natin ang sitwasyon ngayon dito sa IBP Road. Kapansin-pansin, pinalibutan na ito ngayon ng mga tauhan ng PNP na kanina ay nakapwesto lang sa magilid-gilid o sa side street nitong IBP Road. Kanina, bago tayo nag-on air, may dumating na rin parang isang contingent ng mga rallyista, yung mga sasali sa rally ngayong araw. Karamihan sa kanila nakamotor at hinarang na sila doon sa isang bahagi doon nitong rally site. Samantala, gaya nga nabanggit mo nga, Ruth, tutok na tutok ang mga opisyal ng PNP sa mga kaganapan dito sa IBP. Kabibisita lang dito ni PNP Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa at personal niyang ininspeksyonan ang kanyang mga tauhan na nandoon, nakatalaga doon sa Sandigan Bayan, gayon din yung mga nakabantay dito sa IBP Road. At sabi nga niya, kontento naman siya sa ipinakitang mga security arrangement o inalatag na security arrangement ng NCRPO, gayon din ng QCPD para sa gagawing SONA ngayong hapon. Pero aminado siya na medyo kinakabahan siya. Ang exact quote niya was, kabado ako na maaring masingitan raw ng mga masasamang elemento itong hanay ng mga ralista. Ito ay kanyang sagot base sa isang katanungan kung maaari magkaroon ba ng direktang epekto ang pag-suspendi ng peace talks sa pagsasagawa ng rally ngayong araw. Pero sabi ni PNP Chief, umaasa naman siya na tutupad ang mga lider ng mga militanteng grupo sa kanilang usapan na pananatili, they will keep this rally peaceful and orderly. Samantala, nabanggit rin niya na sana nga pabiro niyang sinabi na hinihingi niya na sana ay umulan dahil ito daw ay paraan para kahit papaano lumamig ang ulo ng mga nagsasagawa ng rally dito, gayon din yung mga tauhan niya na nagbabantay. At mukhang di pinakinggan naman ang kanyang hiling, Ruth, kasi sa mga oras na ito habang tayo ay nag-uulat, medyo umaambon na rin sa bahaging ito ng IBP Road. Ruth.
David, ano ba yung expected natin na activities dyan sa mga protesta na yan? Tsaka ano ba talaga yung mga punteriya nilang mga issue?
Alam mo, Ruth, base sa kanilang schedule na pinadala nila sa atin, dapat mga bandang alauna-30, formal na mag-uumpisa ang kanilang rally, ang tinatawag nilang People's SONA dito sa IBP Road. At sa ngayon nga may nagpe-perform na banda. Hindi tayo sigurado kung ito ba ay bahagi pa ng kanilang rehearsal o ini-entertain na nila yung mga tao, yung publiko na narito ngayon. Yung mga issue naman, syempre nariyan pa rin yung social issues gaya ng labor, education, medicine, rather healthcare. Pero syempre nakatutok talaga sa dalawang issue ang kanilang rally ngayon. Ito yung pag-extend ng martial law sa Mindanao na mariin nilang tinututulan. Gayon din ang kanilang panawagan sa Administrasyong Duterte na ipagpatuloy pa rin ang nabinbin na peace talk sa pagitan ng gobyerno at ng NDF-PANO Group.
Senior Correspondent David Santos nag-uulat live mula sa labas ng Batasang Pambansa. Ano ba ang maasahan natin sa SONA ni Pangulong Duterte ngayong taon? Alamin natin sa report ni AC Nichols.
Taon-taon, iba't ibang mga personalidad sa politika, business at pati showbiz ang dumadagsa sa Batasang Pambansa para pakinggan ang State of the Nation Address. Ang mga panauhin, patalbugan sa kani-kanilang magagarang kasuotan. Kaya naman ito ay naging isa na sa pinaka-inaabangan na red carpet event sa bansa. Pero nagbago ito noong 2016 nang ipag-utos ni Pangulong Duterte ang business attire na dress code. Ngayong taon, pinapayuhan pa rin ng mga dadalo na maging simple.
Even if it's a formal event na nandyan ng presidente, ang sabi nga ni Speaker, this is still a working day. Kaya sila nandito nagtatrabaho to listen to the President. Now, syempre, yung isusuot naman nila, presentable. It could be Filipiniana dress, kung maiwasan lang yung mga long gown. So, Filipiniana dress or business attire.
Inaasahang darating si Pangulong Duterte sa Batasang Pambansa bandang 2:30 ng hapon o mas maaga. Pwedeng by land or air ang kanyang sasakyan papunta doon. Ang mga panauhin naman ay inaasahang magdaratingan mga 1 p.m. Ang mga pintuan ng plenary hall magbubukas ng 2 p.m. No invite, no entry dahil strictly by invitation ang event. Pagdating ng 3:30 p.m. or 30 minutes bago ang speech ng Pangulo, isasara na ang mga pintuan ng plenary hall.
Yung malate, di na makakapasok. No? So those who were late, dadalhin sila sa North Lounge. No? Doon sila manonood na lang sa through our visual television.
Ngayong taon, gagamit ang award-winning director na si Brillante Mendoza ng 18 kamera para sa iba't ibang klase ng shots habang nagsasalita ang Pangulo.
Ang sabi lang nila, kung pwedeng maiwasan na yung masyadong low angle. Sabi ko, tingnan natin kung hindi na kailangan. Sabi ko, siguro hindi naman siya totally mawawala.
Inaasahan ng mga otoridad na maging maayos ang lahat sa SONA, maski pa may mga inaasahang protesta na magaganap. Posibleng problema ang traffic, kaya't magkakaroon ng rerouting sa ibang lugar.
Policy ni President Duterte ever since na ayaw niya na nakaka-disrupt ng traffic just because may activity sila. So, yung paglagay nga ng concrete barriers, so medyo siya hindi pa niya gusto yun, pero we have yung police din naman natin, they have their work cut out for them na kailangan nila yon. Pero yung container bans like before, we don't have that.
Hindi naman nagsasalita ang Malacanang kung anong particular na topic ang matututukan sa speech at kung magiging mahaba ba ito o maiksi gaya noong nakaraang taon.
As far as I know, there will at least be one run-through for him. And basically, it's all making sure that his message is what we all know already what he's done. So it will be basically a summary of what has happened in the past, a clarification of his position, and looking forward.
Kahit ano pa ang sasabihin ng Pangulo, ayon kay Presidential Spokesman Ernesto Abella, ay paniguradong manggagaling ito sa puso. AC Nichols, CNN Philippines.
Makakasama po natin ngayon ang isang dating senador at human rights activist, si Ginoong Jeherson Alvarez. Magandang hapon po. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Rudy.
Sir, so tingin niyo po, medyo malaki po yung naging expectations ng sambayanan sa Pangulong Duterte. Marami po siyang inilatag nung kanyang unang SONA at ngayon po pangalawang SONA. Ano pong inaasahan? Ano tingin niyo yung mga naging accomplishment niya na nabanggit niya sa kanyang unang SONA?
Palagi ko itong pangalawang SONA niya sa pagdiriwang. Parang sikat ng araw sa isang medyo makulimlim.
Wow.
Pagkat meron siyang galing na hindi natin naasahan. Yung kanyang pagsasalita, yung pala lalong maraming taong naabot niya. Para siyang mayor nga lang, pero pang bundaigdig pala. Yung pagsasalita niya kahit na mga ibang presidente, gusto siyang dalawin, gustong dalawin nila siya. Sapagkat una, sinakyan niya yung pinakamaselang suliranin na dapat sana yung mga taong nakakaintindi niyan, yung mga police officers. Pero yung droga sumisira sa kabuuan ng ating lipunan. At nung sinakyan niya yan, lumiwanag sa atin na talaga palang maselang-maselan yan. At pagkatapos, isinung niya yung ating foreign policy. At inilapit niya sa ating katabing malaking bayan nang hindi naman niya inaway talaga, kundi pinagsasagot lang niya, pinakita niya rin sa mga dating mga malalapit sa atin na kami bayang may sariling paninindigan. At nung nagpunta siya ron, pinaganda niya relasyon ba nakapagbenta pa ng maraming saging at saka mga gulay. Kaya yung Davao at saka yung Cagayan de Oro, lalong lumago ang negosyo niyan. At hindi lamang yan. Pagkatapos yung graft and corruption, yan ang pinakamalaking problema natin, mga magnanakaw ang maraming presidente natin, kaya nasisira palagi ang bayan. Pinahire niya yung pinakamalapit. Kaibigan ko rin yun. At siyang nagsabi sa akin, tayong lahat para kay Duterte. O, pinahire niya. At sunod-sunod yung mga tao.
You're talking about Lavinia, former Secretary Lavinia? Or,
Yun, Sueño.
And Sueño,
Mabait na tao. Nasabi sa akin ni Sueño nung araw, alam mo sir, kailangan si Duterte maging presidente ng Mindanao. Kung hindi na kami magkakaroon ng presidente.
Mga kasama po ito sa campaign, ano po? And sinasabi nyo, malaking bagay na...
Hindi lang kasama sa campaign. Mga talagang faithful followers. Yung nga nagkumbinsi sa akin siyang unang salita sa akin, natulungan natin si Duterte, kanya ganito, ganyan si Duterte.
Balikan din po natin yung una yung sinabi about yung war on drugs naman po. Sinabi nyo na isang malaking bagay na kumbaga parang natumbok niya yung isa sa malalaking problema ng bansa. But there are also critics na nagsasabi na nag-uwi daw ito sa what they call a human rights calamity because of alleged extrajudicial killings.
Well, hindi mo nga alis yun. Pag gumagawa ka ng isang bagay na malaki, merong pupuna. Maganda naman yun. Sa ating constitutional system, kailangan may pupuna. He brought it to the brink. Ngunit nakita mo, yung mga sumobra, pinadala sa basilan, gano'n. He was using his constitutional powers, but he was using it with imagination. Ngunit ang pinakamagaling dyan, alam mo, meron tayong magaling na presidente nung araw na mahal-mahal ng taong bayan, Magsaysay ang pangalan. Si Magsaysay, hindi masyadong sasalita. Ito, matalas magsalita. His profanity became a tool to reach out hindi lang dito, kundi internationally. Pati mga presidente ng Amerika, pati sila Putin. Kinikilala. Alam mo kung siguro leader ka, you have to use some tools Lalo na kung presidente ka gusto mong maraming maabot.
Okay.
Senator underclass there's a way of talking to them and he knows how to talk to them.
Okay, Senator Alvarez, pagpapatuloy po natin ang ating diskusyon at babalik po ang special presentation ng CNN Philippines para sa ikalawang State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte. At sa atin pong pagbabalik, sisilipin naman natin ang lagay sa Commonwealth Avenue kung saan nagmamarcha na ang mga magpoprotesta patungong batasang pambansa. Manatili pong nakasubaybay dito sa CNN Philippines. Kayo'y nanonood ng special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte. Higit 2 oras na lamang ihahatid na ng Pangulo ang kanyang SONA. Manatili pong nakatutok dito sa CNN Philippines para sa isang makabuluhang coverage ng SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Kasama po rin po natin si dating Senador at Human Rights Activist si Mr. Harrison Alvarez. Senator Alvarez, yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, sinasabi niyo medyo yung kakaibang estilo po ni Pangulong Duterte, talagang yun yung naglapit sa kanya sa tao, isang alas niya. Ano po? Kasama niyo po pala siya sa Congress before.
Sama ko sa Kongreso. At naging security officer ka sa Diwalwal.
Anong nakita niyong sabi niyo parang pagbabago? Anong kakaiba? Sanay na ba ang mga Pilipino nasasanay na ba ang Pilipino sa estilo ni Pangulong Duterte?
Ako hindi ko nakita masyado itong galing niya His capacity to communicate with the masses, with his profanity. That's another kind of language. Ngunit ang mahusay dyan, yung kanyang mabigat na pagsasalita, pinasusundan niya ng gawa. Ang daming pinahuli, mga drug addicts. Pagkatapos yung iba namang nanguhuli, siguro na sobrahan. Itras niya ng konti yung propaganda, nagpatayo siya ng paggamutan ngayon. Tapos nag-swing siya sa kaliwa. Yung pag-swing sa kaliwa, kabataan pa namin yan. Ayaw namin yung itong Amerika, itong komunista, nandun tayo sa gitna. Kaya sila Sukarno, malalaking leader nung araw, sa Indira Gandhi, gusto rin sa bandong yung third force. Itong ginawa niya. Ikalang nyo kaming malilit at magtulungan tayo. Di pagdating niya ron, natuwa yung mga dating hindi pinapansin malalaking bayan, nagbigay, gusto pong magregalo ng mga tulay At saka ang katakot-takot na investment. Ang investment kasi pumapasok kung nagpapakita ng pambihirang kakayahan. Because the capacity of the President to manifest and express his leadership draws confidence. Pinakaduwag yung mga maraming pera. Pag nakita lang, medyo lampay yata itong gobyerno ito, hindi sila papasok.
Pero yung pag-implement po niya ng martial law sa Mindanao, following yung nangyaring gulo sa Marawi crisis, anong pinakita ng kanyang liderato dito?
Duterte type ang presidente natin. Kung iba, kung katulad nung nakaraan baka nag-collapse ang moral confidence ng armed forces o kaya moral confidence. Ngunit dahil siyang nandiyan at alam niya tukuyin ang problema. Kaya may confidence. Sumasabak ang armed forces natin. Maraming napatay sa kanya pero laban sila. At saka dahan-dahan nilang sinisira ngayon yung network. Nakita niyo naman, nung gusto niyang i-extend ang martial law, lumapit siya sa Kongreso. Constitutional yun.
Yes.
Hindi yung dictatorial na sinabi niya kay Alvarez. Speaker Alvarez, kuha mo nga ako rin ng kuha mo nga ako ng exceptional martial law powers, suspendin mo. Hindi. Nagboto sila.
Pero yun nga
Binigay
rin
sa
pong
kanya.
sinasabi ng ibang kritiko na parang yung supermajority daw po, masyado na daw pong parang tila nagiging sunod-sunuran at baka daw na-defeat na yung power nila to check on the presidential powers naman po ng legislature.
Dahil lahat yun ay binutuhan ng tao eh. Ibig sabihin, tau-tauhan ni Duterte yung mga congressman doon. Hindi naman totoo yun. May maisip naman yung mga senador at congressman natin, ang dami magagaling, mas sa Senado, there is a minority. It's a working constitutional order. I think he has not interrupted that. He has not given gifts to that. Meron pa nga presidente nung ini-impeach ko, niligaruan niya yung mga congressman para hindi bumoto sa kanya. Pero ito, I think it's spontaneous support. And yung confidence sa kanya, ang taas ng confidence sa kanya.
Yes.
Wala pang presidenteng tumaas ng confidence ng katulad sa kanya.
Okay.
Pinakamalapit siguro yung kay Ramos, pero si Ramos baba rin, di ba? O, kung walang confidence na ganun, hindi buboto yung kongresong yan. At kung hindi niya napakikita sa field, yung talagang paghawak ng problema, katulad ng mga problema natin sa nakaraan, siya ay systematic. Dahan-dahan niyang sinisikil.
Okay.
Tapos inilalayo niya yung mga sibilyan. Ganyan. At saka, yung kanyang, he has created for himself an overall personality of an emerging statesman. And I think he's good for the economy, tinma ekonomiya natin. Tumas ng tumas hanggang dito sa Southeast Asia, inunahan na ng Vietnam. Vietnam ang pinakamataas sa atin, di ba?
Opo. Senator Alvarez, balikan namin kayo ha. Kasi po ngayon ay nagmamarsya na po yung mga militanteng grupo. Tingnan natin yung sitwasyon. Papunta na po sila ng Batasan Complex. So tingnan natin yung latest dyan sa Commonwealth Avenue sa Quezon City. Nandiyan ang ating correspondent na si Rex Remitro. Rex, kamusta ang sitwasyon dyan?
Sa ngayon nga ay kumakanan na itong bulto ng mga rallyista dito sa darating na ikalawang ulat sa bayan ni Pangulong Duterte matapos ang mahabang paglalakad sa ilalim ng init ng araw at ng minsang pag-ambon. Malapit na nga sila yung bulto o yung karamihan ng mga militanteng grupo doon nga sa may Batasan Complex. At kung makikita mo sa aking likuran ay 3 lane na lamang nung northbound lane yung nadadaanan ng mga sasakyan at sobra yung naging trapiko nga dito. May mga panahon pa nga na talagang wala nang madaanan sa may northbound lane. Kung nasa Quezon City ka man, siguro mas maganda wag ka munang dumaan sa Commonwealth Avenue o kung di man maiiwasan, siguraduhin mong dadaan ka doon sa may zipper lane. Marami rin silang dalang effigy at sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon nga daw, ayon sa bagong alyansang makabayan, gumawa sila ng isang effigy ni Pangulong Duterte. Ngunit ito ay mas simple kung ikukumpara doon sa mga ginawang effigy para kay dating Pangulong Noynoy Aquino. Yung sa effigy ni Pangulong Duterte, nakataas lamang yung kamay niya at nakasuot siya ng barong. Ngunit pag tiningnan mo ito sa likod, makikita mo na para pinaghalo yung mukha niya at nung kay Nazi Germany leader Adolf Hitler. Dahil nga sa ngayon ay tinatawag na nila ito si Duterte na isang diktador at tuta nga ng Amerika. Kung kaya't meron din silang isang effigy nga na isang octopus na binabalot ng bandila ng Amerika at nakapatong sa isang tangke na siyang naglalarawan sa tinatawag na military junta na pinamumunuan ni Pangulong Duterte. Sa ngayon ay mas palaban itong mga militante kung ikukumpara noong nakaraang taon sapagkat dati mas mapayapa pa at malumanay pa sila at kaalyado pa nila si Pangulong Duterte. Ngunit sa ngayon nga dahil nga doon sa pagpalya nga noong usapang pangkapayapaan sa pagitan ng pamahalaan at ng mga komunista, bumalik sila sa kalye upang ipahayag yung kanilang pagtutol lalo na doon sa extension ng martial law sa Mindanao. Yan yung mga bagay na tinututulan nila at ngayon ay nandito na sila sa may malapit sa Batasan Road. Ruth.
Rex, may initial estimate na ba kung gaano karami yung nandyan at anong sabi ng mga protesters, gaano karami talaga ang inaasahan nila?
Ayon sa pulisya, nasa 5,400 lamang sila. Ngunit para sa mga militante, nasa 15,000 pa sila. At ito nga daw yung kanilang puwersa na gusto nilang ipakita na sana'y wag muna silang isantabi ni Pangulong Duterte. Bumalik sila sa negotiating table at muling buhayin yung usapang pangkapayapaan. At ito yung pinapakita nga nila ngayon ayon sa mga leader ng mga makakaliwang grupo. Ruth.
Rex Remitio nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Abangan sa aming pagbabalik, aalamin natin ang mga paghahanda sa Kongreso higit 2 oras na lamang bago ang SONA ng Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ito ang special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Tutok po lamang dito sa CNN Philippines. Kayo'y nanonood ng special presentation ng CNN Philippines sa ikalawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Meron na lang pong mahigit 2 oras bago ang pinakahihintay na ulat ng Pangulo. Binuksan na kaninang umaga ang second regular session ng 17th Congress sa House of Representatives. Nasa batasang pambansa si Joyce Ilas. Joyce, kamusta ang unang araw ng sesyon dyan?
Ruth, sa pagbubukas ng sesyon kaninang umaga ay inisa-isa nga ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez ang mga priority legislative measures ng second regular session ng 17th Congress. Unang-una na rito ay ang dissolution of marriage o ang pagsasawalang bisa ng kasal sa lalong madaling panahon. Paliwanag ni Alvarez, sa ilalim ng panukalang ito, kailangan lang parehong aprobado ng mag-asawa ang kanilang paghihiwalay. Kailangan rin daw may framework para kung sino ang mag-aalaga o susuporta sa mga bata o kanilang mga anak at aprubahan ito ng korte para mapasawalang bisa na ang kasal. Kung parehong sang-ayon daw ang mag-asawa na maghihiwalay na sila, kahit isang hearing lang daw at ilang araw lang, pwede nang mapasawalang bisa ang kasal. Maghahain rin daw si Alvarez ng panukala para legal na kilalanin ang civil partnerships. Kabilang na rito ang same-sex couples. Bibigyan raw sila ng karapatan kagaya ng right to properties, right to support each other at right to adopt. Panghuli, para masigurado ang pangmatagalang kapayapaan sa bansa, ay nais ng second regular session ng 17th Congress na ipasa ang Bangsamoro Basic Law at ang charter change para sa federalismo. Ani Speaker Alvarez, plano raw ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na i-certify as urgent ang Bangsamoro Basic Law. Pag nangyari ito, kaya raw nila maipasa ang Bangsamoro Basic Law bago matapos ang taon. Nag-adjourn ang session kanina bago ay pagkalagpas ng alas 11 ng umaga, pero babalik ang mga kongresista kasama na ang mga senador sa plenaryo mamayang alas 4 para pakinggan ang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Ruth?
Maraming salamat, Joyce Ilas. At maraming pong salamat sa ating guest, si dating Senator Harrison Alvarez, dating Senator at Human Rights Activist. Thank you po, sir, for joining us. Ito ang aming special presentation sa ikalawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Alas 4 ng hapon, nakatakdang magtalumpati ang Pangulo sa batasang pambansa sa Quezon City. Manatiling nakatutok dito sa CNN Philippines para sa isang makabuluhang coverage. Ako po si Ruth Cabal. Magandang hapon.
Mas marami kami ngayon, no? It's because una may dadagdagan tayong mga protesters.
The second State of the Nation address, and the odds are even higher than before.
The motion to extend the proclamation of martial law is hereby approved by the Congress.
Fresh off the vote to extend martial law in Mindanao, the war in Marawi rages on. In the streets, people gather to protest. But popularity ratings soar. President Rodrigo Duterte faces his allies, his critics, and the Filipino people. Welcome to a CNN Philippines special presentation live from the Batasang Pambansa. I'm Pia Ontiveros.
And I'm Pinky Webb. Thank you for joining us here on CNN Philippines.
A State of the Nation address is delivered before the Senate and the House of Representatives sitting in joint session, one of only two occasions when this happens, either a SONA or when Congress convenes as in joint session to canvass the votes in the presidential and vice presidential elections. However, with a crisis in Marawi, the joint session, Congress convened in a joint session on Saturday to extend martial law in Mindanao, which CNN Philippines brought to you live. We are 2 hours away from President Duterte's second State of the Nation address here in the Batasang Pambansa before a joint session of Congress. Our Ina Andolong is here with us, Malacanang, giving us a sneak peek. Ina, what do we know so far?
Okay, well, let's start first with what spokesman Ernesto Abello said over the weekend about what we can expect from the speech. He says, and I quote, the speech or the SONA will be frank, challenging, realistic, but hopeful. He also said that we could expect the SONA to last for about an hour and a half. But of course, he said that that already includes or factors in the expected applauses and ad-libs from the president, which we saw him do in his first State of the Nation address. But of course, Pia, we've also been asking around, asking our sources and what topics or issues may be tackled in the speech. And we did learn that the president will touch on his war against crime and corruption. He will be talking about the extension of martial law, still, of course, in relation to the ongoing rebellion in Marawi, which recently he did say he expects to be over soon. The president will also be talking about, interestingly, the government procurement system. If we look back earlier in his term, Pia, he would always say that he is against the idea of government projects ending up with the lowest bidders, because for him, he says, lowest bidders don't necessarily give the best quality products or services for government. So that's one topic we are expecting from his SONA. We were also told that he will be tackling health services and also foreign relation. And we were told that he will be talking again about the U.S., the United States, or Americans. And interestingly, we're still uncertain, though, if he will be talking about this in the context of the U.S. Congress panel conducting a probe on the killings happening because of his drug war. So that's what we know so far.
Okay. Over the weekend, Ina, you were in Davao. The president, of course, preparing for to deliver his second State of the Nation address. What happened over that weekend?
Yeah, we were there over the weekend. His last event was on Friday. He had no official engagement from Saturday and Sunday. But of course, our sources told us as well that he did have dry runs. He rehearsed his speech both Saturday night and last night, Sunday night. And we were told that the president was he had a lot of inputs. Up to late last night, he was messaging his staff about things that he still wanted included in a State of the Nation address. And also what we were told is that apart from, of course, browsing through the content of the speech, what the staff wanted to make sure is that the president is used or gets used to reading from the teleprompter, because as we know, he's known for his extemporaneous speeches. He doesn't always read from the prompter, and from what we heard, his rehearsal last night went pretty well.
Ina, may plano din si Presidente na mag-press conference, although this is not going to be the first time that a president will have a press con after his SONA or his speech, dahil ginawa naman ito ni Pangulong Noynoy Aquino noong 2010. Ano bang plano ni Presidente? Bakit kailangan niya mag-press con ngayon?
Yeah, well, you know, this announcement, yung press con, kaninang umaga lang yan i-announce. So it's quite last minute, and of course, many reporters were asking what happened, why suddenly have this press conference. And according to our sources, it was actually the president himself who decided that he wanted to speak more to reporters after the SONA. We asked why, and we were told that he wants to announce something. We're uncertain why he didn't rather prefer to just include this in his SONA, but we were told that he has an announcement after his SONA, and it has something to do with housing. That's all we know so far. And as you mentioned, it's not exactly unprecedented. President or former President Aquino did do this in his SONA in 2010.
All right. Ina Andolong still monitoring developments here. And Ina, you're going to be covering that press con also later.
Yes.
We'll talk to you also after the speech, maybe even before the speech. Ina Andolong, our senior correspondent, has been covering President Duterte since the campaign. Of course, everybody's going to be here. Everyone invited to this second State of the Nation address of President Duterte. We'll give you a rundown in just a bit as to who will be here. You're watching a CNN Philippines special coverage of President Duterte's State of the Nation address here at the Batasang Pambansa. We are live. I'm Pia Ontiveros.
Thank you to our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros there. We're going to go back to Pia in a couple of minutes as lawmakers, cabinet secretaries, and members of the diplomatic corps will make their way over to the Batasang Pambansa. And also, of course, thank you to our senior correspondent, Ina Andalong, telling us already that after the State of the Nation address, there will be a press conference by President Rodrigo Duterte. Ina telling us already that there will be an announcement and it has to do something with housing. Ina will be covering that as well. The Metro Manila Police say they're ready for all possible scenarios during President Duterte's second State of the Nation address this afternoon. National Capital Region Police Chief Oscar Albayalde says they have not received any terror threats in the run-up to today's event.
Sa ngayon, mas marami kami ngayon, no? More than 6,300 uniform personnel lang. It's because una may dadagdagan tayong mga protesters or yung mga supporters actually ng ating Pangulo. Kasi dalawang grupo ngayon nito. Yun yung mga may issue, yung tinatawag natin mga anti at saka yung mga pro. Marami din sila pareho. Yung sa pro, magkakandak din sila ng kanilang programa doon sa tapat mismo ng congressional building, sa tapat ng Civil Service Commission. No? At yung sa antay naman, doon sila malapit doon sa South Gate.
Albayalde adds police on the front lines will be unarmed in dealing with protesters, but the batons and shields are ready in case of an emergency. Let's get the latest on what's going on over in Marawi City. Our Camille Abadisha is there. Camille.
Evacuees from Marawi City turn emotional as some civilian leaders deliver the State of the Bakwit address at an evacuation center here in Iligan City. The SOBA was spearheaded by the Dansalan Ko Kalilintad movement composed of leaders from various sectors such as ulamas, the youth, women, Christians and other religious groups coming from Cagayan de Oro, Iligan and Marawi City. The State of the Bakwit address aims to give the people of Marawi a platform to voice out their grievances, their situation more than 2 months after the fighting in Marawi broke out. Before the program started, evacuees offered a minute of silence and prayer for the soldiers and civilians who died in the hostilities. Samira Gutok of Rescue Ranao opened the activity. She said there are about 500,000 evacuees scattered across the country. Some of them have resorted to begging just to survive. She also raised some issues she revealed during the joint session last Saturday, such as reported mental trauma experienced by evacuees, death in evacuation centers, civilians denied of proper burial, and parents that continue to search for their missing children. Some civil society leaders also call on the Duterte administration to take back its decision to push for the extension of martial law until December, a request that was approved by the upper and lower house in the joint session last Saturday. The evacuees share the same sentiments. They want the government to end the crisis in Marawi as soon as possible so that they can go back to their homes and regain a sense of normalcy in their lives. The Bakwits are hoping President Duterte will heed their call, acknowledge their plight during his State of the Nation address, and to take action to save the lives of the Maranaos and Marawi City. Meanwhile, there's also a protest action here at the plaza in Iligan City led by Tindeg Ranao and Kalinaw Mindanao. Their battle cry is also to end martial law in Mindanao. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, Camille Abadisha, reporting to us live over in Iligan City. Let's talk about that. What's going on over in Marawi City and in Iligan City, and of course, the sentiments of the evacuees there. They have been, well, at least the fighting in Marawi began 2 months ago. That was May 23. Joining me now are sociologist Nicole Curato and Center for Media Freedom and Responsibility Chairman Vergel Santos. Nicole, Vergel,
Hi.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for being here. Let's start with the report of Camille. It's been 60 days, a little over 60 days since the fighting in Marawi, and the evacuees, their plight. They want this to be a top priority of the Duterte administration. How do you feel so far? Has the government given them enough concern, enough priority
Right, Pinky. I think one of the main ways in which this government framed itself is it's a government that can govern in times of crisis. And just in the first year of the Duterte administration, we've seen a country that's at war on two fronts, so Marawi and the war on drugs. And I think when we look at war, it's not just about the government's ability to deploy military and police power, but you're right, it's the rebuilding. How do you respond to the humanitarian crisis? And it's fascinating to know more about the State of the Bakwit Address, because I think these are primarily the voices that we have to hear at the center of all these debates. And we've seen this last Saturday, when the Congress convened to talk about the martial law crisis or the imposition of martial law in the South, because there were lots of questions asked, but I think we rarely heard the voices of the internally displaced peoples.
That's right, for help.
We seem to have been given the impression that this would be quick. Well, it's been more than 60 days. In fact, Congress has given the president another 150 days. Very generous indeed, considering that the president himself said that he might not even need martial law, remember? Well, but I can understand. It seems to me that the government has underestimated its own capability, and is beginning to be stretched out in this case. In fact, it seems to be getting ahead of itself in certain cases. For instance, talking about rehabilitation and reconstruction when the destruction hasn't even stopped.
Yeah.
You know, I have only my deepest sympathies for the people of Marawi.
We're going to talk about
this is really sad.
The state of the evacuees a little bit later on. Let's go back first to Batasang Pambansa. Our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros, is there, and she's with DFA Secretary Alan Peter Cayetano. Pia, go ahead.
Pinky, as I was saying earlier, everybody's invited today, not just the former living presidents, except, of course, Noynoy Aquino has declined the invitation, but also members of President Duterte's cabinet, among them, just as you said, Secretary Alan Cayetano of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Secretary Cayetano, thank you very much for joining us here live on CNN Philippines. Can you tell us what you know so far that President Duterte will speak about when it comes to foreign policy sa kanyang second SONA?
Good afternoon, Pia, Pinky, at sa lahat nating kababayan, not only here in the Philippines, but alam natin CNN is worldwide. I expect the speech to be in accordance with the President's personality. He's a straight shooter. Ayaw niya ng sinisweep under the rug ang problema or sinusugarcoat yung sitwasyon. So I expect, this is my 20th SONA. No, 9 as congressman, 10 as senator, and I expect a real SONA, a state of the nation that really tells us the situation of the country. Having said that, part of leadership is giving hope, telling people how we can help to find a solution. So I think it'll be a balance of both, no, na eto ganito kabigat ang problema, eto mga kinaharap natin. On the other hand, this is what we can do, and this is what where we need help and how we how can help. I did not review the speech, nor am I privy to the final outcome ng speech, no. But I do know that it will really be about the real state of the nation, and then at the same time, where do we go from here? What to expect next year in the next 5 years.
Setting the vision, kumbaga. Secretary Cayetano, although, like you say, no one really has any idea exactly what he's going to say, but we do have some insight into what his thoughts are when it comes to foreign policy, U.S., China, Russia. So we can expect that. At the same time, right now, what's happening is there is that reaction around the world to the extension of martial law in Mindanao, for example. Also, that human rights investigation in the U.S. Congress. No, is the president going to tackle that also in his...
Okay, well, first of all, let's, unlike before, pagka may issue or may ingay sa media about it, it means it's an issue everywhere. But like kami sa Department of Foreign Affairs, trabaho namin to bridge eh. So let's say, for example, as far as martial law, many of our allies and new friends understand, if not all, that iba yung martial law during the 70s at iba yung martial law now. Number two, even those who were very critical of the drug war then, now understands that drugs are intimately related to financing of terrorism. So you'll have a much more broader base of support. Sentiments of the president, I agree with you, Pia, lalabas yung mga sentimento niya. And his sentiments is really, peace and order or law and order, including anti-terrorism, anti-drugs, vis-a-vis how do you develop the country. Kasi like sa Visayas at Mindanao, Visayas at Luzon, no? Whether it's tourism, investments, infrastructure, parang walang barrier na. No? In fact, yung support worldwide, different regions around the world. Pero pagdating sa Mindanao, until you solve the problem in Marawi, until you have a peace that can be enjoyed by all Christians, all Muslims, all Mindanaoans, may cap or may limitation sa pwede mong development, like Mindanao Railway. How do you build it in areas na may conflict, di ba? How do you assure the contractors or the people who are actually going to construct that they will be safe there? So many countries have told us that they are willing to fund in billions, but have also told us quietly that they're concerned about their safety of their nationals. No, so these are the things that weigh that burden our president, and this is the things that our president want to solve right away.
And the sentiments, of course, sa kanya, he wants to get things done, no? And I guess he will share that with us later. We also expect, apart from his written speech, he will be going off script a bit, which he always does. How is he going to also address, because, for example, in the fight against terrorism in Marawi, many governments, foreign governments, including U.S., China, for example, have offered that help, no, to fight terrorism?
Well, for any and all help, that there are no strings attached. The president is not only accepting it, the country's policy is not only to accept the help, but also to thank these countries and their people for the help that they're giving. No? Even the U.S., where we have the up and down in the relationship, not only throughout the years, but in this last year, no? They have donated equipment to fight the terrorists. They will donate again. I think this week there's something scheduled, and we continue to thank them for it. No, so when we fight terrorism and violent extremism, no, it's a fight against humanity. It's a threat against humanity, and all of us, maging Chinese, Japanese, Americans, Koreans, Africans, we all want security for our family. So we're trying to approach Marawi that way. And if only we had more modern equipment to fight terrorists, no, you would have had less destruction. So now we're working closely, especially with Indonesia and Malaysia and our allies in the Middle East, to prevent the spread of ISIS and terrorism in the country.
Secretary Alan Cayetano, Department of Foreign Affairs, thank you very much. Maraming salamat po for joining us here in CNN Philippines Live. Like we were saying, Pinky, of course, cabinet secretaries, members of President Duterte's cabinet are here. Of course, senators, congressmen, the judiciary will be represented by Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno and other leaders of the judiciary. There will also be the heads of the independent commissions, COMELEC, CHR, CSC, Civil Service Commission, Commission on Audit. Everybody's going to be here. Members of the diplomatic corps, the president's family, also defense and police officials. Everybody invited. Like we said, also former presidents Ramos, Estrada, and Arroyo. Well, Arroyo as Pampanga congresswoman, they'll be here, except for, as we were told, former President Noynoy Aquino, who declined the invitation. Pinky?
Pia, thanks a lot. We'll get back to Pia a little later on in the newscast. This is a special presentation of CNN Philippines on President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address. We're going to tell you what's happening outside the Batasang Pambansa after this break. Stay with CNN Philippines. This is a special presentation of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address on CNN Philippines. What's become of the president's promise to end contractualization? This is one of the reasons why there are protests. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, joins us. He's monitoring the rallies outside the Batasang Pambansa. David, what's the situation there now?
Well, Pinky, the huge crowd that had gathered here at the IBP Road now stretches to about a kilometer from where we are now. Let me step out of the camera to show you the situation behind me. Well, this image that you're seeing now, the different militant groups arrived in this area shortly past 1 this afternoon. In the last hour, we hear different left-wing leaders speaking before the crowd here. Among them, Nato Reyes of Bayan, members of the Makabayan Bloc, led by Anak Pawi's party list representative Ariel Casilaw, as well as comedian Juana Change. Now, they all took turns criticizing the Duterte government, of course, on many different issues. But of course, the main issues that they've been advocating here, particularly, is the issues on martial law, which they vehemently oppose, as well as the appeal to the Duterte government for the peace talks to resume. So far, the rally here remains peaceful and orderly. This is a sharp contrast in previous anti-SONA rallies, wherein protesters were limited to a certain area in Commonwealth, and at times the crowds would turn unruly. But now, not only militant groups are allowed closer, the protest marches are held earlier today, much more orderly, and we could get a sense that the leaders of the different cause-oriented groups and militant groups that had participated in this rally are cooperating with authorities to ensure that indeed these rallies will be held peacefully. Now, we are expecting this program here, the People's SONA, to last for until 4 p.m., just in time when President Duterte delivers his second State of the Nation address. Pinky.
David, you were there last year as well. I remember that. Can you tell me what is the difference you're seeing from last year's protest action compared to this year?
Pinky, compared to last year, things are far more, as we can see, far more better in terms of accommodating the militants in their request to come closer to Batasan complex. Police officials were saying that unlike in the previous year, they're much 30 meters closer to the first gate and the Batasan complex. In the previous year, again, let me step out the camera. They could be about 30 meters far more behind where they were allowed to stage their rallies, but this time they are right in front of the Quezon City Polytechnic School, just a few several meters from the Batasan complex. Also, last year, things were pretty much warm in terms of relations between the president as well as the different left-wing groups. Although there have been many issues that they're having differences now, particularly in the issue of martial law as well as the suspended peace talks. It appears that the Duterte government continues to be more accommodating to these militant groups compared to how previous administrations had handled protest actions during the day of the SONA. Pinky.
And it seems that's exactly what NCRPO Chief Director Oscar Albayalde is likewise saying. David Santos, thank you so much for that report. We'll get back to you a little later on in the newscast. We spoke to Director Oscar Albayalde, and he said that there are thousands of policemen manning the Batasan complex in and around Batasang Pambansa. But over and above that, what is different this year, he says, is that they will not be armed. They will not have their batons. They will not have their shields. However, it's also a point, the director was saying that all these batons and shields will be kept in an area in the event that it is needed. So really, the point is, it's a lot of good faith, possibly, between the police and the militant groups. At this point, let's go back. Lawmakers are making their way inside the Batasang Pambansa. Our chief correspondent is there, Pia Ontiveros, and I believe she is with one of the senators, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Pinky, with me are the father and son team, former President and now Manila Mayor Joseph Ejercito Estrada, and his son, Senator J.V. Ejercito. Well, let's begin with former President Mayor Estrada. Mayor, Mr. President, thank you very much for joining us here in CNN Philippines.
It's our pleasure, Pia.
Okay. Sir, what would you like to hear from President Duterte?
Well, of course, the president is really all out in bringing our country, putting order in our country. And I know that he's always for the good of the greater good of the greatest number. So that's why let's give him all that support.
Support, he has very good popularity, trust rating.
Yes, yeah, he got 82%. And of course, he's the martial law. He got overwhelming votes from Congress and the Senate.
Tama po ba yung ginawa ng joint session ng Senate at ng House na i-extend ang martial law sa Mindanao?
Tama yun, because they're the representative of the people all over the country. And they voted overwhelmingly. So that goes to show that the people are behind President Duterte.
This is an issue that's close to your heart. When you were president, meron po kayong ginawang all-out war sa Mindanao. You tried to bring peace to Mindanao.
That's true because no country can move forward without peace and order. Peace and order should be number one priority. Because, our country has been under, we have this revolution. The MPA have been there for more than 60 years now. And the MILF have been there for more than 40 years. What kind of government do we have? When we cannot impose our own laws in our own land, we have to do that. They should bear in mind that we have only one constitution, one armed forces of the Philippines, one government, period.
Okay. Mr. President, sandali lang po. Kausapin ko lang po yung anak ninyo. Pero wag po kayong mawala. Diyan lang po kayo. Senator J.V. Ejercito, noong Saturday, the Senate and the House overwhelmingly voted for an extension to martial law. And what do you expect that the President will say about this?
Well, probably, he would appreciate, of course, the support given by both Congresses to the efforts to restore peace and order in Marawi and in Mindanao. No? And now that both the Senate and House has ratified the extension of martial law, at least in the international community, this will send a good signal that at least the martial law declaration was supported by both houses.
Is there anything else you'd like to hear from the President?
Well, if there's something I want to hear, I would want to hear on the economic programs this time, because we have been talking about peace and order for the past year. So, all of us have one thing in mind. No? We want to see the improvement of the quality of life of the Filipinos. No? The standard of living has to improve. So I'm hoping to hear more on the economic programs, the massive infrastructure development, and others this time around.
Thank you, Senator JV. Si Mayor President tumitingin ng invitation. Patingin ng invitation, sir. Pakita nyo naman. Siyempre, as former President po kasi, you are invited, kayo po, at si FVR, and of course, Gloria Arroyo as former President, and as Pampanga Congresswoman will be here. But can you tell us what you think? Because the latest info we have is that former President Noynoy Aquino declined to attend today's SONA.
Well, no comment. No comment.
Okay, but eto, sana hindi po no comment yung sagot ninyo. Pero meron po kasing mangyayaring mamasapano charges laban kay dating Pangulong Aquino. Meron po ba kayong advice para sa kanya?
I don't give unsolicited advice. So, no comment again.
Okay, no comment. Even your thoughts lang on it, no?
Yeah. Well, if there are charges against him, he might as well face it, So I think everybody is should always face any charges filed against him or him, right?
Maraming salamat po, Mayor and former President Joseph Estrada and Senator J.V. Ejercito. Thank you very much. Let's head on back first to Pinky, who's at the studios. This is Pia Ontiveros live, still here at the Batasang Pambansa.
And welcome back to our special presentation, CNN Philippines special presentation of the President's second State of the Nation address. That should happen in about an hour and 25 minutes. We're showing you live pictures over there at the Batasan Pambansa. That is around the Quezon City Polytechnic School. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, is there. He did report to us a while ago that one difference he sees from last year's protest, at least from where he's standing compared to this year, is that the protesters were allowed to come 30 meters closer to the Batasan Pambansa. Members of militant groups are staging their protests there. Members likewise of the Makabayan Bloc, they are protesting the imposition and declaration and extension of martial law and the cancellation of the peace talk. We will give you more details on that protest. A program is actually happening right now. But now let's go back to the Batasan Pambansa complex. Our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros, is there. Pia?
Yes, Pinky. Over the weekend, Saturday, Congress meeting in joint session overwhelmingly approved the extension of martial law in Mindanao. And one of the 16 senators who voted for that extension is beside me, Senator Sani Angara. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Pia. Good afternoon sa lahat ng nanonood sa CNN kay Pinky.
Well, can you tell us first what you expect to hear today in the President's SONA? Let's talk first about this joint session of Congress and what you think the President will say or what you want him to say about.
Well, siguro tulad ng mga kababayan natin, we're all wanting to hear hopeful and good news. How the administration plans to rebuild Marawi, to fight terrorism para mas payapa ho tayo. Sa war on drugs, we want to hear about arrests. We want to hear about big fish being caught. Sa ekonomiya naman, gusto natin marinig kung dumami yung investments para dumami yung trabaho ng ating mga kababayan, especially sa provinces. Ano yung plano para sa papaganda ng infrastruktura. These are some of the things we want to hear. College education, I think we want to hear about that too.
Something clear on that, no? Kapareho ng konti ng sinasabi ni Senator J.V. Ejercito na pinag-usapan na yung war of drugs, Marawi, terrorism, ano nang mangyayari ngayon sa economy. So that's what you that is what you want to hear in terms of, apart from rebuilding Marawi, what is it that you want to hear the President say about the approval to extend martial law that Congress gave?
Well, what is the end game? Anong gusto natin mangyari? At how do we finally defeat terrorism? And I think it's not just a military solution, it's also a political solution. Because yung ISIS parang naro-romanticize in the eyes of many of our young Muslim brothers, especially yung educated students sa MSU, Mindanao State University. So how are we going to fight ideas with ideas? It's not just guns versus guns.
So how do we, defeat terrorism education-wise also?
How do we recapture the imagination of our youth, I think.
Thank you very much, Senator Sani Angara. Thank you for joining us. We hope to see you later. Hopefully, we can talk to you so that we can find out what is it you think after the President's speech. Salamat po. Well, when it comes to, we were just talking with Senator Sani Angara about Marawi and Mindanao. Here with us also is Zia Alonto Adyong. He's been speaking for, hello, we're live right now on CNN Philippines. So I'm glad to see you here. Can you tell us first what you hope to hear from President Duterte about Marawi and about rebuilding, about the extension of martial law?
Well, number one, we want the President to be straightforward in laying down the foundation how to put into motion the rehabilitation of Marawi City. Number two, we would like to know from him exactly when do we expect this war to be over, because a lot of our civilian residents now suffering in the evacuation centers in Marawi City and some place in Mindanao are really wanting to go back. And that's actually the very reason why some of them are against the extension of martial law. And we want to be, we want our people to be guaranteed that sooner than expected, this war will be over. And immediately, we would now go on with the early recovery plan and then the long-term rehabilitation phase for the reconstruction of Marawi City in the province of Lanao del Sur.
So when you talk about rebuilding and reconstructing Marawi, we mean a better Marawi, correct?
Yes, of course, and better Marawi, a safer Marawi. That's why our appeal really is since the two-month lapse of the martial law, that when it was first declared by the President, And the Congress also, approved the extension of martial law. We hope that these remaining days would be used to focus on the humanitarian component of the crisis, because you cannot really fight terrorism, radical ideologies by guns only or by bullets. So you have to partner with the civilians. You also have to partner with the stakeholders in order to guarantee that in the future, this is not a fight alone. This is not actually a war that to be fought in Marawi alone. This is the fight of the entire country. And I guess the extension of martial law will give an opportunity for the AFP and for the national government as well to break the public stigma that the martial law, because of the harrowing tales of the previous martial law, this martial law will be different from the martial law of the 70s.
Exactly what Senator Sani Angara was just saying. Thank you very much, Mr. Zia Lonto Adyong, for joining us here po. Salamat po. Well, this is the President's second State of the Nation address. This, of course, is happening just 2 days after that joint session of Congress where the Senate, both the Senate and the House, overwhelmingly approved an extension of martial law in Mindanao. Many expecting that the President will be dealing or dwelling on that in a very big way during his second SONA. Let's go back to Pinky in the studios.
He already speaking to a number of lawmakers there, even former President Joseph Estrada expressing his support to President Duterte's extension of martial law over there in Mindanao, and also from a number of congressmen wanting to find out what exactly is the plan to rebuild a safer Marawi. We'll get back to Pia a little later on in the news, in the program. However, we also have our senior correspondent, Ina Andolong. She is right now with presidential spokesperson Ernesto Abella. Ina, go ahead.
Pinky, we're here at the south wing of the Batasang Pambansa, where earlier we just saw several members of the cabinet enter. They arrived at the same time. I believe they all came from the DSWD headquarters nearby. And here with us right now, one of them is a spokesperson, Ernesto Abella, to tell us more about how the president's mood is right now. Have you spoken to President Duterte, sir, this morning maybe? And can you tell us about his mindset going into his as he delivers his second SONA?
I have not spoken to him directly, but as far as I know, his spirits are up and he's looking forward to be able to engage the Filipino nation through his narrative of not just the accomplishments, but his vision for the Philippines.
You've been saying you've been using the term narrative, sir. And earlier we were talking, and we discussed that the SONA won't be exactly like a report type. It's not that the president, you mentioned, will be jumping off from things that he said in the first SONA and maybe updating the people on what he's done so far with respect to those. Can you tell us more about that it's not going to be like that, as you mentioned?
Well, basically, there will be a report, but it's going to be, the technical report will be uploaded almost immediately after his speech. Those will be dealing with the numbers, the results, the output, the throughput, and the outputs. However, from the president himself, he will be, like I said earlier, he'll be drawing in broad strokes his perception of governance, the perception of the Filipino nation, and his general intention of where the Filipino nation ought to go. So, in a sense, it's really speaking like a leader, not so much as a manager. Thank you.
Over the weekend, sir, you said that the speech will be realistic but hopeful. Can you give us a glimpse of maybe issues that will be tackled? I understand even up to yesterday, the president was giving his inputs on what the SONA should have or mention.
In fact, I think it's still open to rereading and going through, and may still include, as far as to know, even up to this morning, there were certain things he would like to address. Having said that, as far as I know, from what I've glimpsed so far, is basically he points out not just individual items, but general influences and general forces that have been shaping the present socioeconomic and political conditions of the Filipino people and the nation. So it's mainly is drawing a picture that most of us will be able to appreciate.
Thank you, Mr. Ernesto Abella, the spokesperson of the President. Pinky, that's what we have for you from our side of Batasang Pambansa here at the South Wing.
Ina Andalong there also joining us live from the Batasang Pambansa. We still have with us in the studio Nicole and Vergel. I want to talk about what are your thoughts after hearing presidential spokesperson Ernesto Abella on what the plans are or what could possibly be included in the President's State of the Nation address. He said that general forces, he will talk about general forces shaping the nation. I saw you, Vergel, you had some head movement there.
No, I just thought the President paints a picture in less broader strokes than Mr. Abella himself painted them. I cannot quite, because the danger is the President painting something too general or too unclear for our own satisfaction, let alone edification. I'd like the President to be more specific about things. And I'm beginning to wonder whether the President has anything to report, because Mr. Abella said the report would be uploaded on online. Mm-hmm. So I wonder what he has. Not that I have a particular wish. I'm wishing nothing in particular. I just want to listen to the President and be alerted to whatever the President may do after this. You know, this is why.
Why do I feel like there's something wrong with spokesperson Abella saying that it will be uploaded? What is wrong with that?
Why cannot he tell us now, right there in his State of the Nation address? And why
can't the President say it and enumerate it? Is what you mean?
Exactly.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Why put it on there? I mean, this to me rather odd. And I was just watching Nicole a while ago, and I noticed that she was hard put to find achievements.
Oh yeah, we were cut there. Balikan natin yun, Vergel. Since you mentioned it, Nicole, we were talking about the promises fulfilled by the President.
Right.
There are executive orders, there are proclamations, and there are laws.
Right.
So in EOs, we have the FOI.
Yes.
Okay, but obviously on the executive branch. Okay.
And I think what's interesting here is because, of course, the President's promise is the speed. Because the way, he's a fantastic storyteller, right? He makes this fantastic dystopian story of the country at the brink of fragmentation. And then you have this President who can resolve these problems in 3 to 6 months. Let's not forget that. And it's been a year. So I think what I'm saying
But I need
here,
to add something there. Okay, you're talking about the President's war on drugs. He said he's going to end it in 3 to 6 months.
Yes.
When he assumed the post, he asked the Filipino people for an extension of March 2017. And before that, Nicole, Vergel, he said that the drug problem will last. He will fight it until the last day of his term. I'm just bringing it up because I asked his political advisor, the newly appointed political advisor, Francis Tolentino, why aren't people taking him to task with his promises, especially in the war on drugs? And then he said because he's a situational leader, is what Francis Tolentino called him. He didn't know because he was saying that the President was at least honest enough to say he underestimated the problem.
Right, and it's not the first time he asked for an extension with deadlines. Marawi, again, keeps on having deadlines, Independence Day, end of Ramadan, and then now extension of martial law, right? But I think you raised a very interesting point here. How come people are increasingly becoming more patient, whereas the paradigm of this administration is we will solve this very, very quickly. So that's why I was thinking or really hoping that when we debated the extension of martial law in Congress, come on, Congress, give the executive a hard time. Ask the difficult questions because we want to have answers, and that's your role. But we can't. It seems like no one's asking these very difficult questions to the President anymore, not out of destabilizing this government or not because we are just sour grapes or bad citizens, but because it's our duty to find the specifics of what this government can offer. I don't mind that the President doesn't necessarily offer statistics in his speeches because essentially speeches are stories. But what I care about are the specifics. So how does this affect the person on the street? That's why ENDO is such an emotional issue because it directly affects workers. And when I was reading Twitter on people's expectations on the SONA, the questions are indeed very specific. What's your policy for agriculture? What's your policy for youth unemployment? So yes, the President can do a fantastic story. He can go off the cuff. He can be so charming and persuasive. But at the end of the day, we ask the question, well, how does that affect me?
And you still want to hear the specifics. And it's good that you're actually telling us what people in social media, the netizens, are saying. They want answers to their specific questions. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation of President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address. We'll be taking a short break. Stay with us. We'll be back. This is a special presentation of President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address here on CNN Philippines. We're looking at about an hour and 5 minutes till we hear the President's State of the Nation address. We're showing you live pictures over there around the Batasan complex. That should be around the Quezon City Polytechnic School. Our David Santos is there still. That protest began at about 1 p.m. according to David Santos, and he says it's been quite orderly, and if there was one difference from this protest as to last year, it seems that there's a little bit more cooperation between the police and the protesters. And this program should end at about 4 in the afternoon when the president speaks. Let's go back to our resource persons here in the studio, Verhel Santos of CMFR and sociologist Nicole Curato. So, balikan natin because we're always getting cut with the accomplishments. So, what would you say were the major accomplishments of the president, Nicole and Verhel?
We can't seem to remember any accomplishments because nothing is memorable, nothing is significant, really. Come to think of it, there's nothing really significant. And the president seems to me to be confused between accomplishments and achievements. Accomplishments are measured against personal standards, what I think I have done, And but achievements are measured by international, by institutional standards. Now you may think,
achievement.
you may think that thousands of deaths in the drug war constitute an achievement. Well, I will certainly beg to disagree. You may think that talks with the Reds
is an achievement.
Achievement? Are you talking to the right Reds or whatever? No, there are a lot of questions that are raised by all these things that the president himself has been doing.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Nicole?
Well, I think because the focus of my study for the past 3 years has been Yolanda-affected communities, and this has been one of the biggest black eyes of the Aquino administration. And I've been in the field back and forth. The last visit I've had was early this year, and finally the houses have been received by the disaster-affected communities. Finally, there's light and water there. So I guess I'm using this example to show that, when the president says, get this done, things can be done. I wonder whether this can be scaled up to other contexts. So, for example, housing is a main issue, and that's been a bit controversial with Vice President Leni Robredo. So I guess I'm wondering whether the president can deliver very specific and persuade us that there are very specific achievements on these very practical issues. I mean, I only have the vantage point of Tacloban. I wonder how it looks like for the rest of the country.
But you're speaking about housing when Ina was already telling us that during the press conference, it could be an announcement on housing.
Right.
We wonder what exactly that could be. Can you make a guess?
I have no idea, but I think announcements it's one thing to say, I'm going to give X number of houses, for example, but it's another thing to work through the bureaucracy. It's the day-to-day things that I think matter to people, the filling out of forms, the queuing.
Right. And the bureaucracy is something that they want to cut, exactly, as Nicole said, the red tape. This is CNN Philippines special presentation of the President's second State of the Nation address. We'll be right back.
Nung una, sabi niya po, sa 3 months daw po, ma-resolve na po yung problema sa war on drugs. Pero hanggang ngayon po, madami pa rin pong cases. Ano po yung ginagawa niyang plano para ma-resolve na po, para maging credible siya sa mga sinasabi niya. Kasi ang dami niya pong sinabi na pinangako na oras tsaka buwan na tatapusin niya daw po. Pero hanggang ngayon, problema pa rin po siya.
I want to hear him tackle more about social issues po. Lalo na po yun mas na pumaano po yung image niya dahil po sa aside from EJK po, parang mas gusto ko po makita na magkaroon din po siya ng resolution on gender equality po. Lalo na po na mas kilala po siya sa pagka-catcall ng mga reporters, ng mga kababaihan po. Parang gusto ko din po kahit pa paano marinig po mag-apologize sa mga rape jokes niya po. I want him to be more serious about his image po.
Marami kami ngayon, no? It's because una may dadagdagan tayong mga protesters.
The second State of the Nation address, and the odds are even higher than before.
The motion to extend the proclamation of martial law is hereby approved by the Congress.
Fresh off the vote to extend martial law in Mindanao, the war in Marawi rages on. In the streets, people gather to protest. But popularity ratings soar. President Rodrigo Duterte faces his allies, his critics, and the Filipino people. Welcome back to a CNN Philippines special presentation live from the Batasang Pambansa. I'm Pio Ontiveros.
And I'm Pinky Webb. Thank you for joining us here on CNN Philippines.
Well, President Duterte's second State of the Nation address, which is happening in under an hour, is going to be one of the most awaited speeches for the year. And of course, this second SONA of the President is preceded by the Senate and the House meeting separately in the morning at 10 o'clock this morning for their own opening of their own regular sessions. Joy Silas, our correspondent, covered the House of Representatives opening of the regular session, and she also was here during the joint session. So Joyce, ang dami nating pag-uusapan, di ba? Meron silang kumbaga doble ang preparations nila para sa SONA na ito dahil nga nagkaroon pa ng joint session para i-extend ang martial law noong Sabado. You were here also, you covered that, and then here you are now. Tell us about yung preparations noon.
Sinabi nga sa atin ni House Secretary General Cesar Parejo na umpisa pa lang daw ng taon, pinaghahandaan na nila itong SONA. Mas naging mahirap lang ngayon taon dahil biglang nagkaroon itong special joint session. Special kasi wala naman sa kalendaryo ng Kamara na magsasagawa sila ng joint session noong Sabado. Biglaan lamang ito. May iba kang mga kongresista na nasa probinsya pa, dapat uuwi dito sa Maynila, Lunes pa, pero napauwi ka agad Sabado pa lang. Yung iba Biyernes pa lang nakauwi na. Ngayon, supposedly, merong mga constructions preparations na tuloy-tuloy, pero inihinto ito buong araw ng Sabado. Kaya kahit linggo, nagtatrabaho dito sa Kamara para paghandaan itong SONA ng Pangulo natin ngayon. Ngayon, as compared to last year, sinabi sa atin ng mga House officials na talagang mas naging stricto ang security natin ngayon dahil una, meron daw silang natanggap na mga threats galing sa mga militant groups, sa mga magpoprotesta na balak nga nilang manggulo raw ngayong araw na ito. Pangalawa, sabi rin ng House officials na dahil sa unang taon ni Presidente, meron na daw mga naging kaaway ang Pangulo natin, lalong-lalo na dahil sa war on drugs. At dahil nga dyan, posible na baka merong mga kaaway ang Pangulo na manggulo rin sa araw na ito. At pangatlo, dahil na rin sa banta ng terorista. Alam naman natin na may labanan ngayon sa Marawi at sinabi nga ng mga House officials natin na kung sa mga first world countries daw may mga terror attacks na nakakalusot kahit na gaano kaigting ang seguridad, posible rin daw na dito sa atin mangyari yon. Kaya talagang mas stricto ang seguridad ngayong araw na to.
Joyce, kanina binanggit ko yung opening ng regular session na nangyayari yun tuwing umaga, alas 10 ng umaga, on the same day as the SONA, which happens at 4 o'clock, alas 4 ng hapon. Ano yung mga priority measures ngayon na inilatag na ng mababang kapulungan?
Ang kakaiba ngayon sa priority legislation, binida ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez yung mga measures para sa pamilya. Unang-una na dito yung dissolution of marriage. Mas pabibilisin na raw yung pagpapasawalang bisa ng kasal. Isang hearing lang daw sa korte. Basta pumayag yung mag-asawa na maghihiwalay na sila, sasabihin lang nila hindi na sila masaya at aprubahan lang yun ng judge at sasabihin lang kung sino ang dapat may kustodiya sa bata, pwede na raw ma-dissolve ang marriage. Pangalawa, gusto nilang protektahan ang civil relationships kahit daw sa same-sex couples. Hahayaan na raw na magkaroon sila ng bibigyan sila ng karapatan para mag-ampon, meron silang right to properties, meron din silang right to support each other. Para din daw masigurado ang pangmatagalang kapayapaan dito sa ating bansa, priorities din ngayong second regular session ang pagpasa ng Bangsamoro Basic Law. Sabi ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, inaasahan nila na isi-certify as urgent ni Pangulong Duterte ang Bangsamoro Basic Law. At kapag nangyari daw ito, ay pwede na maipasa ang Bangsamoro Basic Law bago pa matapos ang taon. At panghuli, of course, ang charter change para sa federalismo. Hinihintay na lang nila ang Constitutional Commission na buuin ng Malacanang, pero pag nabuo raw ito, mas mapapabilis na ang federalismo.
Medyo maingay ngayon, Joyce, dahil ganito talaga, Pinky, sa red carpet na kung tawagin, ang daming mga personality, syempre mga politiko, kadadaan lang, nandito pa lang sila, sina Senator Cheese Escudero, kasama niya yung kanyang asawa, isang artista, Heart Evangelista. Parang ang daming fans dito, parang ang Oscars or yung mga awards night kung tawagin. But anyway, Joyce, I wanted to ask you also, we're going to try and get Senator Cheese, kung pwede. I wanted to ask you also dahil so maraming mga expected, mga priority measures, etc. At the same time, itong SONA naman na ito, meron ding sistema, proseso na that is followed. Merong may nagre-receive kay President Duterte kapag dumarating siya. Merong proseso from where they walk, from which point of the Batasang Pambansa to where merong programa, kumbaga. Can you walk us through that?
Pagdating mamaya ni Presidente Duterte, meron tayong mga nakausap, mga taga-Malacanang, inaasahan daw na dadating siya through via chopper. Pag-land niya dito, merong welcoming committee na sasalubong sa kanila. Tinanong natin kay House Secretary General Cesar Parea, siya ang chairman ng SONA preparations, kung saan ba didiretso si Pangulong Duterte, pero ayaw niya sabihin for security purposes daw. Pero ang sigurado, kasama sa welcoming committee na sasalubong sa kanya si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, posible rin si Senate President Coco Pimentel, ang majority leaders ng Senado at ng House of Representatives na sina Tito Soto at Rudy Fariñas at ilang mga deputy speakers dito sa House of Representatives. At patapos nga nito, mag-uusap-usap lang sila at bago mag-alas 4, inaasahan na pupunta na nga sa plenary kasi on the dot, 4 o'clock, ina-expect na magsisimula na ang SONA.
At syempre dahil may protocol. So kasama ata, hindi ba, si Armed Forces Chief General Eduardo Año sa receiving party. Kumbaga, these are all traditions, this is protocol na talagang sinusundan every SONA, hindi siya nagbabago. Kumbaga, maraming tradition, Joyce. Share with us yung ibang mga nakaugalian na nasa sistema na talaga ng isang State of the Nation address.
Tama yan, Pia. Pagkatapos nga salubungin ng mga kinatawan ng Senado, ng House of Representatives, naasahan na didiretso na si Presidente Duterte sa kanyang sa loob ng plenaryo, doon siya magsasalita, magsa-speech. Inaasahan nga raw na at least 50 minutes ang kanyang magiging speech, pero kung magkakaroon ng mga ad-libs, inaasahan na tatagal ito ng an hour and a half. Normally sa mga nakaraang SONA, tumatagal talaga ang speech ng Pangulo ng isang taon. Ang kakaiba ngayong taon na to, hindi kagaya ng mga nakaraan, ay usually pagkatapos ng SONA, didiretso na aalis ang presidente. Pero mamaya raw ay magkakaroon pa ng press conference. Si Pangulong Duterte, haharap siya sa media at kakausapin ang mga tao. Maliban dyan, magkakaroon din daw ng cocktails para makapagsalo-salo ang mga kinatawan ng Kongreso, Senado at mga guests, VIPs na nandito ngayon sa Batasan.
O nga, nabanggit nga ni Ina Andolong kanina, ang ating senior correspondent. She's been covering President Duterte since campaign days hanggang ngayon sa Malacanang. Sabi nga niya na meron daw gustong sabihin o ipahiwatig si Pangulong Duterte tungkol daw sa housing mamaya sa kanyang press conference. At ang gusto niya, ayaw daw niya sabihin doon sa kanyang SONA mismo, gusto raw niya magpa-press con. And I'm sure isang mahabang press con din yon dahil nasanay na rin tayo sa kanya. Minsan kung hindi 30, 45 minutes, minsan umaabot sa isang oras, higit pa sa isang oras ang isang press conference. Let's talk a bit, Joyce, about itong history ng Batasang Pambansa dahil paulit-ulit natin binabanggit ang salitang Batasang Pambansa. Okay. Alam naman natin na itong batas ng pambansa ginawa or tinayo noong 1970. Pero babalikan na lang natin yan, Joyce, mamayang konti. Meron muna tayong mga kailangan ipakita. Pero babalikan na muna natin si Pinky Webb na nasa studio. Ako si Pia Ontiveros, live pa rin dito sa batas ng pambansa. Kasama ko si Joyce Silas para sa isang CNN Philippines special presentation.
Thanks a lot, Pia. And also, thank you, Joyce. We have extensive coverage and also live reports. Let's go outside the Batasan Pambansa. Our Rex Remigio is there covering some of the protest action. Rex, what's going on now?
Well, thousands of protesters are now here near the Batasan complex. They're now holding some programs about their grievances against President Duterte. They're calling it as the first year of President Duterte's bloody yet failed first year in office. This is totally different from last year's peaceful protest of militant groups supporting the president. But this time, things have turned the other way around with the collapse of peace talks between the government and the communists. They're all pointing the failure of the president to end problems in different sectors, such as contractualization, among others. The leftist groups are also decrying the extension of martial law in Mindanao until end of the year. And they're also calling on the president to resume the peace talks between the government and communists. In a few hours, they will hold or they will postpone their program during the president's speech at 4 p.m. And they're also hoping that their grievances will be heard by the president. Pinky.
Rex Remigio, thank you so much for that report. You're still watching a special presentation of President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation on President Rodrigo Duterte's State of the Nation address. That's inside the plenary hall where the president will deliver his annual address. And we are about 45 minutes away from that happening. But before that, we can expect, of course, the president to arrive possibly 30 minutes before 4 p.m. as we are expecting he may be arriving at around 3:30 via chopper. From inside, let's go to outside the Batasan Pambansa. Our correspondents are there to report to us. David Santos and Rex Remigio already telling us thousands of protesters are there. It has been peaceful so far. A bit of cooperation between the police and the militant groups. Their protests, the extension of the declaration of martial law. Militant groups also asking for the resumption of peace talks between the government and the CPP, NPA, NDF. Our correspondents also are inside the Batasan Pambansa to give you the latest on the lawmakers, the cabinet secretaries, even members of the diplomatic corps making their way to attend the President's State of the Nation address. And here in the studio, we still have with us throughout possibly till the evening, sociologist Nicole Gorato and Vergel Santos of the Center for Media Freedom Responsibility. So, what's different now, obviously, from the first State of the Nation address was the first one, the president coming off a fresh win. It was just months, maybe less than 2 months, he delivered his first State of the Nation address. The difference now is it's been a year. Right. And in that year, there was martial law. That's the threat of terrorists. Mm-hmm. There's the collapse so far, for now, of peace talks between the government and the CPP, NPA, NDF. How do you see this coming to play now?
I think it's very fascinating because earlier we were talking about how the president's popularity is still very high. And in fact, it's very comparable to previous presidents, same time around on the first year in office. And I think what's really piquing the interest of the international communities, how come this is the case? In spite of all the deaths and the war and the blood, how come the president is still popular? But what I've come to learn...
And what did you learn?
What I've come to learn talking to a lot of Duterte supporters is that their support to the president is very much negotiated. calculated. It's very conditional, to the point that sometimes, for example, the president says one thing that's controversial, he makes a joke about rape, but they always contextualize it to the bigger picture, but the president can deliver this. So I see a lot of weighing, because there's a tendency for critics, for example, to say this is just fanatical, this is unconditional support, but actually when we talk to them very closely, it's hinged on something very personal, because you're right, the president is very charismatic, he directly talks to the people. So I think now we can have, the wish, I think, is to have a proper conversation about things that we like and things that we don't like, instead of categorizing people as pro and anti-Duterte. I don't think that's helpful.
Okay, I'm going to get your reaction a little later on, Verhel. Let's go first back to our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros. She is with Senator Bam Aquino. Pia, go ahead.
This is a most unusual State of the Nation address. It is President Duterte's second SONA, but it also comes just about 48 hours or less since the Senate and the House of Representatives met in joint session to, in the end, overwhelmingly approve an extension to martial law. There were 16 senators who said yes to that extension until December 31st, 2017, the very last day of this year. There were 4 senators who said no. There were 3 senators, of course, who did not get to vote at all. They weren't here at that time. But one of those 4 senators who said no to that extension of martial law to December 31st is with me, Senator Bam Aquino. Senator Aquino, can you tell us more about that decision of yours to vote that way? I understand, for example, you see Senator Drilon, Minority Leader Frank Drilon, he tried to amend that and say, pwede bang 60 days na lang? No?
Well, I was of that same position. No? In fact, marami ho ata dun sa 18 na bumoto na wag ituloy ang martial law for 150 days. We're very particular about the time period. I've taken the position early on that as long as there's firefighting, possibly martial law is warranted. But as soon as the firefighting is over, hindi mo na kailangan ng martial law. No? Hindi mo kailangan ng martial law for the rehabilitation process, for the rebuilding process, for the humanitarian process. And all indications point to the firefighting ending way before 60 days. So bakit kailangan mo ng 150 days? No? Saan nanggaling yon? Of course, there are arguments na sa ating konstitusyon, nakalagay doon 60 days and an extension. The exact term is a little flexibility. Congress had a little flexibility. This is in the records of the deliberations on the Constitution. And 150 days is not a little flexibility. So we thought it best and prudent, keep it to 60 days, preserve the check and balance, have the AFP and Secretary Lorenzana report to us regularly, and have that civilian authority authorizing another extension if need be. No? So marami ho sa amin, ganun po yung posisyon. I found out later that a number of congressmen, even though they voted for 150 days, in their hearts, they actually they did prefer a 60-day period. Some senators also said a shorter period would have been better. And para sa akin, simple lang naman hindi naman maaantala yung ating mga sundalo with a shorter period. Hindi naman, yun naman yung hinahanap ng mga evacuees natin, no? Na maiklian yung period ng martial law. And third, if we can uphold a system of checks and balances na mapagpapatuloy yung ating demokrasya, bakit natin ili-let go yon for a longer period of time? So, that's where it is. And right now, the next time namin pag-uusapan ito in a joint session will be at the end of the year, when we could have been talking about this in 60 days, maybe talking about what we can do to help alleviate the problems of our countrymen there. Matulungan natin yung ating mga sundalo who are currently firefighting.
Well, then, of course, we all know what happened. That Drilon amendment was defeated. But very, very briefly, Senator Bam, in one sentence, what is it that you want to hear from President Duterte this afternoon?
I want to hear that the education bill that we've been pushing for the last number of months and is up for his signing is signed into law and will be implemented at the soonest possible time. Hindi pa po siya napipirmahan. We're hoping that this will be announced in the SONA, that our state universities and colleges will have free tuition and free miscellaneous expenses. Matagal ho natin itong pinaglaban. This was supported by Congress and the Senate, majority and minority, and we're hoping this can be one of the good news for today from President Duterte.
A lot to listen and look forward to. Thank you very much, Senator Bam Aquino. Pinky, let's go back to you.
Lawmakers have a say, giving us their insights. Netizens are also talking about President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. Let's hear from them. Our Miko Alili has more. Miko.
Thank you, Pinky. Pinky, hashtag SONA 2017 is now the top trending topic at this time on Twitter Philippines. Now, of course, our social media team asked netizens, what do they want to hear from President Duterte's State of the Nation address? Well, let's read some of those tweets. User Ron Rivas says, the president must say the truth about what he has accomplished so far. Next tweet from @Cocology. Specifically, he wants an update on the war on drugs and crime. From Oliver Trevino Cueto, he believes Mr. Duterte must assure Filipinos that the government can reclaim Marawi City from terrorists. Next tweet from Sunnyboy Gusto. He says the chief executive needs to report his plans for the Philippines' claim over the West Philippine Sea. And finally, from Maria Carmen Harin Ansula, she backs President Duterte and says she wants him to say that he will continue the work he started with strength, courage, determination, and that he will not be afraid of detractors and enemies. We'd love to hear from you, so join the conversation and tag CNN Philippines and use the hashtag DuterteSONA2017. Back to you, Pinky.
Miko, thanks a lot. You're watching a special presentation of President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address here on CNN Philippines. We are expecting the president to arrive anytime at the Batasang Pambansa complex. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to a CNN Philippines special presentation of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address, live from the Batasang Pambansa. I'm Pia Ontiveros. We are getting closer and closer to the hour that President Duterte will deliver his second SONA, and that means there's about 5 minutes before they close the doors, and that means I need to interview Senator Dick Gordon, who's standing right here beside me, in under 3 minutes. Senator Gordon, thank you very much. Let's talk briefly about the joint session on Saturday. You got very emotional speaking to that young Army Lieutenant Kent Fagyan. Also, you voted yes to an extension of martial law in Mindanao until December 31st. What is it you want to hear from President Duterte about this?
Well, in that interpellation, we want to let the public know the privations and the threats and the challenges that are facing our soldier. So, what I'd like to hear from the President right now is that we now have external threats. You know, the China situation on this practice, that can erupt anytime. Even though you're friends today, you might be enemies tomorrow. And then at the same time, our law enforcement and our military need all the support they have. If there's anything this Marawi situation has shown, is that our soldiers are woefully underarmed, and we have to provide them the necessary tools. I've been saying that for the last 20 or 30 years. And so it's important that we support our military. The Japanese, when they opened up Japan to the world, their slogan was enrich the nation, strengthen the military, because they were afraid of all the powers that came into Japan under Commodore Perry, and they saw all the steel ships. So it's the same thing with us right now. We're in that boat. So we have to support our military. They've been doing a fine job so far, and I don't think they're gonna mean to do anything wrong. But we have to protect our country, and we have to protect our country's peace so that we can get more investments.
Just one last brief question, Senator Gordon. What else would you like to hear from President Duterte this afternoon?
Well, we have to invent a better mousetrap. For example, I'd like to see more than just the dying. I'd like to see people in the penitentiary being moved out and creating a new penitentiary, maybe in Region 3 and also in the Visayas. I would like to see customs tighten up. I don't like to see all the military, all the police working so hard against these people who are bringing drugs, and all of a sudden you have 6.5 billion pesos worth of drugs come in on the green line. So to me, there's something that's got to be done right away.
Senator Richard Gordon, thank you very much. Baka po ma-lock out po kayo na dito sa Kongreso. Salamat po.
I will host it with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Richard Gordon. Let's go back to Pinky in the studios.
Yeah, Pia already telling us that, we've been telling also our viewers that they're going to close the doors at 3:30, so it's 3:32 right now. So Senator Gordon has to make his way inside the plenary hall. Outside, let's find out what's going on there. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, joins us live. David.
Yes, Pinky, aside from the speeches being delivered by the different leaders of leftist groups that are attending in today's People's SONA rally here at the IBP Road, we're also seeing some of the artists presenting some performances. Now, these performances are meant not only to entertain the crowd that had gathered here, but also to convey messages on different social issues. Now, let me talk about the weather condition outside here, outside the Batasan complex, Pinky. So far, it has been very cloudy throughout the day here. Somehow, that is very favorable for the protesters, as well as for the many units of the policemen that have been staying here since early this morning. Now, the crowd out here, many of them have been out in the streets since also at dawn today. So it has also been drizzling intermittently. So again, that is somehow bringing some relief for many people here outside the Batasan complex. Now, based on the schedule that the protesters have prepared, as they are still awaiting, as we are all waiting for the president's speech by 4 o'clock. Then by 5 p.m. they are planning to burn the effigies that they had brought for this rally, and after that, after the president's speech, more speeches are expected to be delivered here at the IBP Road. They will be presenting, the militant leaders will be presenting their reactions to the president's speech. The security here has so far been very much organized. The rally itself is peaceful and orderly. Let me just point out this area is a no-fly zone within the 6-kilometer radius of Batasan complex. Although I don't know if you are able to hear that, we can see from here a number of Air Force choppers flying over. And again, we can only assume, it's safe to say, that this is part of the security preparations for the president, who will be going to Batasan anytime now, or he could be in the area at this moment. Flying by chopper is one of the possible mode of transportation that the president will be taking just in case he needs to in going to Batasan complex. Pinky.
Thanks a lot. David Santos reporting to us from IBP Road over there in Quezon City. So peaceful and orderly so far. That's good news. It's also somehow good, Nicole and Verhel, to see protest actions happening that way.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, one of the largest comments that we get on Facebook is, why are we giving so much attention to protesters? So I think we have to have a discussion about this. And one reason is because, first of all, this is a democracy and this is the clearest opposition to the president. It's important that people hold their presidents to account. Whether we agree or disagree with what they're saying, protesters are very much part of our democracy. But I think what's interesting about the protest actions now happening in Batasan is that there are new and emerging protest movements. So for example, Bloc Marcos is a coalition of millennials who were formed because they were reacting against the Marcos burial, and now they've carried on their protest rallies against President Duterte. We've seen the youth from Saints Co, for example, protesting against the president. I think these are things that we have to appreciate, whether or not we agree or disagree with them, for the reason that this is part of our political conversation. It's part of our political education.
And it's also the same respect the president gives to those opposing him, having the police give them a little bit more leeway. In terms of exactly what you're saying, this is democracy working in our country, and that's precisely why we always bring them up and try to find out exactly what their, ano yung in Tagalog, ano yung kanilang mga hinaing. What are they fighting for? What are they protesting for?
But they also want a decent and reasonable discourse, not the kind of violent and vicious ones that we usually get. I mean, it's fine. Discourse is always good. I mean, talking with one another, always good. But when it deteriorates into something indecent and something unreasonable, no one is helped. So I don't know how we can be able to raise the level of discourse to that point.
And it's really going the extra mile. As we mentioned a while ago for Helen Nicole, we're talking about them opposing or protesting the extension of martial law, the breakdown of peace talks between government and the CPP and PNDF, and of course ENDO. Even if Dole, Dole is already telling us that there were about 60,000 employees or workers rather who were regularized, but really in essence, how many are there in the workforce who are still experiencing endo?
But how much can you really say when you have a president who does not brook criticism? I mean, this is another point. I mean, you may want to say anything, but when you have a president who replies to you in the most indecent tone when he's criticized, you become intimidated. As a number of people I see are intimidated.
Actually, responsiveness is most important now that we have martial law. Because, okay, the president says the martial law, what martial law means is the military is in charge. What the Solicitor General is saying is martial law is an exclamation point, right? It sends a psychological message. Whereas critics of martial law say we don't need it because we already have the laws for it. But the bottom line here is we are in this condition where accountability is most important, because when you ask the president these tough questions, we ask them, well, how do you control power? How do we check excesses, let's say, of the military or of the president? So this is why criticism and asking questions is important in the context of martial law, because the state power is really being asserted here.
And even congressmen, parts of the members of the Makabayan Bloc are saying, when you talk about martial law, you need to bring in people who are heading the evacuation centers,
Exactly.
people who are actually living there, maybe their leaders, to find out exactly how the situation is, instead of, they say, just bringing in the defense secretary, the chief of the police, and the military. Again, let me just bring to the viewers our live pictures over there from inside and outside the Batasang Pambansa. We are expecting possibly a 50-minute speech by President Rodrigo Duterte. Again, let me just say, that's hard to say. That's just an approximate right now. Even Ina, our senior correspondent covering Malacanang, was saying, when the president's scripted speech is there, we don't know how much of that will have. He would include extemporaneous speeches as well, how much he'll stick to his scripts. But last year he did, huh?
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
did pretty much stick to his scripts.
Is he reading from paper or teleprompter?
I'm sure there's a teleprompter there. Yeah.
It would be nice to have received an advance copy of the speech. This is not atypical. This usually happens in former presidents, not for anything, but because it's also important to fact check. So that's why it happened with the President Trump, for example, to have an advance copy to check, and we can engage with the message of the president. But if it's going to be extemporaneous, it's fine. I mentioned that he's a fantastic storyteller. He's very engaging to his audiences. I just hope that the message here will be very clear and specific in telling us what is the end game. So if we are launching 2 wars, how can you declare mission accomplished? Anong itsura nun? I think we're all still at a loss in terms of how that looks like.
And again, we have live pictures of the protests outside the Batasang Pambansa. Thousands of protesters gathering there. Nicole already telling us a while ago that some of you are asking why we're also bringing them in. Obviously, Nicole already explaining to us this is a democracy. Meron din silang mga hinaing. They are protesting 1 year later. What were the promises of the president? It seems that to them, there were a number of them na hindi naman daw po natuloy. That's why they are there. But again, it's good to note, as we were saying, Berhel, Nicole and I saying that at least what we're seeing is a peaceful, orderly protest. Hindi nagsasakitan, because sometimes it's also painful to see na nagbabanggaan sila when one is really protecting and one is protesting. Hindi naman talaga silang dalawang magkalaban. But again, yan naman din talaga ang trabaho ng protesters at ng police, di ba? So anyway, we are 20 minutes away from 4 p.m. The president is expected to deliver his second State of the Nation address at 4 p.m. We got cut a while ago with the OFWs. We have a lot of them watching us, especially on Facebook. You were talking about them, Nicole, and you as an example. Please go ahead and, ano ba yung benefit so far ng Duterte administration?
Well, I am an OFW. I work in Australia. It used to be the case that every time I leave the country, I have to secure an overseas exit clearance, which is a lot of hassle, especially if you are in the country, let's say for a holiday, and you're just here for 5 days. But one of the practical accomplishments of the Duterte administration is to take that out. Do it online. Pwede naman pala. So I think these are small examples that really matter, especially for OFWs who have a very limited time in the country to go to POEA and deal with the red tape.
Why make it so hard?
Exactly.
Right?
So I think this is a good example in terms of, if the president does say, cut red tape here, let's make it easier for people all there, then it's something that we can celebrate and acknowledge as an achievement or as an accomplishment, depending on how Verhel would like to
But
categorize it.
Verhel, we've been talking, the president has been talking about this, cutting red tape. Hindi
There's
ba?
a huge backlog in passport renewal. I mean, we know that very well. You can't immediately get your passport, a renewed one, by the way. I mean, it is, in certain cases, this...
courtesy lanes for OFW,
especially
senior
OFWs.
citizens, yeah.
And I'd like that to happen to OFWs for one thing. But all the same, but these are comparably minor things than given what's happening in the country today. I mean, given the deaths in drugs, the deaths in war, and things like that. These are the big things.
Right.
You know, and we are not at all convinced that there will be a foreseeable end to it.
Okay.
To either one, to either war.
Well, we've heard this a lot. Change is coming, at least on how the second State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte will be directed. Our Zian Arcangel has more.
Award-winning director Brillante Mendoza will be using a greater variety of shots when he directs President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address next Monday. This after getting Malacanang's approval to place more cameras inside the session hall of Batasang Pambansa. Mendoza says as many as 18 cameras will be placed inside the session hall to capture not only the president as he is speaking, but also the audience's reactions. With his setup, Mendoza says Filipinos will see less of the low-angle shots for which he was criticized last year, though he cannot promise it will be gone.
This time, I think mas makakapture, for instance, no, yung ibang angulo pag nagsasalita ang presidente, especially kapag nakikinig yung mga tao. Ang sabi lang nila, kung pwedeng maiwasan na yung masyadong low angle, sabi ko, tingnan natin kung hindi na kailangan. Sabi ko, siguro hindi naman siya totally mawawala.
Despite having more cameras and using dramatic lighting, Mendoza says his direction of the SONA will be simple. In between live shots of the speech, the acclaimed director will be showing photos of Duterte's activities for the past year. And while he will get a chance to read the president's SONA around an hour before it is delivered, Mendoza says he is ready in case Duterte veers from his speech or even curses.
Basically, everything is like on the spot, no? On the spot decision. So, sanay naman ako sa ganun, no? Kung ano man yung gagawin niya, I'll capture it. I don't have to hide anything. Kasi siya yun eh.
Mendoza was adjudged Best Director for his film Kinatay at the 62nd Cannes Film Festival. His 2009 film Lola won the award for Best Film at the 6th Dubai International Film Festival. Just like last year, Mendoza will be directing the SONA free of charge. Zian Arcangel, CNN Philippines.
Director Brillante Mendoza directing the President's State of the Nation address last year. Also, he'll be the one directing it this year. There was some criticism or comments on the low-angle shots. That's why Zian Arcangel was asking him, are you still going to be doing it? And he said, well, as long as it's necessary, I will still be doing it. Hindi kasi tayo nasanay, di ba, with the State of the Nation address, na we have those low-angle shots.
Right.
I guess it's a little bit more on the dramatic side. It's 15 minutes away till 4 p.m. We are expecting the president to arrive surely anytime soon at the Batasang Pambansa complex. Meanwhile, apart from what the president has to say in his second State of the Nation address, many are also curious about what he and his family will be wearing. Ina Andalong shows us some of the designs we might see on the first family. All right, we'll bring that report of Ina. We're looking at the lighter side also, hindi ba? But what's different, Verhel and Nicole, is that the president has always said that ayaw niyang maging extravagant. Ayaw niyang maging magarbo. Yung mga State of the Nation address, remember that started with the president last year.
Yes.
Tone down what you're wearing.
That's fantastic. Now we have more time to talk about what people think than what they're wearing. I think this is the spirit of the occasion. But of course, I actually enjoy the ritual.
It's also fun, huh?
Yeah, I also enjoy that people are paying attention, that there's some spectacle involved in it. But I'm glad that it's not front and center in the conversation
That's true,
anymore.
no? And that changed with the President Duterte.
Right.
Yeah.
If anything, I saw, for example, I think it was Senator Lauren Legarda who had a tweet of all the female senators who are wearing their Filipiniana. But the caption is, "These are my allies in the Senate." So I think it's good that we're talking about women legislators, for example, here who are asserting their presence in this Congress. So that's fantastic.
So let's go back to that report of Ina Andolong.
Fashion designers often vie for the chance to dress the president and his family. Designers from Shardan in Davao City are among the president's go-tos for his barongs. Bonnie Adaza has designed a handful for President Duterte, some of which were worn at the ASEAN summit. For the SONA, he made a barong for President Duterte. He hopes it gets picked among the many choices of the president. The barong is of piña husi, which Adaza says is suitable for the president, who often complains about itchy fabric. The design is a tribute to the soldiers in Marawi. Adaza used the okir technique for the pattern. Okir is popular among Maranaos.
It is a kind of technique na for hand carving, like yung mga baskets, yung hand weaving. So the patterns in the embroidery are geometrical and some vines at the sides.
The embroidery is two-toned, beige and off-white. Nothing too fancy for the president, who Adaza says likes his barongs simple. For the president's longtime partner Hanilet Avencena, Aris Escarilla says he was asked to redesign the green gown he made for her for the ASEAN Gala dinner.
We don't care about we just wear the old clothes that we have. Yun lang. We don't even prepare, even the president ayaw pagawa ng bago.
Escarilla says Avancenia gave him a free hand to come up with a design. His inspiration also Marawi. He went for a colorful Maranao embroidery that depicts the image of the mythical Naga dragon.
The Naga dragon, that's what you see outside of the houses of sultans and datus. The one protruding, yung parang carved beam siya. So there's like a dragon outside every corner of the house.
Presidential son and Davao City Mayor Paulo Duterte is going for a more colorful barong. He plans to wear this one by Gary Sikam. It's one of his old barongs. Its design, the waling-waling flower and durian. It would seem the first family intends to continue to showcase Mindanaoan designs. From Davao City, Ina Andolong, CNN Philippines.
Let's find out what's going on outside the Batasan complex. David Santos is there. David.
Yes, Pinky, young people are taking over the stage here at the People's SONA rally at the IBP Road. Many of them have been performing in the past hour after a number of the leaders of the different militant groups have spoken and delivered their messages. We can see as of this time these young people performing, singing, dancing, entertaining the crowd as they count down towards the second State of the Nation address of President Duterte at 4 p.m., which is just several minutes from now. Let me just point out, Pinky, that compared to the past years, this is really there's a stark contrast of the situation here compared in the past years. In the past years, at this time, we could see many of the demonstrators trying to push their way in closer to Batasan complex. But this time, the crowd had settled just in the specific area that the police, the authorities have designated them. So there's no tension. As we have been pointing out throughout the day, the situation here is very peaceful and orderly, and we can expect this to continue on until the president delivers his speech, or perhaps even after this People's SONA rally ends here at the IBP Road.
And David, for now, tama si Director Albayalde, there's no need for now of any protective gear sa mga police, because he said nga itatabi yon, there will be no batons, there will be no shields in the meantime.
That's right, Pinky. Kanina nga nakita natin, no, a lot of them, of these policemen, especially those members of the Civil Disturbance Management Unit, a lot of their shields and truncheons were placed in a truck, no? And naka-standby lang ito in a safe distance, about a few blocks from where we are now. So sabi ng mga police officials kanina, kung ilalabas lang naman ito kung kinakailangan. Ang mensahe na pinaparating, the message that they're trying to send here is that we don't need this equipment for now, no? Kasi we can see that the demonstrators, especially their leaders, are keeping their word to cooperate with the authorities in keeping this events here at the IBP Road orderly and peaceful.
David Santos, thanks a lot. Let's go to the north wing of the Batasan Pambansa. Our JC Gotinga is there. JC?
Pinky, the focus is now shifting from here in the north wing now towards the plenary hall itself. As you know, we are expected, or the SONA is expected to begin at 4 o'clock exactly or thereabouts. So we've seen the VIPs file in one by one. My team and I were in the south wing earlier this afternoon, and that's where the cabinet secretaries came in. So just to name a few of the VIPs that we saw, there was a PNP Chief, General Bato de la Rosa, AFP Chief of Staff, General Eduardo Año. We saw Senator Cynthia Villar, Nancy Binay, Miguel Zubiri, Tito Soto file in from the south wing. Also, Secretaries Ernesto Pernia, Tolin Obial, Wanda Teo, and other former NEDA Secretary Arsenio Balistacan, and as well as Budget Secretary Ben Diokno. Here on the north wing, the energy is beginning to die down. Hush is beginning to come over this place as people are now buckling down to listen to the SONA, which will begin in a while. Pinky.
JC Gotinga, thanks a lot for that report. We want to go now to our correspondent, George Cahiles. He is in Marawi. George?
Well, Pinky, some residents or displaced residents of Marawi City are now watching our current ongoing coverage over there. So they are here anticipating for the President's State of the Nation address. We talked to some of them earlier, and they said that they hope that the President will talk about the rehabilitation and the move to the normalization of lives of those displaced residents here in Marawi. And that all they want is a President to talk about the date when they can go back to their homes, when they can check on their belongings, their properties, and again, go back to their normal lives. So far, they're all here. Some of them are highly anticipating for the President's SONA and the things that they're going to say about the ongoing crisis here in Marawi. Thank you.
Saying, George, this is the 62nd day of the crisis over there in Marawi, and we can only begin to imagine what the residents are feeling right now. You have been bringing us daily reports on the situation there. George, kamusta ngayon? Patuloy ba yung mga bomba at putukan?
Yes, that's correct. Kanina lang, tanghali, narinig natin, tuloy-tuloy yung mga putukan dito. May mga airstrikes pa rin kanina. Pero compared to the previous days, hindi na ito kasing tindi, no? Yung mga nakarang araw. Kaya lamang, syempre inaantabayanan din natin yung resistance. Sabi nga ng military, mas malakas ang resistance ng kalaban, lalo na kapag lumalapit sila doon sa area kung saan nagtatago o yung lairs nitong mountain fighter. So we should expect that the firefight here will become more intense in the coming days as they move closer to the lairs of the mountain group. Thank you.
You know, George, you were telling us, ano bang inaasahan ng mga residente dyan? They're anticipating the President's State of the Nation address. Obviously, they want to hear, as you said, paano na sila? Paano na yung kalagayan nila in the evacuation centers? When can they go back to their homes? What is really rebuilding Marawi City? That is also the statement made by some of the senators, and even Zia Adyong, the spokesperson the Provincial Crisis Management Committee nga, when does it begin? How much money are they planning to put in? Kailan makakaalis sa mga evacuation centers yung mga residents that have been displaced, George? So, yung paghintay siguro nila, yung anticipation for the President to talk about them and their plight is foremost in their minds and hearts.
That's correct. Actually, meron nga ditong yung feeling of uncertainty amongst those residents, displaced residents of Marawi City. So it has been there for quite some time now. And all they want is the assurance that they can go back to their normal lives as soon as possible. Yesterday, Defense Secretary Delphine Lorenzana was saying that if things will work out fine, hopefully by in 2 weeks' time, makakabalik na itong mga tao sa bahay nila. Pero of course, hindi yan isang pangako because sabi nga niya, susubukan natin, pipilitin natin mapabilis yung proseso at makabalik na sila sa mga bahay nila.
Alam mo, George, masakit yung ganun, ano? Verhel was also telling us, Santos a while ago, kasama natin dito sa studio, was telling us na, even Nicole, that there have been deadlines set by the President, even the Defense Secretary on when this crisis will end. But it's really hard to say when. Kailan ba talaga ito matatapos? In the same token for the evacuees, kung kailan sila makakabalik, I guess as much as they want answers, parang ang hirap din magbigay ng pangako coming from government officials na mapapako naman.
Exactly. Actually, meron naman talaga ditong mga grupo na ngayon na ino-organize yung mga displaced residents of Marawi City. Ang gusto nila makabalik na sa kanilang mga bahay.
Right.
And during the dialogue yesterday with Secretary Lorenzana, they are saying na kung hindi mapagbibigyan agad or hindi magagawa ng paraan na makabalik sa kanilang mga bahay ito, mga ito, ang kinakatakot nila baka mamaya iba yung makarecruit dito sa mga, lalo sa mga kabataan na hindi nakakapag-aral.
Yeah. Okay.
So their fear.
Yeah.
So, well, actually, Secretary Lorenzana was taking notes yesterday, and he promised that they will do their best to finish this as soon as they can.
And I guess, the soldiers and the policemen are doing their best. George Cahiles, thank you so much for that report. Of course, please continue. We will bring the President's State of the Nation address, his second State of the Nation address. Live pictures over there at the premises of the Batasan Pambansa. We will await who will be coming out of that chopper. But let's first go inside where everyone, all the lawmakers, members of the diplomatic corps, cabinet officials are already present. We understand that as early as 3:30 in the afternoon, the gates have been closed in anticipation of President Rodrigo Duterte's arrival at the Batasan complex. Still choppers making their way over there at about 4 in the afternoon as we anticipate to see who will be coming out of those choppers. Presidential spokesperson Ernesto Abella saying that the President's speech will be frank and insightful. And also, we'd like to remind our viewers watching us here on CNN Philippines, aside from the State of the Nation address of the President, we are told that he will have a press conference after that particular address, his annual address, his second one as President of the Republic of the Philippines. Our correspondents are inside and outside the Batasan Pambansa complex, our chief correspondent there, and all of our other correspondents. Told plans of the President in his speech. We've been told that he has been practicing since Saturday, over the weekend, even Sunday night, giving his cabinet secretaries other tips on possibly what to change in his speech. We were not given, Nicole, as you were saying, an advanced copy of the President's speech. That's not normal in this administration. I guess we are obviously going to be, at least time-wise, a little bit later than what we expected, a 4 p.m. State of the Nation address of the President.
Ito po ang ikalawang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte kung saan
Correspondent Pia Ontiveros is also at the Batasan Pambansa. Pia? Pia's been
Live
talking
pictures
to
now from the rear entrance. That's what you're seeing right now. Live pictures from here at the House of Representatives. The president's chopper has just landed at the rear entrance. You're going to see him in just a bit. And also, when he comes down from the chopper, he will be met right there by General Eduardo Año, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and by the House and the Senate Sergeant at Arms, the Senate Sergeant at Arms, retired Major General Jose Balahadia, and retired Lieutenant General Rolando de Tabali. Everywhere the president goes, when he arrives to an event, this is tradition, this is protocol, met by the Chief of Staff, that was General Año, and the two Sergeants at Arms of the Senate and the House. General Año now is going to be bringing him to the starting point of the AFP Honor Guards. He's going to walk through the AFP Honor Guards as part of the arrival ceremony. As President and as Commander-in-Chief, arrival honors are always due him. President Rodrigo Duterte's second State of the Nation address will be underway in just moments from now. Earlier, we were announcing, as is protocol and tradition, the President usually goes first to a lounge before he goes into the session hall. However, since it is about a minute or two before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which is the appointed time and which is the time that is stated in the Constitution for him to deliver that SONA, we're not quite too sure right now. Now, this is the AFP Honor Guard, and that to the President's left is General Eduardo Año, the Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of the Philippines, rendering him a salute as Commander-in-Chief, and he's about to meet or to be met by Senate President Coco Pimentel and House Speaker Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez. Of course, just under 48 hours ago, both Pimentel and Alvarez had presided over a joint session of Congress, also here at the Batasang Pambansa, where the Senate and the House both overwhelmingly approving the extension of martial law in Mindanao to December 31st, 2017, the very last day of 2017. A little bit of small talk with House Majority Leader Rudy Fariñas and Senate Majority Leader Tito Soto. The pleasantries that are going on among them, of course. Let's see if he turns right, because that is the lounge where he's going to spend a bit of time before he goes. All right, he is entering the lounge. We expect him to stay here for about a few minutes, and then we expect that he is going to be ushered out and brought to the session hall. Now, normally, this portion, every SONA, if this portion of the proceedings are closed to coverage, or at the very least, we're not going to hear what they're talking about. It's usually small talk, and usually they ask the president how he or she is. They do a little bit of small talk, like we said earlier, before the president begins his SONA. Also, earlier, our senior correspondent, Ina Andolong, telling us that the president will be holding a press conference after his SONA, and she was saying that the information that's reached her is that the president is expected to speak about housing in general. Also, she was also telling us about what to expect in the president's speech. Of course, many expecting that there'll be a lot of talk about the extension of martial law in Mindanao, which the joint session on this very floor that you're seeing right now, the inside, the plenary hall of the Batasang Pambansa, where an overwhelming majority of the senators and the congressmen decided that they would allow an extension to martial law in Mindanao until December 31, 2017. President there trying to relax a bit before he goes off to the session hall from that area, the lounge where he is. And just to rewind just a bit, earlier he had gone through the rear entrance, that room, which the hall which he had entered just after going through the AFP Honor Guards. In in 2010 when President Noynoy Aquino held a press conference after his first SONA. That was where he held his press conference. We're not saying that that's the same spot, but we're just giving you that information. Of course, you're looking at the session hall of the Batasang Pambansa just 2-3 seconds ago. This Batasang Pambansa, of course, a very historic witness to so much history. It was It was, of course, built in 1978 by Ferdinand Marcos's widow, Imelda. It housed, at the time, the unicameral Batasang Pambansa. Now, 6 years after padlocking Congress, this structure has, since 1987, been the house or the home of the House of Representatives and has seen 29 SONAs post-Marcos, and today's SONA will make it 30. President Duterte there speaking and taking a bit of time still with Senate President Coco Pimentel and Senate Majority Leader Tito Soto, House Speaker Bebot Alvarez, and Majority Leader Rudy Fariñas taking a bit of time, relaxing a bit before he does go off to the session hall. Usually there is always preparation for how the President arrives here in SONA. It's very rare nowadays in the post-Marcos era that the President would come here to the Batasan by land, meaning by car. In the early days, meaning in the 1987 onwards Congress, sometimes that would happen during Cory Aquino's time or even during FDR Fidel Ramos's time. But now, because of so many protests, so many thousands of protesters on the streets, and usually they march from Commonwealth Avenue and then they occupy the interim Batasang Pambansa or IBP Road. That's the road that you turn right onto from Commonwealth. It just gets impossible for the President to get through that traffic. So the decision usually is for the President to be flown in by chopper. You're looking at live pictures from inside the Batasang Pambansa. Everybody's seated. A while ago, when you were speaking to Senator Gordon, we were saying that there was a deadline for the doors to be locked. Everybody needs to be seated before President Duterte enters the session hall. What happens is what's going to happen in just a bit is that from that lounge, the President will be accompanied together, of course, with his aide-de-camp and the Speaker and the Senate President. He will proceed to the session hall. He'll be passing through the South Lounge and the main entrance of the session hall so that he can walk down the main aisle of the Batasang Pambansa session hall. An entrance hymn will be played. It's the President's entrance hymn. He enters the session hall, passes through the center aisle, and proceeds to the southern stairs. That's the stairs on the right, which leads to the lower rostrum. And then the Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives meets him there at the lower rostrum and accompanies him to the upper rostrum. Many expectations as to what his speech, not just what it will be about, but how long it'll be and how many times he's going to be going off script. He's very fond of extemporaneous speeches. Sometimes a press conference or a speech could last anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour or more than an hour. We're looking now at live pictures from inside. If I'm not mistaken, that former President Estrada to his left, Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno. To Mr. Estrada's right is Mrs. Pimentel, the mother of Senate President Coco Pimentel. And to her right is Vice President Leni Robredo. What we know is that former President Fidel Ramos is supposed to be here. He had confirmed to be here today. Gloria Arroyo is here also. She is a Congresswoman of Pampanga, former president. She, of course, had the most number of SONAs, 9 in all, because she was president from 2001 to 2010. And of course, she's there. But of course, former President Noynoy Aquino had declined that invitation. About a week or two ago, an announcement from the Ombudsman that charges would be filed against him for that fateful day in January 2015 in Mamasapano. It is a little bit past the hour of 4, the time that which it is 4:10, 10 minutes past the hour 4, the time that which is mandated for the president to begin his State of the Nation address. This is going to be his second State of the Nation address. SONA, of course, as a newspaper columnist called it some years ago, it is political theater. SONA, after all, not really just about vision, but about projection and performance. The soaring rhetoric, the catchy phrases, and the Lenny Skutnik's human props, the use of human props, such as Gloria Arroyo's Bangkang Papel Boys in 21, must give way to a speech that tells it like it is and sets the agenda, puts the wind in the country's sails, and steers the nation in a direction, in a vision. Now, the president's audience, after all, not just those who sit inside the plenary hall, as you can see, but also and whose applause he will hear, but also the entire nation that will hang on to his every word. We have live pictures in the upper left of your screens from Marawi City, residents there watching. If I'm not mistaken, this is in the capital. Yeah, in Marawi City. We're not sure exactly where that is, but we'll get that info in just a bit. But many people all over the country, and I'm sure all over the world, waiting to hear what President Duterte will say. After all, just 2 days ago, he won that vote. He won approval from both the Senate and the House, an overwhelming approval of an extension of martial law in Mindanao until December 31st, 2017, the very last day of the year. Right, President Duterte and the leaders of the two chambers preparing in just a bit to leave the lounge. They're going to be, in just moments from now, they're going to be headed to the session hall. Now, that session hall, of course, witness to so much history. Like we were saying just a while ago, built in 1978, 39 years ago. It was built by one of the women who is seated there inside right now, Imelda Marcos, the widow of former President Ferdinand Marcos. Let's go through some of the faces that we see in the crowd. Just a while ago, like I was saying, Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno, we spotted her there. Many other people who've been invited to watch the SONA. Everybody is invited to the State of the Nation address. Of course, we have all the former presidents. And that's the Russian ambassador, Igor Kovayev, just moments ago. And one row up. And of course, the Chinese ambassador, Zhao Zhanhua, and cabinet members in the back, led by Executive Secretary Salvador Bingbong Medialdea. Also, the commanders of the service commanders, the Army Commanding General, the Flag Officer in Command of the Philippine Navy, and the Commanding General of the Philippine Air Force. All honor guard standing at attention inside the House of Representatives on the floor of the session hall. Like we were saying, a very historic place built in 78 to house the interim Batasang Pambansa, which was a unicameral parliament at the time, created by Ferdinand Marcos and by the 1973 Constitution. That IBP, of course, was dissolved when Cory Aquino came to power. By 1987, a new Congress, a bicameral Congress, had come into play, and therefore, since then, the House of Representatives held office, or this was home to the House of Representatives ever since then, ever since 1987. So, for those of you just joining us now, this is a CNN Philippines special presentation, the President's second State of the Nation address. It's going to be live here at the Batasang Pambansa, the home of the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the House in joint session to listen to the President's SONA. Many people always ask, we have the SONA every year, nothing really new. But what is it that is the same about the SONA? And we can see President Duterte already preparing to leave the lounge. We're going to see him in a bit. But posing first for photographs for posterity and for an official portrait, of course, before he proceeds to the session hall. What is it that is the same about every SONA? And first, one is a tradition which dictates that every fourth Monday of July, according to the 1987 Constitution, which, after the 1986 uprising, restored the presidential system with a bicameral Congress. The president delivers his or her SONA at the Batasang Pambansa. Now, which is the other thing that is the same all these years, the Batasang Pambansa, it is a structure built in 1978 to house, like we said earlier, the unicameral Batasang Pambansa. 6 years after Ferdinand Marcos padlocked Congress, this structure has since 1987 been the home of the House of Representatives and has seen 29 post-Marcos SONAs, and today's SONA will make it 30. All right, this walk to the session hall is going to take about, it's just going to happen in under a minute. So what we are expecting to hear, what we've talked about has come, we've come to this point in time, this moment, when we are about to hear exactly what President Duterte has to say. So much speculation about what he's going to say, how he's going to say it, how many times he's going to go off script, what is he going to say when he goes off script, and how many times, and another thing that we always do every SONA is count the number of times people are going to applaud. So this is the president walking in already, proceeding to the session hall. He's going to enter through the main entrance from the main lobby of the Batasang Pambansa. And as always, every time he enters an event, you can hear that song sung by Freddie Aguilar, which is some sort of an anthem for him and something RTVM and his people always play for him. Now, what happens when President Duterte enters the session hall? The Secretary General of the House, Cesar Pareja, will announce the entry of the president. The president's entrance hymn will play. He will enter the session hall and pass through the center aisle. He will proceed to the southern stairs leading to the lower rostrum, where the Senate President and the Speaker of the House, Coco Pimentel and Bebot Alvarez, will meet him and will then accompany him to the upper rostrum.
President Rodrigo Roa Duterte of the Republic of the Philippines.
Why am I here? I am here because I love my country and I love the people of the Philippines.
Madilim na kahapon, ikaw ang mataahon. Sa piling mo, di ko mawawala ang korupsyon. Tayo na, Pilipinas, tayo na. Para sa pagkasenso, ikaw at ako, tayong lahat kay Rodrigo Duterte, para sa tunay na pagbabago.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is called to order. On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by Ms. Mona Lisa Mangilin.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manduluping, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati at pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the nation's prayer.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Dakilang Panginoon aming Ama, kayo ay aming pinapupurihan at pinasasalamatan sa inyong naging patnubay at mga pagpapala. Dalangin po namin ang inyong gabay at karunungan sa harap ng mga ibayong pagsubok na aming hinaharap, upang magkaroon ng bagong lakas na nagmumula sa katiyakan ng iyong naisin.
Ya Allah, Ya Malik al-Mulk, itinataas namin sa inyo ang pamunuan ng aming pamahalaan, ang aming mga mambabatas, mga miyembro ng hudikatura, at mga kumakatawan sa aming serbisyo sibil. Pag-isahin ninyo ang kanilang kaisipan at damdamin sa pagsulong ng interes ng aming pamayanan tungo sa higit na kaunlaran ng aming bayan.
Basbasan po ninyo ang aming hukbong sandatahan at ang hanay ng aming mga kapulisan. Inyong katarungan kanilang maging pamantayan. Ang inyong pagmamahal kanilang dagdag na sandata. Patuloy nilang mapangalagaan ang kaisahan ng aming bansa, lubusang mapagtagumpayan ang krimen at mga salot sa lipunan.
Ya Allah, Ya Azza wa Jal, mamayani sa aming mga kababayan sa lungsod ng Marawi at Mindanao ang diwa ng inyong malasakit at pagkakaisa. At sa puso ng bawat Pilipino, ang kamalayang kami ay isang lipi. Nagbibigay halaga sa aming mga karapatan, higit lalo sa aming tungkulin at responsibilidad, nakalingain ng isa't isa bilang isang sambayanang Pilipino.
Mapagmahal naming Ama, turuan ninyo kaming mapangalagaan ang aming kapaligiran. Ilayo kami sa anumang sakuna, likas man o likha ng tao. Matuto kaming tumalima sa inyong kalooban, nang ang inyong itinakdang kaligtasan at kaluwalhatian ay mapasa aming lahat. Siya nawa.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the Congress of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Kindly sit down. Thank you for your courtesy. When I was a member of Congress, my seat was over there, near the seat of the lady with the violent, not violent, but rather violet dress, is seated. But I was always absent, together with the Speaker and Tony Boy Florendo, who is still absent until today. And that started, nandiyan ba? Sorry. But his propensity started almost 17 years ago when we were members of the 11th Congress. Senate President Aquilino Pimentel III and the members of the Senate, Pantaleon Alvarez, the Speaker, and the members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former President Fidel Ramos, Joseph Estrada, and former President Gloria Arroyo, Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno of the Supreme Court, and the members, of course, Archbishop Pinto, and the distinguished guests of the Diplomatic Corps, Secretary Salvador Medaldia, and the members of the Cabinet, my fellow workers in government, my countrymen. When I took my oath of office a year or so ago, I knew that our country was reeling from a multitude of problems. That day there was euphoria in the air resulting from a successful campaign, and the thought that dominated my being was to make good on my promise to the people to bring change about. Change in government, not a change that is passing, but a change that can survive the test of time. Although I still had to know the magnitude and gravity of the problems, my feeling then was that equipped with the political will embraced by a concerned citizenry, those problems would eventually be bested by us. It was only a matter of determination and collective action. It was only a question of time. For as I saw it then, as I see it now, there is no problem in the world which can stop the march of a people with unflinching and tenacious determination. That was how euphoric it has been. Early on, I felt that if change was to be meaningful, it had to start with those occupying the highest position in government, because change that comes from below is more transitory than permanent. I was aiming for peace on permanence. Let change trickle down from the bottom. It has to be change that is not confined merely to the replacement of people by people, but a change in the people's attitude, disposition, and work ethic. Sadly, although we knew years ago that what was needed or ought to do, we did not do because our idea of government was parochial and we could not rise above family, ethnic, and clan loyalties, as well as loyalty to friends and co-workers. No one wanted to be snitched.
That is why we are one in saying that genuine change is what this country truly needs. I believe then, as I believe still, that progress and development will sputter if criminals, illegal drugs, illegal users of drugs are allowed to roam on the streets freely, victimizing seemingly with impunity the innocent, the helpless. Worse yet, there were times when in the past when the protectors of the people were themselves the perpetrators of the very crimes they were tasked to prevent or suppress. It is ironic as it is madness. I have learned that the economy surges only when there is peace and order prevailing in places where investors can pour their capital and expertise. I have learned from experience in Davao City that investor confidence bolstered and fortified only if a potent force and mechanism for protection of local and foreign investments are in place. That is why I have resolved that no matter how long it takes, the fight against illegal drugs will continue because that is the root cause of so much evil and so much suffering that weakens the social fabric and deters foreign investments from pouring in. The fight will be unremitting as it will be unrelenting. Despite international and local pressures, the fight will not stop until those who deal in it understand that they have to cease, they have to stop, because the alternative are either jail or hell. And I will make sure, very sure, that they will not have the luxury of enjoying the benefits of their greed and madness. I do not intend to loosen the leash in the campaign or lose the fight against illegal drugs. Neither do I intend to preside over the destruction of the Filipino youth by being timid and tentative in my decisions and actions. To the critics against the fight, your efforts will be better spent if you use the influence, moral authority, and ascendancy of your organizations over your respective sectors to educate the people on the evil of illegal drugs, instead of condemning the authorities unjustly, blaming for every killing that bloodies this country. But don't get me wrong, I value human life the way I value mine. Each life that is snuffed out translates into future generations' loss. It is like cracking the acorn from which an oak tree grows, which in turn produces the seeds to complete the complete cycle of perpetuity. There is a jungle out there. There are beasts and vultures preying on the helpless, the innocent, the unsuspecting. I will not allow the ruin of the youth, the disintegration of families, and the retrogression of communities forced by criminals whose greed for money is as insatiable as it is devoid of moral purpose. Neither will I be mobilized into inaction by the fear that I will commit an act that will expose me to public condemnation or legal prosecution. You harm the children in whose hands the future of this republic is entrusted, and I will hound you to the very gates of hell. That is why I ask you to join me in this fight against illegal drugs and all forms of criminality. The government equipped with legal authority and you, the moral ascendancy over the sector you represent, can do so much and hopefully eradicate the social scourge that plagues us to no end. Look beyond your biases, your prejudices, your ambition, your political agenda. The search for change will begin and end only when we look into ourselves and find it within. Today, a multitude of problems confronts us. No sooner is one problem solved, another surges forth in its place. But we will not be disheartened. We will not be cowed. We will not be overwhelmed. It is during trying times and troubled events that the resilience, perseverance, and determination of the people are tested. The Filipino is no stranger or new fight to situations like the one we face today. We can and we will overcome, as we did countless of times in the past, only if together towards a common goal. Sad to say, despite all efforts, peace, especially in the island of Mindanao, continues to elude us. But of course, it is not the peace of the dead, but the peace of the living that we seek. If peace flits away like a butterfly, we just try to snatch it by the wings. And our pursuit of peace continues. The Red Insurgency has been with us for decades, the Muslim issue for centuries. So much time has lapsed, so many lives have been lost, and so much destruction has been wrought. But peace eludes us still. Sometimes, I am almost tempted to conclude that peace might not be able to come during our lifetime. But believe me, it will not be for want of trying. And I will persist in our goal of attaining peace to the last day of this administration and maybe even beyond, although in a different capacity. There is rebellion in Mindanao. The extremists have declared it their purpose to establish a caliphate within Philippine territory along the teachings and beliefs of an Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or otherwise known as ISIS. The Battle of Marawi has dealt a terrible blow to our quest for peace, especially now that an alien ideology and a radical shift in purpose have been injected into the local setting. I declared martial law in Mindanao because I believe that that was the fastest way to quell the rebellion at the least cost of lives and properties. At the same time, the government would be adequately equipped with the constitutional tool not only to prevent the escape of rebels who can easily mingle and pretend to be civilian evacuees only to regroup in another place to fight another day, but also to prevent them from spreading the gospel of hate and violence in the rest of Mindanao. Martial law and the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus enable the military to arrest, detain, and question suspected members and sympathizers of rebellion, similar to what happened to the parents of the Maute brothers. As President, I am reiterating my unwavering support and commitment to the soldiers of our armed forces and members of the police force. Those who are on the ground and in the battlefields, and those who are risking their lives for our country and our democracy, I have your backs. To those who oppose and think that all these are efforts that are out of order, I hold myself, me and me alone, should be responsible. The people of Marawi need help. Caught in the crossfire between government troops and Muslim extremists, they have been through hell, and we need to help them rise and move forward. If we cannot provide for the poor and the needy, who are many, then we will not be able to keep from harm the rich, who are few. And the vanguard of our struggle for peace and order are our armed forces and police. They are the silent heroes who risk their lives every day for our country's security. And in recognition of their valor, we have crafted a program to provide them comprehensive social assistance, including financial, should they meet harm in the performance of their duty. For the family left behind by those who fell or are rendered totally disabled in the line of duty, we shall provide shelter, health, care assistance, education, and employment. That is my way of telling our troops, never fear, do your duty, I stand behind you. So does this government and all its agencies. To decisively address insurgency and terrorism, we are working doubly hard towards a stronger and more credible national defense system for the country. We continue to strengthen the defense capability of the AFP as a deterrence against terrorist, lawless elements, and other threats. My fellow citizens, what I have said so far about events in Marawi and its neighboring environs is only a part of the looming problem, which will cut across all classes and all sectors of society and eventually affect the entire country, from north to south, from east to west. Given the fact that Mindanao supplies a great deal part of our country's requirements, food requirements, I refer to climate change, which could bring drought, long dry spells, affecting food production in Mindanao. Given the fact that Mindanao is unusually warming, I ask all agencies involved in food production to look into this and act accordingly. Also, I am appealing to all our legislators to immediately pass the National Land Use Act, or NALUA, to ensure the rational and sustainable use of our land and our physical resources, given the competing needs of food, security, housing, business, and environmental conservation. Ours is a rich country, wealth that that this country is almost endowed with a gift from God to be utilized for the welfare and the common good. I do not believe that this gift was given to us to be merely viewed or appreciated, but to be extracted from the earth and utilized to make life worth living. That is why I say that it is not enough that we mine this wealth. What is more important is that we convert the raw material thereof into finished products for international and local purposes. That way, it will not only be the few who are the rich, but also the poor who are many who will benefit therefrom. Therefore, I call on our industries, investors, commercial barons, to put up factories and manufacturing establishments right here in the Philippines to process our raw materials into finished products. At this point in my administration, if possible, we shall put to a stop the extraction and exportation of our mineral resources to foreign nations for processing abroad and importing them back to the Philippines in a form of consumer goods at prices twice or thrice the value of the original raw materials which foreign corporations pay for them. However, in the extraction and utilization of these resources, extreme care must be exercised, that we do not recklessly and needlessly harm the environment. Responsible and regulated and sustainable development is what we advocate and require. The protection of the environment must be made a priority ahead of mining and all other activities that adversely affect one way or the other, and this policy is non-negotiable. I sternly am warning all mining operations and contractors to refrain from the unbridled and irresponsible destruction of our watersheds, forests, and aquatic resources. You have gained much from mining. You only get about 70 billion a year. But you have considerably neglected your responsibility to protect and preserve. And even the tax is about 5%. Environment for posterity. I am holding all mining companies and its officials responsible for the full and quick cleanup, restoration, rehabilitation, all areas damaged by mining activities, and the extension of all necessary support to the communities that have suffered mining disastrous effects of their health, livelihood, environment, among others. Ganito yan eh. Medyo alis muna ako dyan sa sakit ang mata ko dyan sa yawa niya. Dito. Alam mo, you have a mining. I have to grant you a mining because you have complied with all the requirements of the law. And I cannot be subject to imandamos if everything is perfect. And you have every right to mine. But in doing so, you destroy the rivers. You destroy the streams from which the poor people fish. Halwan or mudfish, and that is protein for the daily for them. Ngayon, makita mo naman, not only Gina Lopez gave you a clear picture of what was happening horrendously. Nakita mo kay Ted Fallion. Yung kay Ted Fallion, talagang nanood ako. Dalawang beses. And I realized that I have to do something about it as a Filipino. Alam mo, okay na yung mining. Subsidiary ka lang ng isang another giant corporation. Or you are a sister company of a telecommunication. Hindi kayo magugutom. But look at the picture shown to you. For once, they behave correctly, ang abs-cbn. Tignan mo yung pelikula ni Ted Filon. I salute him for coming with it. You see, the palayan, ang palayan tumuyo at ang soil nag-crack. So the farmers cannot eat anymore. They are reduced to the garbage of what you can get there, salvage anything and sell it to the scrap. Ganun ang nangyari sa Pilipinos. Hindi ko kayo kalaban. As a matter of fact, you give government almost 70 billion. Pero actually, maliit lang yan. Ngayon, nakikita ninyo itong mga palayan na tumutuyo. And the rivers, wala ng isda. The only source of protein. Hindi ka naman pwede maghunting. May makita kang eagle dyan, barilin mo, priso ka, pakainin mo yung... So, saan mo try to go out. Sumama tayo sa amin. And try to see how hard it is for them to survive. Ito ang gusto mo, ganito ang pangyari. Total, sobra-sobra naman yung pera ninyong address. Totoo lang. Mayor ako, I can look at your corporate earnings, your sister company. I can pierce the corporate identity. Kayo rin pala. Kaniwid niya sa mga newspaper. When you are not supposed to, pag in newspaper ka, you are supposed to be 100% Filipino. And yet, when you start to pierce their identity, it is pala fully owned by Americans. Gano'n ang nangyari yan. Just a matter of piercing the... So, wala masyado ako. ABS, Rappler, kayo ba yan? Have you tried to pierce your identity and it would lead you to America? Do you know that? And yet the Constitution requires you to be 100% media Filipino. Rappler, try to pierce the identity and you will end up American ownership. Okay, kung mga mayaman na kayo, may mining company, ito ang deal ko sa inyo. Either I will raise the taxes. Ang kumikita niyan, i-reserve ko to compensate for those who are suffering and in agony. You have to come up with an answer. You have to come up with a substitute. Either spend to restore the virginity of their source, or I will tax you to death. Kasi yung taxes makuha ko, talagang ibubuhos ko. Ngayon, if you can make an arrangements, an inventory of yung nasira, yung mga tao na gutom, pati yung river nila, wala nang makuha because it's... You know guys, may mga taga-Davao, we are new to it. We are not new to it. You want to see horror in your lifetime? Akong bahala. NPA, wag muna kayong pag-gara-gara dyan, away-away kayo, magpunta kami. Samahin ko sila. You stop you. Puro hambog lang kayo dyan. Punta tayo doon sa Diwalwal. doon sa ball mills, and I will show you the river. Up there at the source, it's so pristine. But doon sa, right at the start of the boundary where the millings are started, the water there is not clear. It is not brown. It is black. Your 1 peso will win 1 million from me if I am lying. O gusto mo, isamo ko kayo bukas doon. Ngayon, pag tinarget na yung mga gagong NPA na yan, problema natin na lahat. Sabay-sabay na lang tayo. Bakante ang presidency, bakante ang senado, pati ang congressman. Pero totoo yan. You should visit them. Even the first spade, full of earth that you extract and throw it away of no use. Tabi mo lang yan dyan. Because it's an open pit. You dig and dig and dig. Is already the first spader is the decreation of Mother Earth. Ano ang isa pang galit sa mining? Si Speaker. He comes from a mining town but he hates mining. Ako naman, kasi mga kaibigan ko yung iba, yung mga classmate ko, mga vice president ng mining, punta sila dito, but I use this, it reduces into something, the damage that you have caused. It's not about our friendship. It's not about years of being in the same room. It's not being a fraternity brothers. But it is something that ganoon yan eh. Alam mo yung martial law, I'm not so much endeavor. Sabihin ninyo na hindi nyo ibigay, okay lang. Wala akong problema dyan. Baski sabihin nyo na tama na, then I will still fight. The way I will fight the war. If it is not acceptable to the normal of civilian conduct, then I am sorry. Because I am not fighting a civilian war. I am stopping violence and rebellion. Hindi talaga ako. Ibigay man ninyo, hindi bali sa akin, wala. Because ako, I do not intend to go beyond my term. As a matter of fact, mas gusto ko barilin ako doon sa likod. Dito. Hindi masyado ako itong bilib itong trabaho ito. Akala ko, bilib ako. Pagdating ko, alitse. Sakit ng ulo. Totoo. Na kayong kuha, nakikinig kayo. Wala akong pinirmahan ni isa. Putang ina nga. Na pagparap, pagkain. Hindi pagkain ko kayo sa opisina. Bayaran ninyo yan. Maglabas ako. I do not collect anything. I do not remember. I do not sign anything there until now. Wala akong allowance, wala akong tinatanggap lahat except my salary. Tapos 2 pamilya pa ang maghati. Ano mo masama niyan? Sige, pakpakpag dyan. Lahat naman tayo. I can count by not even the 2 hands. 1 hand lang na exempted sa rule na yan. 2, 3, 4, 5. Lukuhin ninyo ako. Ba tayo pa ba maglukuhan? Just because this is Congress, it's supposed to be a secret. Wala kayo itong mga to. Pareho kami lahat yan. Ayaw pa tumawa. Kunwari. So, I will increase the taxes. Then I will think of something that will compensate or make up for the damage, or at least the income restored. Yeah, otherwise, I'll have to stop mining. I will ask you to stop it. It's not good. We are a small group of islands. Hindi naman marami. The coastal, marami yan kasi maraming bit, paikot-ikot. But if you put in a contiguous territory, maliit lang tayo. And yet, you must remember that there are so many billions of the future generations waiting in the stratosphere. Ang gusto ninyo para hindi na kayo magdamay, huminto na kayo ng ano. Then let us go to, because this is not end here. How about the billions and billions and billions of Filipinos that will come after us? Kawawa naman. They'll have to scratch Mother Earth to eat. By this time, kung walang upheaval, no regeneration will occur. We are almost like talagang ginagano natin maliit na lang ang makuha nila. Ba't maawa naman kayo? Makikita mo yung apo mo kung ganun mo na lang. Kung ganun mo na lang yung embrace mo yung apo mo sa pangalawang asawa. Yung isang ganun rin. Diba? Diba, sir? Suntukin kita dyan ngayon, liar ka. Finally, let me make this appeal to those directly engaged in mining. Declare your correct income, pay your correct taxes. Believe me, your failure to do so will be your undoing and eventual ruin. Hindi na ako makatakbo, matanda na ako. I don't think I'll even survive the 5 years. Pero pagka sinabi ko, upakan talaga kita. To our employees and officials, the LGUs tasked with monitoring these mining operations within their territorial jurisdictions. Do your job without fear or favor. Absolutely responsible you for any misdeed or failure in the mining entities that do not comply with the guidelines, rules, and regulations governing mining operations and activities within your area of responsibility. I mean it. Do not try to test my resolve. Absolutely, I have nothing to lose except my life. While we can control the acts of man, no one can control to stop on the fury and the rampage of weather, gone wild. When nature fights back, it does so with a vengeance. We have seen that the terrible toll that the super typhoon Yolanda and the succeeding typhoons exacted in terms of human life and property. And we still have to recover from the beating that we got both during and in the aftermath of those mega typhoons. Aside from droughts, tempests, and other problems, taking ship, which according to the OST Philbox, it is no longer just a distant possibility, but a probability earthquakes. The series of damaging quakes in Leyte, Surigao, and nearby provinces and islands attest to this. We were told that it is no longer a question of if, but a matter of when. Thus, we need to act decisively and fast because the threat is huge, real, and imminent. Come to think of it, really. Is there, they say that there is no perfect instrument or human acumen can really predict earthquakes. I hope it will not come. Kasi kung magdating, sabi dito lang yung big one, I hope it could be just in the mountains and in the rural areas. Because if it's right, sabihin nila, tinatakot nila ang, kasi dito in this speech, I reviewed it last night. I am calling both houses of Congress to expeditiously draft a law establishing a new authority or department that is responsive to the prevailing 21st century conditions and empower to best deliver the enhanced disaster resiliency and quick disaster response. While the law is crafted with extreme urgency, we need to undertake immediate action to ensure disaster resiliency and effective response in the greater Manila area, which is our country's seat of governance, center of business, commerce, and academia. Disaster resiliency of Metro Manila and the surrounding provinces is a matter of urgent concern. Yan, nandito yung tinatakot nila dito because of the high-rise buildings and ilang tao nakatira dyan. Kung kaya ka ito sa isang sinkhole, I mean, if it cracks and it goes down, can we still manage to go up? God, wag ngayon ha, kaya nandito ako. Hintayin mo lang sila dito nag-aaway. I am directing the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change and Adaptation and Disaster Risk Management to immediately work hand in hand with the concerned LGUs, the private sector, and the affected communities themselves in undertaking disaster measures, antidotes. We will need to act and fast. With the foregoing said, what then is the state of the nation today? I will mince no words, and neither will I window dress the situation. We are in. Let me answer into brief sentences. We are in for trouble because we live in troubled and uncertain times. And I feel that things might get worse before they become better. But like I said, I hope we will cope. We hope and pray. The West Philippine Sea issue and federalism are matters that we have to tackle sooner or later. On the other hand, despite the recent gains in improving the peace and order situation in the country, there is still so much to be desired, and if we are to completely eradicate the menace of illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption, we must do it. I therefore ask Congress to act on all pending legislations to reimpose death penalty on the heinous crimes, especially in the trafficking of illegal drugs. There is a There is a short clip of CNN about people in Massachusetts. Was it there? Yung clip nila nga pinakita. Tinignan, pakitingin na, it's repeated for almost every week ata yung mga short clip. Tingnan mo yung mga tao doon na hinayaan nilang They are there, they live under the bridge. They're getting thin, they're doing nothing. Pag gano'n lang sila, tapos pupos na And they are aplenty there. They do not work, wala. Tapos sabi ng UN, is he here? Are you there, yung UN representative? Na sinabi mo na sabok will not affect the brain. Are you here? Raise your right hand if you're here. Do not worry. I will just do not the word delude us into yung mga ano ninyo na but we know every day that one family rape, dalawa, all are dead. Then you trivialize it with human rights and due process. Okay ako niyan. When you go into an anger, you burst with rage, okay yan. But with so many killings as brutal and as cruel as what happened, if you add human rights and due process, you stink and your mouth smells. If you want to criticize, condemn the act, stop there. But do not give the excuse or do not make it trivial by saying human rights at least must be protected. Yan ang pinakabugok magawa ng isang tao. When you criticize, stick on one topic. Then you find an event where you can talk about human rights and due process. But do not talk about it at the same time when there is a carnage and you begin to blabber, talk about human rights. Lalong nagagalit ang tao. May namatay dyan, nakalak mo sino man. What have you done in the name of human rights? 77, you have the records. You can summon the police. 77 before I became president. All drug-related, 77,000. And you trivialize that with a conference. At saka pumunta dito, ang tatanungin, yung nasa prisuhan. Napinriso dahil just imagine, I challenge you. You want a debate in public? Okay, we'll have it. I will challenge you how also you trivialize the thing by binibigyan ng importansya si dilema. You will all hear, you conducted the investigation. You heard the witnesses. You saw the videos. Is she a credible woman? Can she be a moral person? Hirap. Puro kayo drama dyan sa... When you talk about that incident, talk about it. Then condemn the police. But do not connect it with due process and human rights. Magbuka kang gago sa harap ng Pilipino. You know why I got this rating? I could not be brighter than you. And my work is not more important, or your vocation is not less than mine. But when you talk in public, carry the proper message. Kaya mag-itito kayo, binibombahan kasi ako ninyo ng ganon. Sabihin na ng mga tao, tama yan. Tama yan si Duterte. Kasi nangyayari. Kayo parang fruit sampa, ganon-ganon. Pag na may namatay dyan na maraming massacre, na rape mga bata, hindi kayo umiimik. Maya-maya pagdating ng mga... Pagdating nitong mga Western expert ko, no, you give them so much premium and importance. Saan ba ang utak ninyo? Bakit kayo believe dyan sa puti? Tingnan mo ang puti. Panahon ni Obama. Una yung spokesman ng State Department. Kala mo sino? Kala na mas bright pa sila sa akin. Then the staff of the President, then Obama. Would like to remind Secretary that the policy of the CNN. Yari ako. Pagdating ni Trump, oh yes, Mr. President, I've been expecting your call. You're doing it all right. I'm doing the dead and this goddamn uwi na ako. So, that's the value of the country that you value. Ambivalent. Parang electric fan. Okay dito, hindi na okay. It's vacillating. Tapos kayong mga Indians, believe kayo? Hindi ko talaga maintindihan ang Pilipino. It takes for an American to say that I'm a son of a bitch. And it takes an American to say, oh, you're great, you're a hero in your country. O saan ako pumunta nito ngayon? It is time for us to fulfill our mandate to protect our people from these crimes that have victimized. You know, wag ninyo akong takot-takotin yung preso yung International Court of Justice. Shit, I'm willing to go to prison for the rest of my life. Ang importante sa akin, ginawa ko yung gusto ko. Alam mo kasi, in this country, it is a rule of majority. I did it for the 50 plus 1. Because in a vote of 100, I get 51. 50 plus 1. 50 is 1 up. 1, that is majority of 1. I win. Yung 49, yun yung mga, I do not have to make them happy. But when the time comes, kung malasin ako, pupunta ako sa prison, do not worry about me. I can take it. Nung maliit pa ako, labas na pasok ako sa... Wala pa yung ni Pangilinan, labas-pasok na ako sa prisuhan. Kunin yung record ninyo sa police doon sa Davao. Takutin. He will be prosecuted. Hoy, abogado ako. Well, because I will... sabi ko nga, everybody is entitled to come here and question me. But I have to question you also. At para magaling, let us make it official. We go to court. We tell the judge that we are hearing by a international body. Can we have it judicially recorded? And now we place them under oath. Mahuli ko matalaga yan sila. May pinatay ako, tama yan. When I was mayor, a little over, for 23 years ako mayor ng Davao. Magkita mo ang Davao ngayon. We have been LGUs before. What city is now hitting 9 growth percent? Nandoon pa kami sa Mindanao, binubomba pa kami sa Davao. Davao is 9 growth. Tapos sabihin nyo, ngayon, paano i-9 mo, palabas mo itong 9 ng you're about to hit 6 or sabi nila. Pero pakayaan mo lang ako, mag-abot ito ng 21. The highest in the world. Kayo lang tigapigil eh. It is time for us to fulfill our money to protect. Tapos na yan. Kindly, for so long we have to act decisively on this contentious issue. Capital punishment is not only about deterrence, it is also about retribution. Make no mistake about that. Iba kasi ako eh. Let us understand each other, including the international community. Our criminal system uses the revised penal code. That is a law that was given to us by the Spaniards. The original revised penal code, though it was translated into English. And those, in those about 2 books, 3 books, that are the definition of crimes and the penalties and everything. And the trust of that revised penal code, ladies and gentlemen, is the essence of retribution. That is why you have penalty. There is also the word positivist theory, that you can nurture a criminal into goodness, provided he goes to prison for 2 years, 3 years, He's released, he's a sex offender. When he goes out, he rapes again, kidnaps another girl, and makes her a hostage for so many years. Ganon kayo eh. Admit it, ganon kayo. You are so too lenient about this son of a bitch, a human being that has a virulent brain, and his enemy is society. And many a times, there were sex offenders in America released, only to rape and kidnap again and kill in just a few months after release. In the Philippines, it is really an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You took a life, then you must pay it with life. That is the only way to even. You cannot place a premium on the human mind that he will go straight. Nobody can. Not even your best scientist. No one has ever fathomed how a person would react, especially in committing crimes. That's the only way to do it, to instill fear. That if you do it, you will die. That's the advantage of criminals and rebels and terrorists. Because they think that you are afraid to die. That's why when I went to Marawi, I was asked by the media, why are you here? I am here because my soldiers are here, and I came here to die also. Because in a battle, in a fierce encounter, you have to be of equal equanimity. Gusto siyang mamatay, gusto ko rin mamatay. Ano sa atin? They say that they use the name of God. In the Christians, we have the same thing. I read the Ecclesiastes 3. What does it say? Even during elections. There is a time to be great and a time for defeat. A time to be in the skies, emblazoned there, and a time to be known as somebody. A time to have money, a time to be hard up. A time to just walk so many kilometers to school, and a time for graduation and being a lawyer. A time to be, I don't know what I am now, but there's always a time. Ano yan? So I will match you. Pag sinabi mo, gusto kong mamatay, anak ka ng dalawa tayo. That's why this bully, I had dinner with them sa bayan. Na itong NDF, because I used to be friends really with the NDF. I was crossing the by ideological borders before. Ako yung nakakapasok sa teritoryo. We were friends really. But times have changed because God placed me here. And I take care of a republic. Ganon. Sabi na doon, bully daw ako. Tarantado pa lang kayo. Talagang bully ako. Utang ina. Talagang bully ako, especially to the enemies of the state. Talagang bully ako. Ito pa, sabi ko sa mga sundalo, yung mga human rights na you're flying everywhere, anywhere yung utak ninyo. I said, take no prisoners, which is kill them. Which is correct. But you don't listen to my speech. This media, lalo na itong mga EBS, kunin lang yung kill them. Yan ang problema ninyo, kaya minura ko kayo. Walang presidente na pinutang ina kayo because you are not behaving. Now you're asking me for talks. When you publish in the newspaper or quote us in media, itong mga reporters would only quote, kill them. I said, kill them in a fight. If you have to shoot them at the heart or the head. Sabi ko, why? Because they will be detained here in Marawi. Wala tayong prisuhan. Ngayon, and the courts will always insist that they will be, that's the law, that they will be tried and detained in the place where they committed the crime. Kaya huwag kayong patayin talaga ninyo, kasi ilagay natin yan dyan sa barracks natin dyan sa ating mechanized division. Pag iskapo niyan, dalhin yung kanyo natin, ipaputok pa sa atin. Marami, how many jailbreak in Mindanao and Cotabato alone? 6. Cotabato City, 4. Ang jail doon nire-rate tapos pinapalabas. Alam ba ninyo yan? Because you do not publish. Or ito mga tagamay nila, hindi kayo, mga bright kayo, believe ako. Mga gonggong. Sabi na, why? What happened last April in Davao? It was bombed. How many were killed? 27. Few years ago, the church was bombed twice. How many died? 59. The airport, just as the people were coming out of the departure arrival, it was bombed. How many died? 32. In the wharf, three nuns were lining up there. I have to scoop the brain of the nun to put it in a can because the face was shattered. Zamboanga. And you say that the violation is only in Marawi? Talaga kayo nagboto. Mag-usap tayo ngayon. Dalhin po kayo doon sa mga biyuda. Kailan lang yun? Huwag sabihin na it's only in Marawi. Rebellion has been going on in Mindanao. Walang pinasanto doon. Hindi lang yung binabasa ng gusto. Kasi it's very porous. Kung separate islands yan, baby. Kung separate yan, very porous, they can go. No? And Mindanao, this is not to... The Moro has nothing to do it. Pareho tayo. Pareho tayo maranaw. So, just shut up. Huwag kayong... Ito ang totoo. Maraming Muslim sa Mindanao. Lahat ng... Sa Abra, mayroon. In this fight, why do you think the Moro would side? Kung patayan, they will side with government? Kung ako ngayon, kung nakatira ako, hindi kami umalis ng... Di ako dinalang nanay ko sa labas. I will be a resident of Marawi. What do you think will be my sentiment? Solo, Davao, puro Muslim ang clubs yan. There are clubs. Parang baryo-baryo. Pag nagsentimento ang putukan, magputok yan sabay-sabay. Another thing I'll talk it about in the conference. Sumobra itong left. Magawa ka ng bahay, nakawin. Sabi ko ng sundalo, do not for this. I will just build yours. Bigay mo na lang. And may project ngayon, gusto naman nilang kumatin. Do not commit that mistake. Here and I will tell you, including the Congress of the Republic of the Philippines. You do anarchy, I will order the soldiers and the police to shoot. Even if I have to bury 1,000 Filipino. Huwag ninyo akong ganunin. Either let us understand this beginning today. Either we have laws in this country or we do not. We enforce the laws against the minors and the rich, but I will also enforce laws against anarchy, disturbance, and create trouble. Kayo rin, natatakot ninyo. Takutin ninyo ako na occupy the streets. Anak ng waiting. You stay there, you ask for 2 days, I will give you 6 months. Huwag kayong umalis dyan. Kainin ninyo pati yung dumi ninyo dyan. Magtakot-takutin mo ang gobyerno. I'm sorry I've exceeded my time, but kailangan ko sabihin para maintindihan din na total na nandito na lang rin ako sa media. Nakikinig pati lahat. Kayong mga left, I will not talk to you. Why should I? Wag mo na akong pilitin na magpatayo kayo mga pro-por, shut up. Wait for 2 years. Because I have, this is my proposal. I may be totally wrong, and I will accept it, but this is mine. From now on, I will save money for the armed forces of the Philippines. We have lost so much soldiers. And there are thousands already incapacitated to fight. Pati yung pulis ko, araw-araw ninyong inaambot. Pati ang convoy ko, kasi doon ako magsakay, inambos nila. Pati ako ang gagom, pati ako patay na, sabagay, malayo ako doon. Pero convoy ko kasi yun Hindi lang ako doon sa Alam mo, ginamitan nyo ng machine gun. Kaya lang armorized. Kaya kayo mga congressman, senador na ayaw ninyong, baka may kalaban kayo. Asawa ba ninyo yung katira ninyo ngayon? O inagaw ninyo? Pa-armorize ninyo. Totoo, proven M60. Alright. Si Todrilon, M60 sir. Hindi talaga tumaanas. Pati binara na nila. Nasira na lang yung barang. Hindi talaga nila. And the soldiers inside will order all the time. Minamasinggan na, hindi tatalab. Kaya gago pati yung convoy ko may ambusin. Hindi nila alam na nakasibat na ako. Kung gusto niya ako mag-usap kayo na, sumubra kayo, ikaw season, mag-inom ka ng tang yung orange. Matanda ka na, kayong Pilipinas na kinig, buong Pilipinas. Kayong mga bata, kayong mga lumad natives. Ito matatanda na ito. Season is sick. May colon cancer. Ang gastos ng Norway, sumurrender na siya. Kasi naging issue sa politika. This government who sponsored those, who provided the good offices. Matatalo sa eleksyon dahil sa issue dyan. Kasi pabalik-balik ang mga buang kala mo, mga turista. Wala na ang pinag-usapan. Pagdating dito, gusto ng ganito, gusto ng ganito. Lo mo. Huwag mong sabihin yung meaning doon sa mga bisita. Pura na ko ba? Talagang ako, sir? Masyadong demanding. Hindi naman kayo nanalo ng eleksyon si minsan. You cannot even hang on to a barangay. And you keep on killing people. Hindi lang yung mga pulis, pati yung mga civilians na ayaw magsali sa kanila. Kaya sabi ko talaga, buang ka. Ang sinabi ko talaga, pardon po siya, pinutang ina ko talaga siya. The other day sa Davao. Sino tinatakot ninyo? Katanda-tanda na ninyo eh. At tayo mamatay, kayong mga na iwan dyan sa karsada, mabuti pa umuwi kayo. Wala kayong makuha dyan sa komunista. Do you think that if the ISIS prevails in this country, that you will have a place in their society? You must be openly stupid. As stupid. Wala kayong makuha. Lahat ay damay. Thank you for allowing the exhaust dito. In our sustained effort to achieve just and lasting peace, Class, be courteous. Do not make a noise. The visitors are listening. Just and lasting peace. For United Nations, we are pursuing an inclusive peace process in promoting the participation of all stakeholders, including those conflict-affected areas. We took steps to promote inclusiveness in the Bangsamoro Transmission Committee by expanding its membership to Executive Order Number 8, which I signed in November last year, by giving representation to indigenous peoples, women, children, and sultanates, and key stakeholders in the drafting of the Bangsa Basic Law, we ensure a Bangsamoro government that truly reflects the aspirations of our Muslim brothers and sisters as well as our indigenous brethren. We have embarked on various initiatives to advance our national interests in the global community. We pursue good relations with all nations anchored on an independent foreign policy and the basic tenets of sovereign equality, mutual respect, and non-interference. ASEAN independent nation will uphold and promote our national interests in the international community. We will strengthen and seek partnership with those who share our values. We will engage nations with full respect for the rule of law, sovereign equality, and again, non-interference. These are the principles that we are upholding as we advance towards this year for the meeting as the chair of the ASEAN. We have cultivated warmer relations with China through bilateral dialogues and other mechanisms, leading to easing of tensions between the two countries and improved negotiating environment on the West Philippine Sea. At this point, allow me to take a step back in time in 1901. In 1901, there was known as Balingiga, and that is Eastern Samar. It was the time for Philippine-American War, a combined group of Filipino villagers and guerrillas in an effort to defend Samar Island from the alien invaders, attacked and overwhelmed a United States infantry garrison. 48 American officers and men were slain in the attack. On the Filipino side, the casualty count was 28 killed and 22 wounded. In retaliation, U.S. gunboats and patrols were sent to Balingiga, Samar, with the order to make a desert of Balingiga and to reduce Samar Island into an island of howling wilderness, where every male citizen from the age of 10 and above and capable of bearing arms would be put to death. The church bells of Balingiga were seized by the Americans as spoils of war. Those bells are reminders of the gallantry and heroism of our forebears, who resisted the American colonizers and sacrificed their lives in the process. Krag against Bolo. Krag was the standard rifle issue to the American troops. And that is how the historians describe. Nauna ka, pababa mo. Di, baba mo, pataas yan. Mahirap talaga itong director ka, ikaw pa ang speech. Many historians describe, sige, the Philippine-American War. That is why I say today, give us back those Balingiga bells. They are ours. They belong to the Philippines. They are part of our national heritage. Isauli naman ninyo, masakit yun sa amin. We not talk about our overseas Filipinos. They are our heroes. They and their families have sacrificed much for the country. We all know how a large part of our economy comes from their remittances. That is why, to ensure that their rights are protected, I ordered the increase of our assistance to the OFW from 400 million to more than 1 billion. We have been hard at work in securing the rights and welfare of our OFW. A year ago, I also learned government officials and employees that I will never tolerate corruption in my administration, not even a whiff of it. Let the dismissal of several higher-ranking officials, whom I myself appointed, serve as a warning to all that I will never back down on my commitment to cleanse this government and corporation. In order to bring government services closer to the people, establish hotlines, government centers that receive public concerns. One of which is the hotline 911, which allowed us to receive and immediately respond to emergencies. We also launched hotline 8888, the Citizens Complaint Hotline. This is a public hotline facility that receives feedbacks or concerns on government services. Since we launched this hotline, we have received numerous complaints from the public on government slow government processing, unclear of changing procedures and requirements, centralized issuances of clearance and permits in Metro Manila, and discourteous government employees, among others. Meron ito eh. Time and again, yung pag-transact ng ordinaryo, the ordinary people who don't track business in government. In the last ASEAN Ministerial Conference, I don't know why Malacan has to, my office has to do some work for all the others, like itong mga barong. It's always that outfit takes care of the attires that will be given to the ministerials, this time to the heads of state. Alam mo, I'd like to address this myself to government. Iyan bang bayaran? Pabalik-balikin ninyo ang tao. I know that because I've been mayor for 23 years. I never allowed it in my city. But dito, alam mo yung mga sastre, dyan sa Paranaque hanggang Cavite, yung mga tiloring dyan, ang negosyo lang yan involved. Boy Scout, teachers uniform, Girl Scouts, naghahabol yan sila ng mga kontrata. And they are just the stores that you find along the way until Cavite. They group together during times of ganito, may ASEAN, and they look for a person to represent them. This is not no offense intended, but usually they look for beautiful women, young, who would do the talking, arrangement, because it's the reality of life. But the beautiful women gets the attention always. Tapos, pag na-deliver na nila, nasukatan na, pabalik-balikin ninyo. And right there in Malacanang, it happened. So I will fire the lady, whoever was connected with it, as I have fired everybody else. A cabinet member for buying an 18 million truck in Austria. That was not our contract. It was contract of the previous administration. 14 of those 18 million were already delivered. This cabinet member was, I was informed about, and I said his legal office to stop it. You know what? You can just write ahead. Travel there, sign something for another tranche of delivery. So right there, right in the cabinet meeting, I said, were you able to read the opinion of your own law office? He said no. But Sunny Dominguez was already passing to me yung sa iPhone. So I was reading it while I was talking to him. So, putang ina mo, you're fired. You're lying. And so I fired him. Go out of this office. I do not want to see your face again. Ganon ako ka-stricto. So the cabinet members, they are here. They're only given noon 1 year, 2 years, 1 month. The directors, makinig kayo sa gobyerno, bantay kayo. Directors, you're only given 15 days. And I do not want directors out of their office. You eat your lunch there. Lahat kayong taga-gobyerno. So that you can resume to work immediately. Now, ito ang deal ko sa public. There is the 8888. I cannot stop corruption and wrongdoings if you do not cooperate. You text me, libre yan, 888. You name the public official. Name his sins in that bulletin, and I will take it from there. Do not be afraid about libel. I will take care of that. Gano'n ang gawin ninyo. I have to have your help. Hindi kasi kayo wala yan. Lahat. Police, military, lahat. Pati ako. If you think that may nagawa ako ng masama, sabihin ninyo. Do not be afraid. We are all workers of government. Kayo yung employer namin. We get the money from your pocket to our pockets. Kailan pa niyo, since when have you heard me talk about government and officials? I always address everybody, workers of government. I seldom mention Malacanang Palace. It is not a palace. It is just a house of wood. So why should I call it a palace? Give me something like the European style. Yeah, I just called it office. Palas-palas ka dyan eh. And besides, all the rats of Pasig are there. Just beside Pasig River. So yung lahat ng mga daga dyan kung saan-saan, doon naglalanding. It has a wild field. And they are not killed because they are presidential mouse. Ayun ang sabi ng Dalo. Sir, hindi daw ipagbaril kay presidential mouse. Putang ina, mabuti pag mouse dito kaya hindi pa pinapatay. Yung tao, kinakatay ninyo. The people's patience is wearing thin. So is mine. I am reiterating my directive to all government agencies from frontline services to our people from womb to tomb to further streamline the respective services to make these truly efficient and people-friendly. We want to ensure that our people receive the quality services that they deserve, minus the delays by the bureaucratic red tape. I expect speedy reforms along this line. We will right-size the national government. Let us trim the excess fat and add more muscle through the expeditious passage of the right-sizing the national government to improve public service and support. I therefore urge Congress to pass this at the soonest. For the government-owned and controlled corporations, isa pa kayo, the implementation of the existing salary standardization law pending review in the compensation and position classification system. It's excessive, extravagant, and unconscionable. Salaries and allowances, incentives, benefits, and bonuses across the government-owned or controlled corporations at this time increases will have to pass by my office. And I am not inclined to increase your allowances, bonuses, and salaries at this time. Wala. You cannot do it on your own. You have to direct it to the Executive Secretary. And I will just tell you, I am not inclined to give increases right now. Maybe 7 years from now, when Drilon makes it to the presidency. I also appeal to the Supreme Court to seriously consider the national interest and our development goals before issuing TROs and injunctions and critical government projects and cases involving government assets. I am just a co-worker also, ladies and gentlemen. May I be allowed to be also just as frank? Total, wala naman akong inaano eh. I do not mean to offend you. But I cite, for example, the Supreme Court TRO that prevents the Department of Health from distributing subdermal implants which cost the West States of $250 million worth of taxpayers' money. I also note that since its issuance 2 years ago, this TRO has impaired the government's ability to fully implement responsibly planning and family planning and methods in the RH law. It is time that we put an end to the practice of some parties of resorting technicalities in our laws, prevent the government from fulfilling its mandate. Ganito yan, ma'am. Total, this is as good as any other time to talk to you. And may I be understood by you. I am sorry to say this. Really, I am. I do not intend to do it. But if we have to talk about government and our sins, which I am not an exception, or our, delays, lahat naman tayo nagkakamali. Ganito yan. Two things. Wala na talaga akong panahon. I don't know if I can make another SONA again in the future. It's not for me to tell. Itong TRO has been the bane of projects. And even konsonghe yung mga Ayala nag-aawa yan. Just to make you understand na hindi lang kayo. Tapos yung TRO na yan would delay the projects. Now God, and I'm asking Congress, find me a law na kung may bidding naman at it was regular, so dapat ang korte or somebody else should not be messing it up. Because it will delay the projects, which has been the case in the provinces. Alam mo, mag-file yan ng kaso, either it is really the truth, well, the COA will find out, or makihati siya. I will withdraw the case and dissolve the TRO, of course. Then you just give me a few, 10%. Ganon ang ugali ng Pilipino. Kaya yung TRO na yan is the bane of our efficiency. And I really do not know whether, I will not attribute anything, ma'am, sa Supreme Court. Maybe I am at fault, so I am sorry if I misquote or I did not have the complete facts. But itong Congress na ito passed the reproduction law. It was already a law na dapat i-implement because we were really going into a family planning. I am not for abortion. I am not for birth control. But certainly I am for the giving of the freedom to a Filipino family the size ng pamilya niya. How many children would be able to support and send to school? Ang nangyari nitong TRO, sir, ma'am, may nag-file doon sa inyo, Supreme Court. Tapos nag-issue kayo ng TRO 2 years ago. In the meantime, ang gobyerno nagbili ng medisina, itong subdermal, pati itong mga pills, worth 360. It was not really a reckless purchase. It was in preparation for the implementation of the law. Because hindi naman akalain na mag-TRO, and it has been 2 years. The medicines will expire next month. I told Obial, the health secretary, to find out if there is a nation which would allow it, and i-donate na lang rather than go to waste. Yan ho ang nangyari. I do not blame you. You might have been very busy or something. Well, ako, I'm just, I am below you actually. Pero, sinasabi ko lang, may isa pa. Huwag na lang itong speech, walang kuha dyan. The bane, isa pa, itong the Congress and tayo sa gobyerno, including the judges and justice, should understand that by this time, yung lowest bid, yun ang nagpo-promote ng graft ang corruption sa ating bayan. COA, you are here. At maraman na lang ninyo na may violation ako. Doon sa military, I do not allow them to bid. That's just to buy the weapons from everywhere. Because almost all countries are making arms. The tawag nila small arms industry. We're just fighting a rebellion. True, we do not need the armaments. But dyan sa Marawi, you have to hit hard because they are prepositioned inside building. And until now, we cannot proceed fast because there are 300 hostages. Sabi ko, do not assault. If necessary, we'll just have to wait. Wait it out. But we have to give food. You do not know. I don't care if they are Moro or Christian. But it's not. We do not have that luxury. Kasi pag there's a distinct possibility that we attack, they will just behead everybody. So find a way to do it. If you cannot find a way to do it, then just, I said, wait it out. Diyan ang nakatagal. Baka sabihin, hindi marunong itong sundalo. Ako yung nagpipigil. Initially sabi ko, Bombay, sir, hindi talaga madala, sir. Every window is occupied, yung high-rise. And we were losing because of the snipers. And in the hari, I said, slow down. Hindi ako nagyayabang, when I was in the camp, sa Ranao, well, I was being briefed by the military and I was giving the instructions. I heard about 16 pumutok at saka yung bala na weng, weng, weng. Yung mga reporter na doon sa likod ng stage kasi semento yun. We will, if this is the way how we should wait, then we will wait. Unless you can find a solution, somebody here with the God, even a horse sense to negotiate for the release of June 31st. Nag-oath ako. So, July, nagpunta na ako sa AFP Medical Center. Nakwento ko na ba ito sa ito? Hindi pa. Tapos sabi ko, quite familiar kasi I signed a lot of, nung mayor ko. Sabi ko, may MR ba kayo? Sabi niya, wala, sir. Sabi ko, may state-of-the-art ba kayo na x-ray? Sabi niya, wala, sir. Sabi ko, may hyperbaric ba kayo? That's the chamber where you are placed inside. If you suffer events, you are nagdi-deep dive ka. But it is also high pressure that can arrest gangrene, especially those who are extracted from the field of battle about 2 days na. Gangrene sets in. So they are placed there, and it can work miracles for a wounded soldier. So, in one upuan, in one setting, you did this. Then I saw the building when I went inside. Yung drainage nila bumabalik. So I said, I'm really surprised. Military men, why would you allow that kind of thing? The dirt is going back to the... How do you expect the sailors the soldiers to get well? Tapos, that's the only building. The oldest. I said, okay, you rehabilitate it. I'll give you a new one in the meantime. But last month, I went to the back of my office, doon sa barracks ng Presidential Guards. So they were groundbreaking for the hospitals of the soldiers. And I asked the soldiers who were there also from Viluna, are you now using the equipments? Alam mo ang sinagot sa akin, sir, tayo-tayo na lang mag-usap, huwag na lang yan sila. Tayo na wala pa. Hindi pa na-deliver. Nabi ko, if this is the way how you treat our soldiers, and they are dying now, and that machine was ordered a year ago, then a cordita, a mutiny, is not a surprise to me. Kaya sabi ko kay Ubial, hindi niya kasalanan because of the procurement. Pero ganun kahaman. Secretary Villar here, Ubial. Are you here, Secretary? Change the procedure because I will change you. Talagang kudita ito. Marami lang. We are losing about, by this time, every day, we lose about 10 every day. Sometimes I say it's a useless warrior. But there is a rebellion. Sabi ko, baski ako ang sundalo niya. And there is a machine already ordered. It could have saved my leg. Tapos wala ma. Putang ina, magkudita ako. And let us get the machine by ourselves. I will not be surprised if it's already in their mind. I'd only be too willing to step down. But as a long-term solution, I urge Congress to thoroughly review the existing procurement laws and come up with legislation that will ensure prompt delivery of goods and services to the people, especially medicines and hospital equipments. Kasi itong military, ay sabi ko, do not mind COA about, I will answer for that. Since COA is here, I limited to 3 places where the military can buy the equipments. Because I'm sure that they will work and they can kill the enemies and make even our forces stronger or in parity with what they have on the other side. Itong armas, sabi ko, huwag mong sundin yan. I will explain to COA why. Huwag mo akong pababilihin dyan sa mga lugar ng South America at lahat dyan sa mid-European, Eastern European countries are also, well, there are good ones, but I limited them to especially equipments in listening. Kasi kung magbili ka doon sa iba, nakikinig rin sila, sabay na kayo. 3 na kayo nagkaka-communicate. Tawag sa Bisaya, brin. Our laws should support and not impede national development in a speedy and sustainable manner. In our bid to accelerate human capital development, we seek ensure lifelong opportunities by enhancing quality of and access to education and training programs. We have sustained investments in higher education and committed to the full implementation of the K-12 Basic Foundation Program. We have widened the reach of skills training and increased the number of out-of-school children and youth who have availed of the alternative learning system. To ensure that Filipinos are given equitable access to quality and affordable health services, we expanded health insurance coverage and benefits. The destitute and the indigent, or those who just could not afford hospitalization, can now be provided with free services of government-operated and public hospitals as well as we have strengthened the implementation of the no-balance billing policy. Mga Pilipino na kikinig sa akin ngayon, pagpa-hospital kayo, ako ang magbayad. Total, hindi man nila ako mademanda. Pasok lang kayo doon, occupy the hospital. Sabihin mo lang, totoo. Pasok kayo ng hospital, sabihin ninyo na sabi ni Mayor Duterte, pagamot daw kami, siya daw ang bahala magbayad. Marami tayong tresurero dito, ilaw. Wag na yan, yung iba naman, taas na. I have signed Executive Order number 26, imposing a ban on smoking in public places to mitigate its consequences. We want to minimize access to tobacco products and provide a more supportive environment for those who are attempting to quit tobacco use. Alam mo bakit? Tanamaan ako ng, di ba ito, I've been very frank with you. I have a Barrett and I have a Berger's disease caused by smoking. So, ang problema niyan, in a survey in the Philippines all over the world, why is it that the women workforce in an office and the men have acquired in equal, almost in parity in numbers, sick of cancer. It was found out because the poor girl has also to inhale your smoke. Kaya in pinahang ko sa Davao, in Davao you cannot see a person there walking with a cigarette. Foreigners, they can argue with you, say that this is my money, not your money. So then, okay, eat your money. All I will shoot your balls. Investing in the health sector is never a cost to be endured, but an opportunity to be explored. If we have to embrace the vision of a prosperous Philippines, we have to start putting value to our people's well-being, because the success of every Filipino's pursuit in life, liberty, and happiness directly mirrors the fulfillment of our aspiration as a Filipino. I would like to reiterate my personal and this administration commitment to fully implement the Magna Carta of Women to the Barangay level. Tapos na to. To this effect, executive government units institutionalizing gender and development program services. We are targeting to increase government spending on infrastructure from 5% of the GDP in 2017 to 7% of the GDP by 2022, amounting to a total of 8 to 9 trillion pesos, or 160 to 180 billion dollars. Infrastructure projects, we will make a few years the golden age of infrastructure in the Philippines to enhance our mobility and connectivity, and thereby spur development growth on equitable in the country. In other words, we are going to build and build. To improve our sea connectivity, we launched 15 brand new RoRo vessels to ply major nautical routes all over the country. We also opened a ASEAN RoRo shipping route connecting the ports of Davao and General Santos, Philippines to Bitong, Indonesia. To address the congestion of our seaports, we modernized the ports of Iloilo, General Santos, and Cagayan de Oro, and Zamboanga. We shall complete strategic road and bridge projects, and some of the road sections shall be widened and improved to address the worsening traffic. Alam mo, si Ma'am Grace, you are pushing for, when I became president, EDSA was already horrendous, as it was a horror of the other administrations. Now, I brought in Tugade because Tugade is, to me, a bright boy. He's a billionaire. He was my classmate. Nandito siya. He was a valedictorian in the law class. Talagang husay. But we needed money, and we tried to get your help to raise money. Ayaw naman ibigay. Hanggang ngayon, yan pa yung EDSA. Okay lang. At least gumanda lahat. Mag-iwan naman tayo ng pangit. We will not make it all smooth in the Philippines. We leave a little alley known as EDSA as the road to perdition. But anyway, since I could not get any funding, I traveled to China and make friends with them. And Ambassador Zhao, thank you for the help. And as a matter of fact, they're willing. Said, if your Congress has no money, we will give you the money. And China has committed to build 2 bridges to span Pasig River, free of charge, so that you will be comfortable in crossing Pasig. Anyway, all the strategic road and transport projects shall go to naught if we cannot free our streets, which continue to be obstructed by illegally parked vehicles. Yang EDSA na yan, traffic obstructions and undisciplined drivers who stop in the middle of the road and sanction barriers in some areas. I am directing the MMDA and the LGUs of Metro Manila as well as the LGUs of Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, and all other regional centers to ensure the flow of traffic and immediately clear our roads and thoroughfares of all unnecessary obstruction, including vehicles parked on the streets by the way. Sanctioned by government and penalize all traffic obstructions regardless of stature. Sometimes hindi mo mano dyan because the police, it's a cabinet member. Pero me, I have not authorized my cabinet member to utilize the low plate. So it's not for us to. You just use an ordinary plate. Para walang masabi yung tao. And I do not want you parking there when there's no parking. Please remove airports. We are building new airports. We might get some money also from China and we'll have new airports in the coming days. And we are now accelerating the implementation of the communications, navigation, surveillance, and air traffic management system projects, which will result in the on-time arrivals and departures, better manage air traffic, reduce flight operational costs, and safer and more convenient travel experience. Revenues are the lifeblood of government, which enables us to provide for the people's needs. Last May 31st, 2017, we achieved the first steps towards more equitable taxes to fund better services for the people. I commend the House of Representatives for heeding my urgent certification to the tax reform by passing the first of the 5 packages of the Comprehensive Tax Reform Program with an overwhelming 246 votes representing almost 9% of the Filipino people. The fate of the tax reform is now in the hands of the Senate. Ano bang gusto ninyong gawin? Magluhod ako niyan? Well, really, I leave it up to you. We're all Filipinos. If you think that's a waste, fine. If you think it's not good, it's okay with me. I can survive. Next. I call on the Senate to support my tax reform in full and to pass it without haste. Ayaw mo nagpakpak. Wala. Pati si ano, wala. They are not clapping, so maybe si Angara ayaw rin mag-clap. Bantay ka lang sa eleksyon, tignan mo. These reforms are designed to be pro-poor, especially when the people understand how the revenues will be spent. The passage of the tax reform law is needed to fund the proposed 2018 budget, which I am submitting here and today. The poor and the vulnerable are at the heart of my tax reform. Your support would ensure that the benefits of the tax reform can be felt immediately by them. In the meantime, the Department of Finance and the Bureau of Internal Revenue are strengthening and running after tax evaders. I have directed the Department of Finance and the BIR to accept Mighty Corporation's offer of 25 billion to settle its tax liabilities. After the settlement, Mighty will no longer engage in tobacco business. This will be the biggest tax settlement on record. It will produce a windfall for government, which is significant since we have to face the unexpected costs of rebuilding Marawi and Ormoc. The acceptance of the tax settlement offer does not preclude other criminal charges against the company that the BIR may decide to file. A settlement will allow government to avoid a long battle that, as we saw in the previous years, could take years to resolve. Let this be a lesson to others. This administration will spare no one found cheating the government of its due. We view information and communications technology, or ICT, as an effective medium to implement positive and meaningful changes in our society. To this end, my cabinet approved the National Broadband Plan of 2017 to begin to bringing affordable internet access to every community and improving broadband connectivity in the country. We have installed free Wi-Fi internet in almost 400 public places around the country. We hope that the public will use to access important information and services. The National Government Portal, which will launch recently, will allow faster and easier delivery of public services and reduce the number of visits of the public for government transactions. The Digital Terrestrial Television Broadcasting Migration Plan has also been launched. The switch to digital from analog transmission will not only give a better TV viewing experience, but also provide effective, reliable information to Filipinos in times of calamities. The government-owned Salam Digital TV, the first Muslim TV in the Philippines, is now already on test broadcasting. There are some of the things that we have done for the past 12 months. A more detailed narrative contained in my report to the people will be released soon. Whether or not my first year of administration was a year of gains or a year of setbacks is not for me to say, but for the people to judge. I defer to the people's judgment. My fellow citizens, much remains to be done. Corruption persists like a fishbone stuck in the throat. It pains and it is disconcerting. We need to pry corruption from government corpus, which is deeply embedded. And we also need to put an end to squabbles and bickerings within agencies focused fully on speedy provisions of quality public service to our people. Believe me, it is easier to build from scratch than to dismantle the rotten and rebuild upon its rubbles. Nevertheless, let us work together and lay in the
is adjourned. On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is adjourned. Thank you, sir.
President Rodrigo Roa Duterte delivering his second State of the Nation address, highlighting government's plan to continue his war on drugs, emphasizing it will be relentless and either one will go to jail or go to hell. The president also issuing a warning to mining companies: find a way to restore the destruction wrought to the environment and the people, or, as he said, he will tax them to death. The president also defending his martial law declaration and extension. Let's listen in again.
Members of the House of Representatives and the Senate, I respectfully endorse and hand to both the Senate and the House of Representatives the budget for the year 2018. Respectfully submitted. Good. Early. Asam ka? Asam na si Presidente. Ba't ko nga ito sa demonstrators? Wala na.
At kapas, hindi ka naman po kayo din sa room. Or
Punta ko doon sa mga bugiro na punta.
The President, first submitting to both houses of Congress in joint session 2018's national budget. I believe that's about 3.8 trillion pesos, if I'm not mistaken. That's a first for the President to submit that. This is, of course, important for both houses of Congress to scrutinize the budget in order also to fulfill the President's plan to build. The President, other highlights also in today's State of the Nation address, which lasted for 2 hours, was also an appeal to the Supreme Court Chief Justice. I'm going to bring in my guests here in the studio. We're now joined by Dindo Manhit, political analyst, Nicole Curato, sociologist, and of course from the Center for Media Freedom and Responsibility, Vergel Santos. Highlights. Let's start with Nicole. What was the highlight for you?
Well, obviously it's an unconventional SONA, so we obviously saw the President go off script. I think to me the highlight really is very revealing of the President's worldview a year into his administration. And it's very much about the President being a leader. It's not necessarily about building institutions. It's about the President guaranteeing that people can go to hospitals for free because it's on me. It's about the troops saying you can do whatever you want because it's on me, I'm behind you. I would have wanted more detail in terms of federalism, for example, because that is his main institutionalized promise. But again, it's very revealing of the President's worldview.
What did he say about federalism and the West Philippine Sea? He said, the West Philippine Sea and federalism we will discuss sooner or later. That's what I remember him saying. Vergel, what about you? Highlights?
One, he made no claims to achievement. I'm not surprised. And two, he made a bold and frightening definition of democracy. It's a winner-takes-all game. I mean, the winner takes power, the winner takes rights, the winner takes privilege by saying that I have the numbers. You know?
Are you referring to when he said 50% plus one?
Yes, 50% plus one. That's his idea. And then third, no end in sight. I mean, he did not say when these two wars might end. The war on drugs and the war in Marawi. Those to me are very... How can you proceed with anything else if you could not even tell us when these wars can end? And then, of course, he also... I am very surprised at this. Another intimation of mortality. He has said that before. This is not the first time. And he said that he might not last 5 years. Yeah, this to me is very, very interesting.
We're still seeing, of course, live pictures as the President makes his way around the plenary hall, saying pleasantries, getting some photographs, having some photographs with members of Congress. Something we saw even as he approached the rostrum prior to delivering his State of the Nation address. Those are still live pictures you're seeing from inside the plenary hall. Dindo, let me ask you, were you happy with the State of the Nation address? Were you satisfied?
It's hard to be satisfied with any State of the Nation address. You would find it lacking maybe at times. But the President started in a good note. He spoke of the promise of change. But I think the moment he got off script, we really saw what his priorities are. It focused on something that he has built on even during his campaign, and it's about law and order, that penalty, and all his views with regards to what he calls dealing with crime, dealing with drugs. So it builds around there, then he keeps on going back simply to maybe the agenda that was prepared by his own government. So I sum it up basically that on his part, his real agenda, which is still his concept of peace and order. But on one hand, I think that's where the cabinet comes in, the so-called Duterte economics, the health and educational services,
but let's lay
and the infrastructure.
Let's lay the foundation there. He talks about that because it's as if it's the premise rather, of a progressive country. At least that's what I understood when he started to talk about drugs, criminality.
Yes.
That because if that is not solved, if there is no peace and order, there is no progress in a country.
To establish peace and order is to create a condition for business to grow, investment to be
Investors to come
generated,
in.
jobs to be created.
Right.
So that's why it is his point of view that it's the root of everything that he will do, because he wants a better country.
That seems to me very simplistic. And this is one president who always finds a connection between drugs and everything else. I mean, to me, this is really simplistic. I'd like to see more a more threshing out, a more fleshing out of this issue. You know, instead of simply saying, you don't have peace and order, you don't have progress. We all know very well that national development necessarily proceeds at a glacial pace. We know that. We know that. But we want certain things at this point to be assured. There's some guarantee that they labeled this State of the Nation address as something hopeful. I don't see any hope there. And they also say that this is what not just a comfortable life for all. Yes. I mean, I will be happy with a decent one, but we don't see that at all. I mean, I don't see anything that somehow gives me, inspires me.
What about his statement? He took some time talking about, talking about the mining industry or mining companies, that they should either do something about what kind of damage they've done. Otherwise, he says, I will raise taxes to death. Did you feel at all that he was really, that was a stern warning to mining companies?
Actually, this is fascinating because this has been one of the issues that the business sector raises, that, in any off-the-cuff speech or remark that the president makes, he can just pick out companies or industries and wage war against that particular industry. Although, of course, mining has been a very big issue for this administration with the appointment of Secretary Lopez before. Of course, now she's out. So it's interesting how the president actually made that stern comment. But it's not just mining. He did talk about the tobacco industry as well, with a tax settlement that they had. So it's very fascinating how he deals with businesses and how he selects the businesses he will go after.
Right. We're just showing you still live pictures. Former President Joseph Estrada there. Malapit siya dinaanan ni President Duterte, and even, of course, Vice President Leni Robredo. Would you guys care to react to what the president said about numbers, about videos that are being shown in other organizations?
I think I tweeted this earlier, that in previous SONAs, when presidents use human props, they use human props to talk about or to contextualize their achievements. He used human props to praise people. But here, he's identifying some people who are his critics. The human props are actually used to shame his critics. He's not naming names directly, but obviously we see here his complaint about the international community, even the Chief Justice, although he was more respectful in relation to the Chief Justice. It's a very different rhetorical style. I'm not sure if you agree.
It's very curious that he wants the Balangiga Bell back, but never said anything about giving us back our territorial waters. I mean, that is to me a little off, and very odd indeed.
Well, but let me go back to that. I'm sure we all heard it, that he said that we're going to talk about the West Philippine Sea and federalism sooner or later, and then he jumped to another subject.
Yes.
It ended there.
Yes. Why did he did not give us an idea of where we might be going on these two issues? I mean, that's just that. Okay. Never mind.
Normally, the State of the Nation address provides to us, as the people, what we call a roadmap, a strategic roadmap. Yeah. So I think when he keeps on moving from one topic to another, you tend to lose where the roadmap
when
is.
When he went off script.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think it's good to go back to the official, maybe SONA. I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah.
But hopefully the roadmap or the SONA leads you to something that could be their constructive action in the next few months, in the next 12 months. The budget has been submitted, the proposed budget. Programs have been prioritized based on, as I've said, he kept on moving from one topic to another.
Well, he did talk about the tax reform package and really made an appeal.
And even the infrastructure program.
Yeah.
Yes.
So these are things that...
Which is hinged on the tax reform package, which has not been passed by the Senate.
So you just hope that from these things, you see where the government is going, side by side with this focus really on these drugs, the peace and order, even the terrorism. So he builds from that, and hopefully we see government in the next few days doing these things, because the SONA, the way he delivered it, cannot really reflect what he really wants.
Yeah. True. We're still showing you live pictures of inside the plenary hall, almost vacant there, and the president leaving Batasan Pambansa. We'll give you more live pictures. Well, this is still live, but you can expect, of course, our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros, will be talking to some of the lawmakers making their way out of the plenary hall. Also members, if they'll be able to speak to members of the diplomatic corps, because one ambassador definitely was thanked maybe at least twice.
Right.
At least I remember the Chinese ambassador.
The so-called independent foreign policy brought that relationship closer. But we have to remember also that these are ideas, proposals. So I think we have to thank all other allies, friendly nations who are willing to help us, especially in the infrastructure space. Because there are a lot of programs ready to be executed by the Duterte government. And it's not hinged on the promises of China.
Yeah,
Japan
but
is
that's
there.
what he emphasized.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's good that the president should remember also the commitments of some countries.
I was hoping very much for the president to explain to me why in this first year we haven't gone anywhere. I mean, it just tell me why haven't we gone anywhere in this first year. I cannot remember any move or measure of any significance being passed in Congress or being made by the president in all the time. Only which gives him, which paints a picture of a one-trick pony. It's just crime, drugs, and nothing more. But of course, there's now this Marawi, which probably is something even just as important and as frightful as anything else.
Although, of course, I'm also reflecting that it feels like we're judging President Duterte's speech as if he were any ordinary president. We always use previous SONAs of previous presidents as benchmarks. But obviously, this is an unconventional president. And in fact, this SONA is kind of normal for a standard Duterte speech, right?
So it doesn't surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me. But I think where I'm confused at the moment is, what's the takeaway? How should we feel about this? We are at war. Okay. And I think if you're a wartime president, you should inspire confidence, should rally the troops, you know. We are in a very peculiar situation.
Right.
But because it's so long, it kind of rambled, the coherent message was not very clear, so I'm just waiting probably for the communications directors to kind of suture or put together the narrative and tell us, all right, this is what it's about.
A while ago, we spoke to our George Cahilas, and he was saying that residents in Marawi were looking forward, watching our coverage, wanting to find out what the president will say about the plans for rehabilitation in Marawi. We will try to get George later on and get more reactions from lawmakers to our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros. She's there at the Batasan Pambansa. Our senior correspondent, Inan Dalong, also there, Joyce Ilas. And we still have the protesters. We have them, or at least we were giving reports outside where protesters were. David Santos is also still there, and our Rex Remigio also still there. We will get more live reports and insights. This is a special presentation of CNN Philippines on President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's second State of the Nation address. We'll be right back. We continue our coverage of President Duterte's second State of the Nation address. The president there addressing and going over to protesters outside the Batasan Pambansa. They've gathered there at a program since 1 in the afternoon. Our correspondents are there, David Santos and Rex Remigio. Let's try to listen in.
Ito matagal to, noon pa to. So may maglalambingan, may magpikunan, pero ganun lang yan. Kailan ba ito nahinto? Hindi man ito nahinto. Kaya lang pag nakapikunan, ganun talaga. You know, meron kayong issue na intindihan ko. Alam ninyo ang posisyon ko rin. Alam ninyo ang ginagawa ko ang lahat. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na tinatalikuran ko yan. Eh pati ako, inaambos pa ninyo. Anong klase ito? Walang ganonan. Pag gananon ninyo ako, tatalikod na talaga ako. Babay na lang. Wala nang pistoks, wala nang yung Marcelo. Kung mag-usap tayo uli. Di sabihin mo sa kanila, mag-usap tayo uli. Okay lang. Yung Marcelo, may tatapusin lang ako para sa lahat. Hindi yan forever. Maghintay lang kayo. Iilan na lang ang nandyan na may kasalanan. Kaya ako hindi makapasok dyan. Sabihin ko sa inyo dahil may 300 na hostages dyan sa malaking mosque. Binawalan ko ang militar to assault. Kasi sabi ko madadamay ang 300. Kasi talagang puto yan ang ulo pag ina-attack ng militar. Yan na lang ang nagpaiwan na problema ko na hindi ninyo alam. Bigyan mo akong panahon, 1 taon lang ako presidente ninyo. Bakit ninyo ako ganunin? I promise you, land reform, tanungin ninyo si Mariano kung anong ginagawa niya. Sino kay magsabi kay Mariano, hayaan mo yung TRO, sige ilagay mo yung mga pesan. Tanungin muna ninyo yung mga representante ninyo na dyan sa cabinet. Wag muna. Tapusin mo ako dyan. Kakaagad, pag start nang yan, nagbigay ako 1 billion para sa mga mahirap. Ngayon, hindi ako may-ari ng pera ng Pilipinas ang tao. Ginagawa ko lang talaga ang paraan para maligayahan ang lahat. Para kayo. Para sa tao. Kung nakinig kayo sa speech, hindi ako presidente para sa mga mayaman. Kaya yung mina, dito ang mayayok. Okay, kung ganon ang tratamento ninyo sa akin, parang kalaban, hindi huwag na tayo mag-usap. Wala na. Ayaw ko ng hurap dyan. Kakamali, tuloy Tagalog at mahimik muna kayo. Ayaw ko ng humarap sa inyo kung ganon. Kung mag-usap tayo, may hindi kayo gusto sa akin, sabihin niyo sa akin sa Malacanang. Putang ina, pinapapasok ko kayo lahat doon. Kakausap ko lang ang bayan. Anong bully? Bakit kayo buluhin? Sino ako magbully sa inyo? Dadalhin ninyo akong patayin? Sino may granada dyan? Sige, paputokin mo na dito. Sige. Diyan sa gitna. Para dyan lang banda ang mamatay. Makinig muna kayo. Kung ayaw ninyo makinig sa akin, kasi tingin ninyo diskumpiyado kayo, huwag kayo basta-bastang magmadali. Magtanong kayo sa mga representante ninyo dyan kasi nandyan yung sila left. Nandyan si Masa, nandyan si Tigualo, nandyan si Mariano, nandyan si Briones. Puro left yan. Ano pa bang tanungin muna ninyo kung anong ginagawa ko? Hindi lang kayo basta inaapuran ninyo ako eh. Huwag ninyo akong, I cannot control everything. Hindi ako pwede mag-imprinta ng pera para ibigay ko. Kailangan ko kausapin itong Congress. Ito may raptot. Bigyan ninyo ako ng panahon. 5 years lang naman na iwan ko. Basta sabihin ko sa iyo, I will deliver. Naintindihan ninyo, I will deliver. Ngayon, kung apurin ninyo ako bukas, wala tayong magawa. At sa kung dain ninyo sa init ng ulo pati supladuhan, di number 1 ako dyan. Pwede ako niyang sigawan dito, babuhin ninyo ako, but the last time that I will talk to you. Kung anong mangyari sa Pilipinas, huwag kayong magpunta sa akin. Ganon lang tayo, mag-respetuhan. Give me one, mag-demonstrate lang kayo. Huwag lang magbinastos. Total, I am no different from you. Pareho lang man tayo. Sabihin ko, may representante kayo, nandyan na kayo, in-appoint ko na, nandyan na sa loob, ano pa gusto ninyo? Ginagawa ko ng magawa ko, puta na pati yung convoy ko, inaambos. Pati ako gusto patayin. Di sino kausap ninyo? Di ba ninyo nandoon ako? Tapos sabi, Duterte, mag-usap tayo, magiging kayo ng bayan ng isang araw. Tapos pag-uwi ko, maglipad ako ng Marawi, ambusin ninyo ako. Yan ang mahirap. Mag-usap po natin ng matino. Tapos ako, I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to give you. Ang land reform ang pinakamabilis na. Ang akin lang yung pera, yung pantawid, pagpapangpagtulong sa inyo. Kaya nga, I won a case of 25 million sa Mighty Cigarette. Yan, itulong ko yan sa mga mahirap. Ang mahirap lang may kailangan ng taxes, ang mga mayaman hindi. So para sa tao talaga lahat yan, huwag kayong mag-alala. Ako mismo ang presidente, wala akong pinirmahan na allowance ni 5 sentimo. Maghanap kayo ng resibo dyan sa kuha. Kinukuha ko lang sa gobyerno, salary ko. Wala akong representation, wala akong allowance, wala lahat. So mag-usap tayo, ang relasyon ko sa left, okay pa. Huwag ninyong sirain kasi magsama tayo. Ang madadamay diyan pagkaganon, magkasamaan tayo ng loob. Damay lahat, damay ako, damay kayo. But you keep the open line. Hindi pwede badala ng supladuhan, patapangan. Pilipino, hindi naman ito patayan, hindi naman ito away. Usap ang kailangan natin. Ano yan? Ang bayaran ng hindi ka na. Hindi ko naintindihan. Maghanap kayo na maganda dyan, magharap sa akin. Bakit ko ituloy ang peace talks yan ang gusto ninyo? Siyempre, inambos ninyo ako, anong gusto mo? Paano kayo mag-peace talks kung napatay ako? Sira ulo mo. Ituloy-tuloy tapos patayin ninyo ako. Sinong kausap ninyo? Kaya nga, huwag kayo magpapainit. Basta, isabi ko muna sa lahat sa representante, hindi ko mo kayo mausap lahat. Usap kami, makinig kayo sa kanilang sagot, yun. Kausap mo, pistok dyan, tapos wag na nasali yung sakyan ko. Sinong kausap ng pisto? Yung kaluluwa ako? Ilan na ang napalaya ko? When was the last time? Last week, 10. Palayain ko lahat. Maghintay kayo. Hindi lang ano yan, automatic. Bakit? Papayag agad ang militar? Papayag agad ang mga korte? Sabi ko, pero ilan ang na-release ko sa inyo? Nandyan sa labas. Ano? Hindi ako may-ari ng gobyerno. Kaya pati nga kayo dito, kayo, sabi nyo, kayo may-ari ng gobyerno. At kita mo, hindi ako ang may-ari ng gobyerno. Hindi ako basta-basta na pag na-presidente ako, sa sunod at ang gusto ninyo. Huwag ba akong ganun, dumaan ako dyan. Kagaya rin sa inyo. Tanungin mo si Season. Isa rin akong sigit. Alam ko yan, galing ako dyan. Kailangan ka na ng tahimik, magrespetuhan tayo. Huwag na ninyo akong iambos. Hindi naman kayo lahat pwedeng pagpagkamatay. Kung gusto talaga ninyo, punta kayo lahat sa bukid. Yan ang gusto ninyo. Kung gusto ninyo mapatayan ang Pilipinas, okay rin ako. Yan ang gusto ninyo. Sirain natin ang bayan na yan. Di, sirain natin. Hindi kita maintindihan, ano? Ha?
Contractual, gawing regular.
Hindi kayo nakikinig eh. Sabi ko, Sibilyo number 1 left yan. Yan ang gumagawa ng Indo. Hindi ninyo alam. Wala pa kayo sa panahon namin eh. Yan ang hindi nyo alam. Gusto niyo alam ninyo lahat. Mas marunong kayo kay Belyo, veterano yan dyan. Kaya yan pinapakinggan doon sa kabila eh. Ngayon ganito, magrespetuhan tayo o hindi. Okay ako, sigaw-sigawan ninyo. Baliwala sa akin yan. Politiko ako. Pero kung yan ang gusto ninyo, sige. Wala akong problema. Ayaw ninyo magrespeto, ambusin ninyo ako. Okay. So, tiis tayong lahat. Pinapatay nga kayo. Hello, sino may armas dyan? Na. Puputok na kayo. Walang armas. Sige na, kaya saluin ko, ibalik ko sa inyo, mga buang. Alis na ako. Kasi ako ay hindi ako matakot ng gano'n. Tapos na ako. Basta ganito, kung wala tayong respetuhan, pag yan ang gusto ninyo, ibigay ko sa inyo. Ganong ugali ko. Ayaw ninyo yung respetuhan tayo, okay, wala. Ibibigay ko sa inyo. Totoo. So, kalimutan ninyo ako. At huwag kayong mag-demonstrate kayo kung sino hingian ninyo ng alibyo dyan. Hindi mo matakot sa ganyan-ganyan kasi galing ako dyan. Hindi ako na-intimidate yung sigaw-sigaw. Pag wala tayong respetuhan, pati sa akin hindi bali yung iba, kalaban talaga ninyo yung dumaan. Pero pati ako, kilala ninyo, kayo mga taga-Davao, kung ayaw nyo irespeto, okay, bahala kayo. Sige, sigaw kayo hanggang maubos yung boses ninyo, pero wag na wag kayong mag-asa sa akin.
The president spending time speaking to the protesters outside who have converged in the IBP road near the Batasan Pambansa complex in Quezon City. Really, the president talking about respect. You need to respect, we need to respect each other, the president telling the protesters. And time again, the president saying that pina-ambush nyo ako, gusto nyo akong papatay, referring to the ambush of PSG members about 5 days ago over there in Arakan. Let's bring in our guests here in the studio. Your thoughts on the president confronting the protesters.
This is first, I think, in recent Philippine politics. The president steps out, talks to the regular crowd that goes there during State of the Nation address. It's a big posturing on his part, but it offers also a hand of peace.
Yes.
Hand of peace. Bigayan tayo, magrespetuhan tayo. So he looks at these things as very personal to him. His plans, his objective of attaining peace, but any attacks on his so-called, on him is an act, or an attack on the military is an attack on him. So he sees that as very personal.
Absolutely,
also.
Because it was definitely the PSG.
Yes.
Those are the people really guarding the president,
Yes.
Nicole.
Well, I think this is fascinating because this is the president framing how the peace talks works. He's making himself look like he's the aggrieved party here and it's the left that has problems with the peace talks. I think it's fascinating because in a way the president looks magnanimous, he reaches out to the protesters, he's giving them more attention than they deserve, at least based on some criticisms we read on social media, and yet the protesters couldn't necessarily have a conversation with him because, of course, there's distance. He's, using his very rough charm here. Shoot me now, barilin niyo na ako ngayon.
Yeah.
So I guess that appeals to a lot of his constituencies as well.
Okay.
So you're really driving a wedge here between the left, who's trying to fight for some rights of working-class Filipinos, and working-class Filipinos who support the president on the other hand.
And he kept emphasizing that I have members from your group in my cabinet. I have them. I am working with them. Verhel, give me time. Verhel, I'm going to get your insights in a while. I just want to speak to our correspondent in Marawi City, George Cahiles. We were talking about this a while ago because the residents there were watching our coverage doon sa State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, his second, because they want to know, gusto nilang malaman, what is the plan for them? When will martial law end? When can they go back to their homes? We wonder kung nasagot kaya ni Presidente yung mga katanungan, hinaing at pakiramdam ng mga kababayan natin doon. George Cahiles is there. George, kamusta na dyan?
Alam mo, Pinky, nakita natin yung anticipation ng mga displaced residents dito sa Marawi City. Hinggil nga dyan sa isa sa gawang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Kanina umaasa sila na the President will take time to talk about the problem here in Marawi City, the ongoing crisis, lalo na sa usapin sa rehabilitasyon, aging itong road to normalcy. Pero kanina, sinubukan natin kausapin yung ilang mga residente dito, but they are very reluctant to speak to us and give their opinion regarding the President's State of the Nation address, yung speech niya. Yung iba medyo malungkot off-cam, kasi nga hindi nga masyadong napag-usapan itong usapin sa rehabilitasyon at road to normalcy. Kasi syempre naiinip na talaga sila, gusto nila makabalik sa kanilang mga tahanan the soonest time possible. Ngayon, yung iba, habang nagsispeech si Pangulong Duterte, umalis na rin sila dahil nga ito ay oras na ng kanilang pagdarasal. Inabot kasi ng alas 6 ng gabi, kaya kailangan na nilang umalis at magdasal. Yung naiwan, yung ilang mga sundalo at mga pulis na nakahimpil dito sa lugar na ito. Ngayon, nagbigay din naman ng pahayag itong Joint Task Force Marawi. Yung mga sundalo kanina, nanood din kanina ng State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte at sabi nila ay talaga namang welcome sa kanila itong statement ni Pangulong Duterte na suportahan yung mga tropa. Nagbigay daw ito, nag-boost ito ng kanilang moral at lalo pa nilang pagbubutihin ang kanilang trabaho upang mapalaya itong Marawi City. Kanina lang, during the speech of the President, maririnig pa rin natin yung mga bombahan, barilan doon sa Ground Zero kahit nandito tayo sa loob ng Kapitolyo. Pinky.
So parang lumalabas, George, yung ilan sa mga residente hindi masyadong nasiyahan doon sa sinabi ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte tungkol doon sa Marawi dahil tila nakulangan sila kapag pinag-uusapan yung kailan ba sila makakabalik sa kanilang mga tahanan at kailan ba mag-uumpisa yung rehabilitasyon. But on the other hand, ang sinasabi mo, yung mga sundalo naman ay tila naman nasa iyahan dahil marami ding sinabi si Presidente tungkol sa mga sundalo tulad ng I have your back at patuloy niyang susuportahan ang ating mga sundalo at pulis.
Tama yun. Tahimik sila habang nanonood kanina. Tapos nung nababanggit na nga nung Pangulo, yung hinggil sa krisis sa Marawi City, tahimik sila at nakikinig na mabuti. Kaya lang wala tayong nakitang smile or ngiti or palakpakan mula sa kanila bilang sign na nagugustuhan lang yung sinasabi ng Pangulo. They were just listening. At yung mga sundalo din naman kanina, masaya din sila kahit papaano. Nakita natin doon sa mga video na pinadala sa atin ng Joint Task Force Marawi na masaya sila, nagingitian, nagtatawanan habang nanonood ng State of the Nation address si Pangulo.
Maraming salamat kay George Cahiles mula dyan sa Marawi. Let's now go to the Batasan complex. Our Chief Correspondent, Pia Ontiveros is there, and she's with AFP Chief of Staff General Eduardo Año. Pia. Let's go back to Pia in a little while. We'll establish our connection. Kasama niya po dyan sa Batasan si General Eduardo Año. Let's go back to Verhel. Verhel, your thoughts when the President confronted the protesters first?
Let us not be taken by the posturings of this President. Authoritarianism defines his character and his predisposition. We all know that. He savages anyone that he fancies to savage. This is what he has shown all this time. So these are posturings, And remember what he said in his address. What he can say is he did what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
As Dindo said, this is a very personal man,
All
takes
right.
things very personally.
Okay, we'll go back to that. Pia is ready. She's with AFP Chief of Staff General Eduardo Año. Pia.
Fighting words from President Duterte in his second State of the Nation address. The president talking about the war on drugs and the war on terrorism, what is going on in Marawi. Just 2 days ago, the president won overwhelming approval from Congress, from a joint session of Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives voting overwhelmingly to approve the extension of martial law in Mindanao until December 31st, 2017. Also, the president talking about asking the United States to return the bells of Balangiga. A little bit of that story in a bit. Beside me is Armed Forces Chief of Staff General Eduardo Año. General Año, thank you very much for granting us this interview. Can we talk first about those words that President Duterte had for the soldiers in Marawi? He said, "I will stand by you." He reiterated his commitment to soldiers and, of course, to the police also who are fighting in Marawi. And how do you feel when he says that the war on terrorism will be unrelenting?
Well, that is very heartwarming and actually overwhelming to us. Hearing the support of the president, and that also the extension of the martial law as the joint Senate and Congress session last Saturday, that is an acclamation to our soldiers that we have the legitimacy, we have the moral ascendancy in what we are doing it right, and our soldiers are in high spirit, and we will finish Marawi crisis very soon.
The president also mentioning, sir, these words, take no prisoners. He talked about how the AFP and the PNP needs to be very harsh on terrorists.
Well, it's just emphasizing his sincerity that he wanted to end this terrorism and rebellion. I mean to say that we are allowed to use all available forces, but it should be reasonable in order to finish this Marawi crisis. Hanggat maaari, gusto nating tapusin lahat itong multi-ISIS dito sa Marawi para wala nang susunod pang Marawi sa ibang parts ng country natin. Especially, we do not want them, knocking here in Metro Manila and started burning buildings and killing civilians and raping women. So doon pa lang dapat tatapusin na natin to.
Doon pa lang sa Marawi para hindi na maulit.
Yes, Marawi and other parts of Mindanao where they have these Daesh-inspired groups who pledge allegiance and support to this Marawi ISIS group that took over the Marawi city.
General Año, can we talk about the president's appeal, if you will, to the United States to return the bells of Balangiga? Maybe when you answer that question, tell us also a little bit of that history. That is military history, sir.
Yes, that's military history. That was the Filipino-American War in the 1900s. But I think the gist of that is the president is emphasizing yung sinasabi niyang independent foreign policy. I mean to say, with the armed forces, we are previously been identified and closely affiliated with the United States. So para sinasabi niya na kung ano yung kabubuti ng armed forces, there are also other countries where we can interact, where we can do cooperation. So yun ang nakikita namin, being independent.
Okay. Sir, but more than anything else, siguro, is it a symbolic, it is a symbolic thing, no, if the bells are returned. Has the armed forces in the past, no, was there any, there was, no, some action taken to try and request that those bells be returned, right?
Yes, I think even in the past, pero meron ng ginawang initiative din naman ng US. I think meron ng ibinalik dito sa, kung na nagkakamali, sa La Union. And then probably it would be a very good gesture from the United States kung ibabalik yung bell dito sa Pilipinas.
Any final words, sir, you'd like to add your other thoughts and opinions about the President's State of the Nation Act?
Well, we are very happy that he mentioned he's going to support, all-out support for the armed forces of the Philippines, and that he acknowledged the heroism, the gallantry of our soldiers. Right at this very moment, meron pa tayong labanan sa Marawi. And yung pagbisita ng Presidente noong Thursday, napakalaking bagay sa mga tropa natin. Kahit na araw-araw nakakaroon tayo ng casualties, still hindi nagbabago yung attitude, yung fighting attitude ng mga sundalo natin. And I want to assure the country that we will finish Marawi crisis very soon, the soonest possible time.
General Eduardo Año, Chief of Staff, AFP. Sir, thank you very much for joining us here in CNN Philippines. Let's go back first to Pinky. Pinky, we need to try and get other people to speak to here near the rear entrance of the House of Representatives here in the Batasan.
That's right, Pia. We'll get back to you as soon as you have somebody else again to give us more insights and their analysis on the President's second State of the Nation address. We were talking about some of the highlights with our guests here, and we are still awaiting this press conference from President Duterte. We're still showing you these are live pictures inside the Batasang Pambansa as we await if it will still push through. At least this is what we know. The President will be giving or delivering giving us a press conference a little later on. That's something we are awaiting. But while we're still here, we want to talk about future plans, what could happen in the next year or in the next coming months. Guys, priority bills, the President mentioned a few of them. Right. Let's discuss those. We have death penalty, BBL, we have even the tax reform package that didn't get, you had a little bit of a cold reaction from the senators themselves, especially Senator Edgardo Angara, the President even saying, just jokingly saying, lagot ka sa susunod na election. Tax reform package, very important for the President's build or Dutertenomics.
I think it's very challenging because tax is a redistribution issue. It's always a question of who gets to pay more taxes and whether the taxes are pro-poor or anti-poor. I think the debates matter here. It's a bill that cannot just be rushed, and I think the voices of many constituencies has to be brought in the picture. I understand that the Department of Finance has a very sophisticated model that's already put forward to the public for scrutiny, but I don't think it's something that has to be rushed.
Okay, I'm gonna get Dindo and Verhel to talk about the tax reform package and what senators think about this. Just to give our viewers a background, of course, this was passed already by the House of Representatives, and any tax measure should emanate from the House. All right, let's go to President Rodrigo Duterte for his press conference.
Okay. Well, I'd like to announce first that itong left, sila na yung paliko-liko yung policy, sila pa yung may kaluluwa mang sabi sa akin na ako raw bully. Bakit totoo naman? I said, I am a bully to the enemies of the state. So if you don't want me to talk to me, I do not want to talk to you, and I do not want you. So, ayaw ninyong makipag-usap, mas lalo na ako. If you want to call off the talks, it will be welcome. At let the war which you started 50 years ago continue for another 50 years. That is my suggestion. So, government as a countermeasure with this would start to call for a mobilization. I want the army added by about 20,000 fighting men. I have lost a considerable number of my soldiers in Marawi. Then I will add about another 10 to 15,000 soldiers. But I want them soft. I'm quite comfortable with the number now assigned in the precincts and in the environments of provinces and cities. I would need about 35 to 40,000 to meet the future threats coming our way from within and outside the country. And I will start also to rearm. Na yung mga sa ninakaw lang naman nila, you build the house for everybody, predetermined owners, at binababoy naman, ninanakaw. Yung pera para sa left, or whatever is left of it, bigyan ko sa Congress, ilipat dito sa military. You know, listen to me. We must have a strong republic to withstand all threats and challenges. Today's reality demands, necessitates, an armed forces that is strong. Ang gawin ko sa pera muna is I will build a credible armed forces that can fight at all fronts everywhere. I really do not know how many will sprout up, but we have the ICs and the NPA. At hindi ko gusto yung nangyayari na ang mga police, in the guise of being called upon to render assistance, it's all ruse, an excuse just to kill them. Kawawa yung mga tao na yan because they went to their deaths with a sense of purpose. And that was to respond to an emergency because they were told that ganon ang NPA. Mapatay ka nigtikas. Yung parang this is a game of swindling. Mga sundalo ko naman, kawawa, responded, they were massacred. Pati ang convoy ko, because I was trying to find a brigade where I could take off, pati yung convoy ko, inambos nila. Wala naman sila makuha kasi Porboro armored yun eh. And they had the goal to lie. Minasingga nila yung ng M16, din nila matalab-talaban. So, if they want to mar, we just wait until after Marawi. We can better deal with you. But I will stop the practice of, there has to be something, the police must have something there na yung tawagan lang sila tapos they make the required assistance or response tapos pinapatay lang ng hindi ganon. So I have to increase the number of staff at they can devise a way. Maybe I'll make use of what was offered by a country. It's a high altitude plane. It can see the ground. So before sila mag-alis ng station or everywhere, they should study first the image from above. Hindi na nila kaya na ano yan. It flies way above the skies. Cannot be reached by bullets. Merong inoffer sa akin yan, 2. Tatanggapin ko na yan at sabihin ko sa mga pati drones, available drones, yung high altitude. Na kung magpatrol ang army or the police, they will have to spend time almost half a day studying what is below by drones. Bibili ako ng marami. Yung hindi na nila mabaril. Ay, yung sa mga Marawi ang ginamit, amateur lang man yan. Yun ang gawin ko. I will prepare my armed forces on war footing. Kasi may gira. So kayong mga dyan maghigi-higi ng mga lalo na yung mga projects sa left, suri kayo. Pumunta ako doon, binuliwan ko sila, binuliwan na ako, sabi ko, putang ina ninyo, pati ako gusto ninyong kausapin tapos patayin. Ang loko-loko mula kayo eh. Gusto niya akong patayin, sige. Sinong may granada niya? Paputokin mo na. Takot rin pala, kaya madamay man sila. So no more talks. So from now on, do not question me about the Reds and Marawi will finish it. I said, di ako nagbibiro eh. Until the last terrorist is taken out, the war will continue. Na meron silang hinahawakan doon na 300 hostages. That is what is delaying. Sabi ko, wag mo munang i-assault. And if possible, we just wait it out. I do not care if they are basta hostages, whether they are Ilimoro or Cristiano. I do not want this innocents to be slaughtered. So hintay lang tayo. Patience. Because we do not want the innocents slaughtered. That is the price of a government, an entity called government. You have to have even this horse sense, wag na yung common sense. But you can expect after 2 years a very strong armed forces. I will buy all the equipment. Lahat ng pera dyan sa mga social amelioration gamitin ko yan dito sa total, yung mga bridge sisirain Manila. Yung mga eskwela susunugin nila. Yung mga eskwelahan lang ng mga lumad, yung kanila, they're operating without the Department of Education's permit. Kasi eskwelahan nila, but they are teaching subversion, communism, lahat na. So, umalis kayo dyan. Sabihin ko dyan sa mga lumad ngayon, umalis kayo dyan. Bubombahan ko yan. Isali ko yung mga struktura ninyo. I will use the armed forces, the Philippine Air Force. Talagang bubombahan ko yung mga lahat ng ano ninyo. Because you're operating illegally and you are teaching the children to rebel against government. May kalukuhan kayo, mas lalo na ako. Pahirapan ito. And I will ask the police, lalo na ang police. Back to the drawing board dyan sila lahat, pati ang army. But at least we got that experience of how to fight on a terrorist urban warfare. We need to, I'll be frank, there's a need for the armed forces and the police to reconfigure. Ilang beses na yan. The last time was in Davao. Namatay yung babae. Isang babae doon yung sa forensics because may, sabi nila may namatay. Hindi, kawawa naman yung station commander. Tinawag yung forensics na babae na police, sige, sumama ka. Ayun. So walang patawaran dyan. So kung ganon, wala rin patawaran tayo. So I'm not ordering the military and the police. Walang patawaran kasi hindi naman tayo pinapatawad. And they are making excuses, ruse, perfidy, na para tawagin na trabaho kasi ng police. Pag hindi, mapaalis sa trabaho yan. Dereliction of duty, abandonment of duty, kaya magpakamatay ang mga pobre na yan. So, this time, you do it to me, do it to my police and my army, they will do it to you. Kanya-kanya na tayo ng diskarte. And when the time comes, yung CHR, yung opisina dito, you are better abolished. I will not allow my men to go there to be investigated. Remember this. Human Rights Commission, you address your request through me because the armed forces is under me and the police is under me. Kaya pag question ninyo sila for investigation, padaan mo na sa akin. And for the ombudsman to refrain from citing them in contempt or what? Because I have the authority to give the final say whether they will attend or not. Takot-takutin na yan ng ano. So wag ninyo akong pilitin na pati kayo pabanggain ko. Pag nakadamanggaan tayo dito, tapos ganito na ang nangyari sa Pilipinas, may problema tayo. Sa totoo lang. Do not, yung paborito ninyong swan song that you will be investigated by this, by that. Padaan ninyo sa akin lahat. Lahat, maski sino, police o investigahan ninyo, padaan ninyo dito. You address it to the DILG, to me, attention DILG. Pag sabi kong huwag kayong magpa-imbestiga, huwag kayong magpa-imbestiga. Imbestigahin na muna ng human rights yung ambos nung sa Presidential Security Group, pati yung police na. Pag wala kayong report niyan, huwag mo kaming samok-samok, ano tawag na? Huwag mo kaming guluguluhin dyan sa tapon ko ulit yan sa mukha ninyo. Better do an equal job here. It does not say that your investigations will be solely focused on government men. Although the ombudsman is to check on government. But if you fail to address also the atrocities of the other side so that you can get the truth and the whole story, then do not investigate my army and police. Tapos ang one-sided. Makita ng police, makita niya isa sa mga nag-ambos sa kanila. Hindi naman namatay lahat yun. Barili niya. Sa inyo, punta sa inyo, pakulo mo yung police. Suluha. Do not make it a one-sided affair. I will not allow it. As President, I will not allow it. Patas tayo, justice for all. What is sauce for the gander is sauce for the goose. If you have not as yet investigated the deaths of my police and military men, then do not fuck with us. Mahirap yung ganun. Wala nang police pati military mag-report doon sa anong klaseng investigation. Ma-ombudsman, dumaan mo na kayo sa akin. You wait until you get the clearance. If you don't get the clearance, do not stay in the barracks. Pag hulihin kayo, papiliin mo lang, bazooka o M16 dyan. Ano pa ba? Yung sa gobyerno. Itong repayment ng, mga mahirap lang yan dyan sa mga tiluring dyan. Ang lang niya, makachamba sila sa mga teachers, mga estudyante, boy scout. Mga fiesta-fiesta, mga pandango, gano'n. Yan lang ang habol nila. Itong mga taga-gobyernong putang inan to, paabutin ang siyam-siyam. Gamitin nila yung pera for the next event. May babili sila materials na naman para kung gano'n ninyo, pabalik-balikin ninyo, mga letse kayo, tangina, itong Pilipino, tigas ng ulo. You name the teacher. Or you name the what? Sa Malacanang pinatawag ko na, I don't know what I will do with her. Baka Kaya mo pangalan, Rodrigo Duterte for abusing, asking me back and forth 5 times with no payment. Yan ang demanda ninyo kagad sa ombudsman. 15 days, lahat ng payables sa mga civilians para walang korupsyon. Gamitin ninyo yung computer, pag hindi, itapon ninyo yan. Kayo ang palitan ko. 15 days is 15 days. Baski anong bagay, basta collectible sa gobyerno. 15 days. Kayong mga tao, you are not paid within 15 days publicly. Tira mo kagad sa 888. Bureau of Customs, BIR, o whatever, DILG. Pag sa postal, hinian ako ng ganito. Meron mo yan silang, or the person manning who released it. Marami akong investigador. Papuntahan ko lang yan dyan. Puro abuso, puro corruption. Nabi ko na maghinto na kayo. Wala mang ano dito. Dadagan mo na. I hope the Supreme Court will not be offended because this is all true. Mag-TRO ka ng reproductive health. Batas na yan eh. So when the batas is out, government prepares. Yung hindi ito atin, last administration to. But still it is right. They buy the medicines in preparation for the implementation. Ngayon may mag-TRO. Kapag TRO mo, nag-expire na lang ang medicine kasi ang TRO mo 2 years. Ano? What do you call that? It does fall into the 3019 Republic by your negligence. You cause by your negligence or your delay causes damage to government. Under what law? Graft and Corruption Law. Republic Act 3019. So, sino ngayon ang graft and corruption sa Pilipinas? Tayong lahat. Oh. Sino yung maghusga ngayon sa akin na ikaw, Duterte, mag-graft? Bakit ikaw hindi? Yan ang mahirap dito sa... Ay, ang left, they do not behave. Kaya pinuntahan ko sila. Sigaw-sigaw kayo. Sige. You shout until the heavens fall apart. Walang pakialam sa inyo. Magkikapag-usap ka, maraming hidihingi, maraming maya-maya, nagtampo. Kung anong pinagbuli daw ako, putang ina mo si Isong ka. Bully talaga ako, letse ka. Umuwi ka na, marami ng gasto sa iyo yung Norway. Sige, bayad ng ospital mo, libre ka, you are there at the courtesy. Do not abuse their charity. Dalawa ang pera, tumanda ka sa labas, tapos you're waging a revolution, ang namamatay, yung mga luma dito. Ito yung mga bata dyan na kala naman ito mga sila yung they can change the country by shouting there until kingdom come. Nabi ko na sila, galing na ako dyan. Maniwala kayo, walang mangyari. It ain't that way in this universe, in this world. Pagsayangan lang ninyo yung pagod ninyo dyan. Do it the way it is now because ito ang gusto ng tao. Sigaw-sigaw kayo dyan. You know, I was elected by 15 million people. I got a majority of 6 million. Yun ang pakinggan ko. Bakit kayo dyan? Kayo lang. Ayaw ko kasi baging bastos ako pag yung my mouth and everything. I am irreverent. Baske dyan sa simbahan. Buti tumahimik na itong pero hindi kasali si Father Balatbat dyan. Father, nandiyan kaibigan ko yan. Yan talaga ang ano. Si Alex. Ayan, ang pwede dating gawin, Santo Alex. Pare yan, pero kaibigan ko. Ako yung kaibigan niya, Santo rin. Santo Rodrigo. Any question?
Mr. President, maayong gabi. Mike Navalio, abs-cbn News. Just before I go to my question, Mr. President, just a clarification on your statement. Do we take it that you are categorically putting an end to negotiations with the left?
Yes, you are right.
All right, sir. Sir, I just want to ask about your decision in asking for an extension of martial law for 5 months.
But hindi ako naghingi.
Yes, sir.
I recommended it to Congress because that is what the military and the police were asking.
Mm-hmm.
They are the ones who are fighting there. I go the other ones in a while. Once I was able to penetrate Ranao, stay there. The bullets were flying. Hindi naman ako nagpapatapang-tapangan kasi covered kami sa simento sa stage. Pero yung bala doon umaabot doon sa landing ng chopper. So, alam ko na in the short time that I was there, I counted about 16 explosions.
Sir, did your visit play a role in changing or say making up your mind about asking for extension of 5 months? Because on July 11, sir, when you visited the Philippine Stock Exchange, you made a statement that you only need 15 days to resolve the crisis in Marawi. But
yes, correct. That's even too long. I said in about a few days, 3, hindi namin alam. And there was this failure of intelligence actually. Hindi namin alam gaano kalalim na pala. There were tunnels there and they were stocking explosives until now. It seems to be it's not exhausted. Hanggang ngayon sila nagtataka kung saan kinukuha. So in other words, the build-up was there for many months. Hindi ko sinasabi na I'm blaming the Maranao. I'm blaming the Maranaos who are in cahoots with the terrorists because obviously the stockpile was there for so long a time. Hindi maubusan Hindi maubusan ng bala, pati explosives. Now, it turns out that they have plenty still. So, nagkamali kami doon. Ang ibig sabihin, if that is what you want, there was a mistake in the evaluation or assessment. Pero kung nakatira kami sa mga Makati, Marawi, nalaman namin yun. The tunnels are just like what the Viet Congs built in Saigon. Lusot-lusot, South Vietnam. Not Saigon is a city. But yung tunnels nila sa bukid, those were discovered only after the Americans left Vietnam. And despite or in spite of their technology, hindi nila nalaman yun. Tayo rin. And we will only know how extensive it is, gaano kalawak yan, when we finally prevail over Marawi. At this time, we are in a hurry, and I do not recommend assaulting the place where the civilians are being hostaged, because it will be a more odious thing to hear for the Filipinos.
Thank you.
Sandra Aguinaldo of GMA7.
Sir, in relation lang to his question also. Sir, while Congress voted overwhelmingly in favor of martial law extension, there was also a proposal during the joint session for a mechanism to observe or to monitor possible human rights abuses, sir. There was a proposal for CHR to be more active and also for a congressional mechanism to observe. What can you say about this, sir?
This is not a lecture, but let me something about martial law. The army, the military, the armed forces, and the police are there in good faith. They are there to arrest, they are there to kill, they are there to stop the rebellion. Okay? Now, in pursuit or in the prosecution of those duties or mandate, they have to control civilians, they have to force them out of the house, they have to bar them from entering places. Those are the sabi nila, the human rights abuses. Well, I refer you to the opinion of Justice Mendoza. Sa martial law, walang human rights abuses. Except yung rape, yung mga ganon. Pero those connected in the operation are the negotiations made. There can never be a violation of martial law, because even the killing itself is already a violation of human rights. But yung mga rebellion, yung you are being sequestered, you are not allowed to enter, those are not violations of human rights. Lilekturan ko kayong mga sitsar, mamahina kayo. Those are not violations of human rights. When they are forced by the military to stay on the side, it is because it is for their own good. If the military will decide not to allow you to enter your house there because you will be hit. And then, ngayon, kung kayo, samahan ninyo ang mga civilian at sabihin ko ang military, umatras kayo. And I will place you in a position to do what you want and order what you want. Kung sabihin ninyo na papasukin na sila, kayo ang bigay ng order human rights. Sabihin ko sa mga police pati military, tumibyo kayo. Doon muna kayo sa barracks. Magkape-kape lang tayo. Pero pag na may namatay dyan, huwag mo akong balikan kasi sakalin kita dyan sa ikaw ang may gusto. O sige, sino yung gago na yan sa HR? Sino yan? Chito Gascon. Sige, ikaw magpunta doon, ikaw ang mag-direct sa traffic, saan sila magpasok. Ikaw ang magpabalik sa kanila, hindi kami makialam. Kami sinasabi ng army, huwag kayong pumunta, baka madisgrasya kayo. Kung maniwala ka doon sa human rights, Gascon, sige, pumunta ka, withdraw yung military. Ikaw ang mag-lead doon pagpasok sa kanila. Pag may namatay dyan, ikaw ang talian ko sa poste doon. Praktisan ka na mga sundalo how to improve their accuracy. Okay. Pilipinas, mas maraming marunong eh. Even if it is not realistic. In a state of martial law, di ka makapunta ng relief because there are no courts open where you can run to and ask for a relief. And that is why the reason sa martial law na walang Pero yung sabi mang rape, man looting, hindi trabaho ng... Wala akong ganong sundalo. At hindi mo ako mang itrigahan. Pati nga baril na sunog na kinikwenta pa ng mga pobre yan, gaano ka tedious. Yang lahat ng baril na kuha nila, documentation pa. Magnakaw pa kaya. Nga, yung 52 billion, yung kinuha doon, ko kanino na yung, saan na yun? Sa military, pag nagnakaw ka, you're ostracized. They will not do it because they do not want to be placed in shame, humility. Tsaka, pag training pa nila yan, sinasabi na sa kanila, hindi pwede talaga yung magnakaw-nakaw. Looting, iba siguro, but even the police. Even sa police, ayaw ko magyabang, pero sa police, binubugbog ko talaga sila. Bugbog na todo yan. Basta ganon, bugbog. Kasi humahawak ako ng police, mayor. Hindi ako nagyayabang. Bugbog talaga, sirado yan. Sipa, sampal yung abutin nila sa akin. Pero pag nagkasala sa trabaho, kinakaputihan ko yan. Tama yan. Nung sabi ng human rights na pinuprotektahan ko ni Duterte, correct. Kaya sabi ng NDF, binubuli ko sila, correct. We are all correct. Pero hindi ako magkaputi na mag-rape ka, magnakaw ka. Kung sa trabaho, kaputihan kita, correct. There is nothing wrong. Trabaho yan, in the performance of duty. Kung hindi ako marunong mag-protect sa aking mga tao, hindi ako mag-commander-in-chief. Better for me to resign and give it to somebody else. Baka kaya ni Robredo, tanungin mo raw siya, mag-usap kami. Kung kaya niya, sige.
Just one detail about your opening statement, sir. You mentioned about additional soldiers, 35,000 to 40,000, sir. Anong timeline po yung tinitingnan nyo?
Mag-training yan. But I said, I will leave the Philippines with a very strong military. Yung hindi basta-basta na, wala kaming weapons. They will have the everything, technology, drone, para may magtawag sa police before they leave, 30 minutes before, patakbuhin na nila yung drone sa ruta. Or I will, yung ibibigay ng isang country sa atin, 2 eroplano magtingin. Para magsabi sila na we are proceeding to this, tignan doon sa mapa, tapos it is really very clear. I saw it. You can identify a golf ball from an egg. Diferensya ng itlog ng manok, pati golf ball, lagay mo dyan, tignan doon sa taas. Kaya niyang sabihin, Mayor, hindi man yan itlog ng manok. Hindi man yan golf, hindi rin. Bayag ng tao yan, hulog. Sabi ko, pagod ako sa trabahong ito, tapos you mess up with me. Bugiro. Sabi ko nga sa kanila, sinong may granada? Sige, paputukin mo na. Ambus ka na. Sige, ngayon na. Wala man. Sabi nga, ano dyan is tinatakot mo yung tao ng patay ka. Kaya patay. Ang tao na matatakot. O dito ka sa media, walang takot dyan. Si Mina, baski saan ako pumunta, sumusulong yan. Ayaw ko lang kayo samahan sa Hulo. Hindi talaga papayag. Magtanong kayo bakit. Sayang. Sayang talaga. Sayang. Kasi ito, konting ligaw na lang eh. Kasi kilala mo na, araw-araw kasama mo. So, pa niyang, kunting ligaw na lang na ano, yung ligaw na. Who else?
The gentleman from Surigao, Philip Tubeza of the Philippine Daily Inquirer.
Maayong gabi, sir.
Maayong gabi.
Just clarification lang po.
You can take it off from the, you're stooping. Yan.
You mentioned, sir, kanina in your speech na sooner or
Pasensya
later...
ka na ha. Kasi ang average height ng media nakikita ko, 5 feet.
Okay, sir. Thank you po.
Pero lang naman yan, maniwala ka pala.
You mentioned po in your speech kanina na sooner or later, the country would have to tackle the issue of the West Philippine issue and federalism.
Yes.
Could you tell us, could you elaborate on that issue, sir, on what you meant?
When they start to excavate the gas and oil, I tell you, it's going to be just like a joint venture. Pareho. I'm not prepared to go to war. I have to be frank. The truth is, I will not. It will end up a slaughter to my forces. Kulang tayo. They have the state of the art and everything. And they have the missiles now, nakatutok na sa atin. It will reach Metro Manila in 7 minutes. Now, bakit? Whose fault it is? Tignan mo nga. It was there 3 years ago. Yung overflights ng intelligence from all countries, nagpapublish. Kikita nun. I remember seeing it in Inquirer, Bulletin, dito sa Daily Star. And yet, nothing was done. Because we were not prepared to go to war or trouble or violence. We just secretly communicated through ating arbitration award. Nung ayaw lang marinig, so we started to talk friendly. Hindi man ito magkuha. Ito, I will tell you now. Itong mga ulol na mga, sabi nga, Tito, ito may isang justice na keep on hammering on me. Ranting about my nana, no? When I saw Xi Jinping, nandyan yan sila in a cabinet, hindi pala, limitado kami nun. When in the last visit, yung sa road belt, wala na kayo nun, may kasama akong mga cabinet members. I think it was General Esperon, si Lorenzana, basta may babas, Bong. Nabi ko, diniritso ko. Sila, nandun, yung, murang, sabi ko na, we are the owners of South China. I will dig my oil there, whether you want it or not. Wala na yung padaloy-daloy, the award, gano'n. Sabi ko, that's ours. I will build, put a rig there to extract oil. That in so many words, si Xi Jinping na gano'n. Tapos, in the end, sabi ko, it will be war. The long and short of what he was saying, it was, pinaparlay niya yung mga words. Really ended with saying na, gira ito. Pero kung sabi mo, hindi ako nag-assert. Ako, diretso na. Amin yan. Nandoon ka ba, Lan? Nandoon. Si Alan was there. Sino ba ba? Alan. Ha?
Esperon.
Oh, yan, si John Esperon. Ako na, diniritso ko na. Beko, akin yan. That's ours according to my government. And I will dig oil there. Wala nang pasukot-sukot yan sabi nila, bunta-bunta. Kaya magsalita ito kasi wala sa ito. Si Carpio, pati hindi niya alam. Gusto ko, ulitin ko. Sumama siya sa akin. Sabihin ko sa kanya, itong justice namin, gusto agawin. O sige, makinig ka kay this is Carpio. Sige, sabihin niya, backupan ko siya. Pero pag binugbog tayong dalawa dyan, bantay ka pag uwi kasi akala siguro ninyo na naglalaro ako playing safe. Naunahan ko kay ako pa. Diniritso ko na. Amin yan. Kunin ko yan. Tapos he answered, marunong talaga. In the end, parang away tayo. Kira to. Pag kung pagkaganon, huwag na muna kay wala tayo kabuga.
Sir, follow-up question na po. Kailan po magsa-start yung joint development in project?
Again?
Kailan po magsisimula? Magsa-start? When will this start?
Ang?
Joint development project?
Joint exploration.
The drilling, the joint exploration?
Wala pa sila, pero we are into it there already. We are there already. May partner na siya. Hindi ko lang masabi. Sino? Nandoon na ang atin, pati kanila. They are talking and they are exploring.
Thank you, sir.
Kasi gusto mong suluhin, hindi mo naman kaya, di...
Patricia Mangune of TV5.
Good evening, sir. Sir, hingi lang po ako ng reaction ninyo. Meron pong lumabas na bagong study from the University of Oxford na 10 million pesos daw po ang ginastos para mag-hire ng mga online trolls sa social media para sa inyo at atakihin po nila yung mga opposers ninyo doon. Can you confirm or deny this, sir? Or reaction nyo lang po?
10 million?
10 million
Ang
pesos,
gastos.
sir. Yes po.
Ako?
Yes, sir.
Ako?
Yes po, sir. It mentioned, it included your party, sir. Yung study po.
Sino po? Sa election siguro. Sa elections, ma'am, more than. More na. You're allowed more than. No? And they were all during the campaign, pero nga hindi ko naman kailangan. I do not need to defend myself from attacks. I've stated my piece during my inauguration and during the campaign. I am not anymore eligible for re-election. I really don't care if my ratings go up or down. That is not a significance to me. I cannot run anymore. I will just do what is best for my country. And I do not hunger for ratings. I do not even look at it. And I do not comment on it. Pag sinabi nila nga 20 to. And kung yung Oxford University, paskilahan sa mga bubo yan. Ay, totoo. So, itong Pulse Asia, itong social weather, yan man dapat gastusan ko para magtaas ang rating ko. Tanungin mo sila, ma'am, kung may naibigay ako baski piso, media man kayo lahat, I will resign tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
SWS, Pulse Asia. Sabihin mo lang, was there a time na pumunta dito si Mayor Duterte o kinausap kayo o even offered, wag na lang yung piso, masyado mababa, offered 20 pesos to write a word that is good for him. Pag may magsalita dyan, sabihin sa kanila, hindi
and Rappler and everything. And lahat yan. I will step down tomorrow. I can assure you. I will do that because I do not need this office.
But sir, follow up lang sir. So sir, you have no online trolls, no one's hired anyone?
Mayroon akong mga followers, ma'am. Isa dyan si Mocha. But Mocha has been with me during the campaign. She offered her services free. Ngayon, nung nanalo ako, out of gratitude, hindi naman ako dadating ng Malacanang, ni-appoint ko siya, social media secretary. Now, she received a lot of flack on me. Kasi daw, dancer, kasi ganon. And so what? Cannot a lowly dancer in this republic, in this country, they cannot aspire for somebody to be somebody someday. Marunong naman mag-English. Hindi naman bali-bali. And she deals with everybody. Kaibigan niyang military, kaibigan niya lahat. So, bakit hindi ko sa ilagay sa pwesto? Ilang beses ako nag-ikot ng Pilipinas. Mga ibang taon, hindi nagpakita minsan. Tapos ngayon, humihingi ng trabaho. Ito sila, hindi. Ito si Mocha. Ito ang totoo. Tanongin ko na siya. Sabi ko, Bong, hanapin mo yan si Mocha. Sabihin mo kung paano ako makatulong sa kanya. Sabi nila may position dyan for media. Sabi ko, ilagay mo. Sabi, wala, dancer lang yan, mga sexy dancer. And so, sabihin mo, naghubad yung tao. And so, she no longer deserves a break in this universe because she's a dancer, because she's a singer. Nandyan siya. Ako, maraming nandyan because utang na loob ko. Binabayaran ko, pero sa mga tamang tao. Yung si Sweno, secretary, may utang na loob ako doon. He was the first to go to me and say, alam mo, Mayor, kailangan ang Pilipinas ganito kasi corrupt na masyado. Marami yun sila. And it was very sad. Na ilang days pa lang kami sa ayun na, may naririnig na ako. Mag-abroad na kaagad, at magamit ng siren. Dito nga sa PSG, hindi ko nga, I do not allow them to blow the siren. I've never done that, even when I was mayor. Unless yung mga emergency, may sunog, may patayan, pumutok ang airport, pumutok. Tapos yung ngayon, sabi na, why limit it in Marawi? Puta. Bakit yung lugar ko? Do I not deserve a consideration? Pumutok yun, April, kumakain yung tao. Akala ko terrorism is everywhere in Mindanao. Terrorism is not a tribe. It is a revolution of a bastardized ideology. Gusto lang pumatay, pati gusto magsira. Yan ang ISIS. Yan ang revolusyon sa Mindanao. Hindi lang yan. Yung mga eskwelahan, yung Zamboanga National High School, ang Marawi, library, pinaputok ng Granada, ang Marawi National High School, nilagyan ng IED. O what do you call that? Tapos sabihin lang, in Marawi only. Meron ba? Remember, I don't have any, kasi I am 1/4 Moro. Marano. Alam mo, in Mindanao, nandyan ang Muslim, hati-hati kami dyan. Naturally, ang sentimento ng Moro, mali man siguro, pero nandyan talaga yan sa kanila. So a simple death could generate a lot of human emotions pouring. Then translated into an overt act of action.
Thank you, sir.
May gaganti yan. Watch me. May puputok iba dyan. Gaganti yan.
Gumanti nga, wala akong kasalanan sa kanila noon sa Davao, simbahan, twice. Airport, isa. Pantalan, isa. Terminal, isa. Where people congregate. Hindi ako galit sa Maranao. Mas maraming matino na Maranao. Yung mga Maranao nagago talaga, ang mauti. Hindi ako galit sa kanila. But I am not mad at all, ma'am. May kaibigan ako, ma'am, na sa uti. May pinsan ako sa mauti. May relative ko sa Secretary Mamao is in Maranao. He was my classmate. He is a secretary advisor for Muslim. May mga pinsan yan sa mauti.
Christine Herrera.
Good evening, Mr. President. I'm Christine Herrera from Manila Standard. I have only two questions for you, Mr. President. One is about the military and one is about the economy. After your 2-hour-long speech, you
Ilan
said
ba?
2 hours, sir.
Sis Mamoy na yun?
Yeah.
Ang bilis ng relo mo. Sira, yeah.
I counted.
Yeah, dito.
Yeah.
Kasi ako ganon. 2 hours?
You lost count, Mr. President. Anyway,
Well, forgive me. Baka ito ang sira. Palit na lang tayo. Gusto.
Yes, sir. About the military, you said earlier that you would intensify the recruitment, like 30 to 40,000 to replace all the troops that you've lost.
No. To replace and to strengthen.
Strengthen the military.
Hindi naman ganun karami ang namatay. So,
Yes, sir. And you would upgrade all the equipment, etc., etc. So is this an indication that you would
yes,
also expand the coverage of the martial law that would include now Mindanao, Visayas, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, nationwide?
if there is a revolution everywhere and anywhere.
Is there such an indicator, Mr. President?
So what's the law? What's the reason for doing it?
Because you said earlier that there was a lot of stockpile coming in, you don't know where it came from, and that there was failure
Well,
of
obviously it
intelligence.
was a motherhood statement. But it could not be, it could not cover every place where there's no trouble.
So there's no nationwide martial law, Mr. President?
What?
No nationwide.
No nationwide martial law.
Until
Because
December.
why? I will look stupid before the eyes of the public if I do that. And I am not ready to be called stupid.
All right, Mr. President. About the economy, you seem to have forgotten how to improve the economy next year and this year.
Ma'am, it's improving. It is you who is not reading.
No, sir. You said earlier that
No. You are my economics.
Yeah,
I've told you I am not an economist, I'm a lawyer. But you can consult my team here. They are brighter than me. Look at your figures where you got it, and they will give theirs.
Yes, Mr. President. You said that the Davao had a growth of 9%,
Yes, correct.
and then you would make it like 21%, the highest in the world.
Yeah, no.
So how
The highest in the Philippines.
in the Philippines? So how would you do that, Mr. President? Could you assure us how?
Well, it just
that
improved because the peace and order situation improved tremendously. It started when I was mayor. I mean, the blooming of Davao started when I was mayor, when everything was in order and there was less crime. It's all recorded. You can go there, you can get your facts from DTI, BIR.
No big ticket projects, Mr. President,
Like what?
like how to create jobs for,
Ganito, mame. I do not know if you were there. Nung nag-speech ako for the first time, and this is the exact words, I will make this place peaceful, but it is not my job to generate money because we have none in government for that. You, the private sector. Then I addressed myself to Mr. Ayala, who was still alive. in a public forum. I said, kayo, Mr. Ayala, ang may mga pera, may negosyo, you should spearhead the economic activity. You should invite your friends to invest in Davao. I will take care of the law and order in the city. Those were my words. It is recorded for history. And you can ask any from Davao who was there, and he will tell you that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. He has last.
Cecile Morel of the Agence France Press.
Magandang gabi po, Mr. President. Itong susunod na 5 months po dito sa Mindanao, maliban po sa kampanya na gagawin ng ating mga kasundaluhan sa Marawi, ano po ang maaasahan ng mga ordinaryong civilian sa Mindanao? Will they be asked to sacrifice some of their civil liberties para maipatupad ninyo ng maayos ang martial law? Like curfews perhaps, restrictions on their movements, yung karapatan nilang pumunta sa mga korte to seek relief sa mga alalahanin nila?
You can do everything in Davao elsewhere except in the places where there is a curfew. Nobody can force you to do a thing. We are allowed to live there in peace. Nobody has been forced to do anything against his will. The only thing, what would say was an impairment of those civil and political rights is that you have to go home at 12, because at 12, iba ang bakbakan, and they might not see you clearly if you are a civilian or an enemy.
In other words,
it is really for your own good.
Wala pong repeat ng 1972 events.
You have seen it for 1 month now. May nakita ka bang tangke dito, mga sundalo? Do you see any uniform military outfits roaming the streets there?
No, sir.
So why do you have to compare me with Marcos? I am not Marcos. I may not be as brilliant as Marcos, but definitely I am more attuned to my values in life. Ang values ni Marcos is not necessarily mine just because there is martial law.
Thank you, sir.
Henry Uri of PCRH.
Magandang gabi ho, Mr. President. Ang sinasabi hong ugat ng rebellion ay kahirapan. Gutom, kawalan ng trabaho, kakulangan sa edukasyon. Sa nalalabiho ninyong panunungkulan sa susunod na mga taon, ano ho yung inyong plano para gamutin itong sakit na ito ng ating bayan? At meron ba kayong kahilingan sa 17th Congress para madaliin ang mga legislative measures para po sa pagtupad ng mabilisan sa inyong mga campaign promises para po dito sa mga pangunahing problema ng ating mga kababayan?
Look, we will have to proceed from different predicates. Ang pundasyon ng statement mo. Kabuhayan, kahirapan, ganon. Hindi ho yan. Doon sa Marawi, it's driven by extremists, pati the entry of a foreign ideology. Kaya doon, I hope that, I'm sure the military will be willing to show you. Ang nandoon no, yung mga Arabo, maraming puti doon at matatangkad na matay. It's an invasion actually of a revolutionary, I said, which is bankrupt with a purpose. Yung buhay natin dito, the things that we can give to the people will only approximate what is our income. Ang pinapatakbo natin itong sa gobyerno, yung sweldo namin that comes from taxes. The only way for taxes to be collected more than is for business to come in, do business, and pay taxes. But you have to improve the situation so that they will come in. Now, the downside of that is that there's martial law, and people who been expecting to go there for agricultural enterprises have been stymied by the martial law declaration because there is still fighting in Mindanao. We are doing everything we can. That's a day-to-day business that Marcos, Arroyo, Aquino, pati Estrada, yun ang ginagawa because there is a government, there is a functioning agriculture, dito irrigation. Yeah, irrigation for one thing, they used to pay 5,000. Ngayon, irrigation fee, inalis ko na. O wala na silang 5,000, they can use the water free of charge. We are doing them. I am just 1 year. I'm trying to cope up with what is inadequate and find an adequate supply of money. Ganon yan. Itong kahirapan, it's not, I do not have the silver bullet na bukas wala nang maghirap. Takes time, trabaho. Ngayon nga, papasukin mo muna because China, maraming project. Actually, they're promising to build 2 bridges. That translates into manpower. Pero, yung ganon. We have to perk up the economy. The economy is in the hands of the people. It is not with government. We cannot print money more than our national wealth. So what is the value of your economy? It's not in gold bars anymore. It is the value of your economy. So who determines it? The IMF. Your economy is only good. Yan lang ang may trabaho. And these are the only output na kaya nila. Then the valuation of the services. I-add nila yan. That is the value of your economy. And that is the worth of your money.
Salamat po.
Our last question is from CCTV, Wang Zhen.
Oh, yes.
Good evening, President. You mentioned a lot of times of China at your SONA speech, especially when you mentioned about our independence foreign policies. So as Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is coming for a visit to the Philippines,
yes,
I would like to know what's your comments about the improvement of our two countries' relationship in your first year, and what's your expectation about the cooperation in the future? Thank you.
The money is already there. There are a lot of constructions going on that was stopped temporarily, but it was taken by the new money infused by China. China is coming in to build bridges, 2 of them for free. And then in the south, there are a lot of aquatic enterprises there. So it comes and trickles because of the, documentation and everything. But more than 24 billion has been infused into the will be infused. Pera yan, ha? Hindi yan libre yung iba. Yung 25 billion ibigay nila, then you can borrow. It's with the banks. You cannot run a country without a bank. Hindi ba pwede ibigay yan? They cannot go there to the countryside and give it. So it has to be a bank, and we have decided to use land bank as it is really called, land bank, for extension of services, where they go and deliver the money for the cooperatives. But you have to strengthen the cooperative and feed it with money. And it's being done. And it will produce results. Maybe at the year's end, and that's the time when you say, have we done something good or have we done something bad? Or we are a son of the bitches who are doing nothing.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much, members of the press.
Thank you for listening. And ang importante lang doon is for the left to realize that they cannot have their cake and eat it too. You cannot ambush me and then ask me to talk to you. Kung patay na ako, sinong kausapin mo? Crazy guys.
You're watching our special presentation of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's second State of the Nation address. The president there just completing an over 1 hour long news conference following his second State of the Nation address. The president today giving his second State of the Nation address at the Batasan Pambansa, which lasted for 2 hours, so longer than last year's address. And after that, he stepped out of the Batasan complex and met with protesters, where he spoke with them and asked for them not to ambush him and to have a peaceful dialogue with the protesters. And right after that meeting with the protesters outside the Batasan, he held a news conference where he talked about a lot of things. Actually, one of the things he said is that there will be no nationwide ban, there will be no nationwide martial law. And speaking about his ratings, he said that he doesn't care whether it goes up or down, and also a few other highlights. Here in the news conference, he was asked about the use of trolls to promote his campaign, and he says that he has no followers. He also talked about questions on the South China Sea and collaboration with China, where he said that he is not prepared to go to war on the South China Sea. And he also said that China will be giving 24 billion pesos for infrastructure projects to continue the build project. Mr. Duterte also said to the protesters, addressing them, saying to talk, let's talk again, and martial law is not forever. He also said to give him more time, that there is much work to be done. He also reiterated the help that he has been giving to the poor, such as giving 1 billion pesos for the poor, and he said that he is not a president for the rich, and that he will be giving, he says he does not own the government, and he also requested for more dialogue with the protesters. He also said other highlights from the news conference, talking about his second State of the Nation address. He also talked about change, and this was the foundation of his campaign, and he said that change has to be meaningful. He also said that the fight against illegal drugs will continue and that it will be unrelenting. The president also said on corruption he will be pursuing the anti-corruption campaign and will be pursuing cutting red tape and delivering services to the people. And he said on the Bangsamoro Basic Law, he said he is for lasting peace, and we will be working to pursue that. So we will be taking a short break, and after that, when we return, we'll be bringing you a replay of the president's second State of the Nation address. Keep it here on CNN Philippines.